Chapter 661. Holding all lives, plucking all stars. The world without someone like me. In the last moments of my life and existence, are you willing to call me teacher, Kai-er? When a Lux made this request to Kai-er, a tint of sadness unconsciously appeared on his face. Teacher, you! Kai-er called him that way without a thought. How could a Lux's story not move Longhaochen and her? Longhaochen was better off, because although a Lux was pitiful, his mistake really made him sin greatly against humankind. Although Longhaochen also sympathized with him, he would absolutely not forgive his sins against humanity. But Kai-er was, after all, a girl who had also suffered painful experiences during her youth. Her sympathy was much greater than Longhaochen's, and right now she only found this formerly unrivaled necromancer really pitiful, and had no other impression of him than this great sympathy. Great, great! Hearing Kai-er call him teacher, Lux's feelings were greatly stirred. Good kid! I didn't act befittingly as your teacher, but hearing you call me that, my heart finally found some comfort. I, Lux, did a lot of bad deeds in this life. But in the end I can feel honored to have a disciple such as you. Feel relieved, your teacher left you a great gift. After you return to the human world, no one will ever be able to bully you. So what if Longhaochen is the scion of light? The disciple of the great Lux is in no way inferior. At this point, the pride Lux had as the holy necromancer and slumbering calamity seemed to resurface at once. Lifting his right hand, he lifted it toward Kai-er, immediately absorbing the sickle of the god of death in her hand. That was quite a strange thing, but that powerful sickle of the god of death, which is the natural enemy of all undeads, was wrapped in the gray-black force in a Lux's hand, making its purifying power lose all its effects. Raising his head, Lux had a cold smile. This Tower of Eternity can be called one of my greatest accomplishments. I didn't expect it to actually evolve to such an extent after I was asleep for so long. Want to break out of my control? Don't look down on me. Kai-er, I am going. Since you called me your teacher, I am leaving this Tower of Eternity to you. It has already evolved close to the standard of a superdivine tool. Its intelligence is already manifesting. I will eliminate the excessive things in it. From today onwards, it will be both your weapon and shield. After its superfluous forces are purified by my hand, your comrades and you can absorb it to your liking. Don't let it go to waste. After absorbing these superfluous forces, you can all leave from this place. In the midst of his speech, the Tower of Eternity suddenly trembled violently. Massive fluctuations of spiritual energy bursting out from all directions, as if struggling to stay alive. Lux said proudly, "Still struggling? You are indeed my very own creation. Don't tell me you think that because you have an intelligence of your own, you can escape from my control? At the time of your creation, I had already considered all the future possibilities. To say nothing about your current state close to a superdivine tool, even if you had really become a superdivine tool, I could destroy you with no effort at all." His left hand pointed to the sky. A grayish-black ray was abruptly shot forth, aimed at the top of the Tower of Eternity. Immediately, the coffin underneath Lux's body bubbled up with a dense grayish-black fog, scattering to all directions. The power dispersing from that Tower of Eternity only kept getting more and more powerful, and the whole Tower of Eternity shook violently, countless specters letting out sharp shrills. What Lux was doing was unknown, but the Tower of Eternity seemed to gradually get weaker and weaker as that gray-black airflow traveled, and big expanses of white light, started to wander over the stripped space of the tower. Immediately, the all-present graying black airflow started to travel from all around to converge toward Elux and make its way into his soul. In just a little while, Elux's soul became pitch black just like ink. Intelligence strip, power strip. Purification. Elux's incomparably mighty voice spread to every floor of the Tower of Eternity. Countless specters dissolved in the midst of shrieks of terror. The purest soul force gathered alongside those stripped elemental fluctuations, and the terrible stripping force entirely deprived these elemental fluctuations of everything other than pure energy. As the grayish-black airflow became stronger and stronger, a graying black ring of light appeared all around Elux's body, and the Tower of Eternity gradually changed into a pure white color untainted by even the slightest speck of dust, devoid of any flow. The intense shaking gradually turned into a lighter shaking before all movements stopped, and everything seemed to return to tranquility. Large amounts of white points of light, containing fluctuations of spiritual energy, slowly moved rhythmically in the air. Kair clearly felt the Tower of Eternity change, calming down in purity. It seemed that all the negative things, including emotions, disappeared due to Elux's stripping. Furthermore, a strange connection created itself in her heart, reinforcing the link between the longhaochen portrait-shaped eternal melody and the Tower of Eternity. After purification, the Tower of Eternity will be a divine tool combining attack and defense. Although I have stripped a lot of power and intelligence from it, it is still far more powerful than ordinary divine tools. Through its connection with the eternal melody, it will gradually fuse with your soul, becoming part of your body. This way, you will have as prolonged a life expectancy as the one longhaochen will have thanks to my heart of eternity. Kair had a complex look. In fact, she didn't have any dealings with Elux until the day longhaochen was slain by the demon god emperor. Never did she expect herself to finally inherit the greatest part of Elux's power. Although Elux's necromancy was finally not imparted to her, the massive death energy stored in the eternal melody as well as the Tower of Eternity were both the best tools of Elux's cultivation. Thinking back about the lonesome life he had, Kair's eyes became moist as a natural reaction. Kneeling toward Elux, she called out once again, "Teacher!" Elux smiled in great joy. That was a sincere joy, as he brightly declared, "If there is a next life, I don't want to be the scion of light again. I just want to be an all the more ordinary human, and find a girl I can love wholeheartedly, marry her, have children, and live a peaceful life together. I have had a glorious period but also a corrupted period. From the next instant on, all of this will turn into nothingness. Goodbye, child. Take good care of your beloved one. Your teacher wishes you the best." Saying this, he suddenly flipped the sickle of the god of death in his hand, using the immense blade toward that terrible soul force, forming myriads of white glows. This purifying force even exceeded the power of Kair's 7 arts of the god of death. The blade slashed on a straight line, cutting into him and through the coffin underneath as well. A terrible light of purification dispersed the dense soul force forming Elux's body, and turned it into an unparalleled brilliant shine. Ear-piercing tinkling sounds occurred as something seemed to take place inside the sickle of the god of death. Elux's proud voice reverberated. "So what, god of death? In the midst of getting purified, I have just broken your seal. Now let's see how you will inflict backlashes to my disciple. If I wanted it, I would already long since be a god. Holding all lives. Plucking all stars, the world. Without someone like me. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. All the darkness and filth gradually dissipated under that pure light of purification, and only the proud voice of a lux remained, reverberating through the 7th floor of the Tower of Eternity. Holding all lives, plucking all stars, the world without someone like me. What a proud, conceited, yet sorrowful person. The former scion of light and former calamity bringer for humankind, holy necromancer Elux, died. But in this eternal departure from this world, he had in the end someone to pay his last respects for him. Kyre stayed kneeling on the ground, already brimming with tears. Women are more sentimental than men. The current Kyre had totally forgotten that this disappearing man was the terrible necromancer lord who inflicted a fatal blow to humankind. All she knew was that he was already dead, a proud ancestor who did everything to rescue her man by reconstructing a heart for Longhaochen, for the two of them to be able to stay together. No matter what a lux had done in the past, right now Kyre felt grieved over the scattering of his soul. Elux had a rough and unlucky life, but he was especially happy at the time of his return to his origin. In the end, he had a person to grieve over his death. This incredibly simple matter was really precious in his eyes. The process of purification lasted for a whole half-hour, the whole space gradually settling down as the white-colored dots formed of incomparably pure energy drifted away. With a light ding sound, the sickle of the god of death landed onto the ground quietly, awaking Kyre from her emotions. Unconsciously, she strode forward and caught the weapon. Not only Elux's soul had disappeared, but also that pure gold-colored coffin from earlier, which didn't even leave the slightest aura. When Kyre held the sickle of the god of death in her hand, a fantastic feeling traveled through her whole body. She felt as if she had gained something more in her life, this fabulous change being brought by the sickle of the god of death. That was a feeling of great closeness, as if this tower of eternity was part of her body. The divine tool was recognizing its master. Kyre immediately made this accurate judgment because the same situation had arisen once in the past, when she had integrated the dagger of samsara for the first time. But at that time, the dagger of samsara was far more tyrannical, far from being so gentle. Elux truly deserved to be called a genius among geniuses, someone who single-handedly rebelled against all the terrifying powerhouses in the whole human continent. Just by using the connection between the sickle of the god of death and Kyre, he managed to make the Tower of Eternity accept Kyre as its master. From this could be well imagined how powerful Elux was in his living days. Maybe even the demon god Emperor was below him. The sickle of the goddess of death seemed to gain a great change with Elux's purification. Its previously pitch-black main body was surrounded by a white illumination with a bluish and purplish gloss, giving it a less tyrannical, more fantastic and proud look. Holding the sickle of the god of death, Kyre stood speechless and motionless for a while. Within her heart echoed Elux's story and that overbearingly haughty side of him at the time of his death. "Teacher," Kyre murmured this reminiscing word, and the next instant, she shifted her sight toward the cross-legged Longhaochen, who had entered a state of deep meditation since long ago. A thin bright light spread out from Longhaochen's chest, spreading to every corner of his body before dispersing slowly. His whole body was soaked in the state of cultivation. The energy of life stabilized his whole body without a doubt. Elux's intervention had thoroughly revived him. The miracle made by the so-called necromancer was really astonishing to see. Not sitting next to Longhaochen immediately, Kyre shifted her thoughts, immediately returning to the 6th floor of the Tower of Eternity. As the master of this place, she was able to travel to any part of the Tower of Eternity at will. Shocked to no end by the surrounding changes, everyone from Bright Glimmer of Hope could hardly keep waiting. The white light was of pure energy, but this was the Tower of Eternity. Without knowing exactly what that was in front of them, they didn't dare take the risk to absorb it. Moreover, the most important in their eyes was longhaochen and Kai's safety. Without being certain of their life or death, how could they cultivate with a peaceful heart? Kai appeared suddenly, a nice surprise which caused everyone's cheers. Wang Yuan was the first to rush to her, holding her in her arms immediately, and the others gathered around, with Chen Inger also holding Kai while crying very loudly and bitterly. The scene of Kai's climb through the stairs to the sky had left them with an excessively deep trauma, going beyond simple emotions. They would never forget the scene of her blood falling throughout this whole journey to the sky, to say nothing about Kai's long skirt fully soaked in blood. Held by Wang Yuan and Chen Inger, and feeling the warm concerned looks of her comrades, Kai had already lost her original ice-coldness and said in a cool voice, "I am all right. Sorry, I made everyone worry." Lin Xian asked eagerly, "How about Captain?" They all noticed that longhaochen was not on her back anymore. Kai replied with a smile, "He is all right." These words made everyone look blank for a few seconds, before cheers filled up the 6th floor of the Tower of Eternity immediately. They had expected longhaochen to be safe when they saw just Kai return, otherwise there's no way she would look so relaxed. Furthermore, she was not bringing back longhaochen's corpse. Yet, hearing personally from her mouth that longhaochen was already safe, their repressed feelings gushed out like a terrible volcano. This group of humans from the young generation were all proud talents, but they looked right now beaming in joy. Their captain was actually miraculously resurrected, giving a new soul to their bright glimmer of hope. Their moral pillar and best brother was back. Kai's tears flowed beyond her control. Thank you all. Having such brothers and sisters is the greatest joy Haochen and I could have." Chen Inger had a laughing while crying expression as she responded, "Kai, you are mistaken. We are a whole, don't just exclude us." "Wow, so great, that's really great." Sima Xian gathered up Lin Xian closer by the neck, telling Kai curiously, "Quickly tell us just how he was resurrected." "So it's really possible to resurrect someone. This necromancy is really miraculous." Kai wanted of course to share the process of longhaochen's resurrection with her companions, so she recounted all the details of what happened afterwards. Hearing about Elux's tragic encounters, they gradually calmed down from their high spirits. The experiences this holy necromancer Elux went through were really too miserable. Unconsciously, feelings of sympathy rose in their hearts. Kai let out a light sigh as she said, "Teacher finally came to himself, and purified himself as a whole, as well as all the evil things in him. No matter what, he will remain my teacher forever." This pure energy left in the Tower of Eternity came from the purification of the intelligent parts of the tower. It's all pure energy, take it in everyone. Let's temporarily make a stop here, until we turn all this energy into spiritual energy of our own. The energy from the process of weakening a supra-divine tool should help everyone's cultivation progress greatly. The surprise attack against the star demon god in Modu had failed and moreover nearly caused them to lose their captain. By coming here, they experienced countless challenges to finally manage to resurrect longhaochen, and in the end an opportunity to progress had come. Kyer waved a hand flashing in the white light, and the next instant, the whole group reappeared in the 7th floor of the Tower of Eternity, which was its core. All the energy could be transferred here, and moreover, that way Kyer could make everyone witness the results of Longhaochen's resurrection. When everyone saw the cross-legged and calmly cultivating Longhaochen, they couldn't help but cry out in joy, breaking into tears. Bright glimmer of hope was finally reconstituted. They all surrounded the cross-legged Longhaochen, regained their calm with great difficulty, and started cultivating. Right at the start of meditation, everyone was shocked deeply. Those soft-looking white dots of light were absorbed in their bodies, and immediately caused great changes. The pure energy underwent assimilation by the body, no matter which attribute of spiritual energy, and was absorbed in a very short time. There was no need to even eliminate any impurity, and the group's spiritual energies progressed at astonishing speeds during this process of absorption. Kyer's process was different to some extent. She absorbed not only the pure energy in the Tower of Eternity, but also the death energy left by Elux inside the eternal melody. The god of death could also be called a god of purification. Its power came from purifying spirits, and in this world there could be said to be no other spectre more powerful than Elux. His use of the sickle of the god of death to purify himself actually caused the weapon to evolve. But the sickle of the god of death joined with Kyer, and after absorbing it, Kyer immediately gained its support right after starting to cultivate. A massive purifying force rushed forth in Kyer, converging into her spiritual energy, and absorbing the death energy inside the eternal melody as well as the purified energy of the Tower of Eternity. In a mere split second, Kyer's internal spiritual energy was promoted to the peak of the 7th step. Kyer's experience already being plentiful, and her accumulation sufficient since long ago, she did not have to do anything for a spiritual cavity to appear in her arms and thighs after the 3 spiritual stoves in her chest, forehead, and abdomen were completely filled up, making her spiritual cavities directly rise to the number of 7. The massive spiritual energy she had yet to absorb flocked in at an astonishing speed, filling up her 2 brand new spiritual cavities. That instant onward, Kyer formally rose to the 8th step. Although the speed of the others' progress was not as fast as Kyer's, it was astonishing enough compared to the speed under ordinary circumstances. Every time the spiritual energy was operated, it rose by itself. This really filled them up with great excitement. Everyone knew that this could be their chance of a lifetime, and naturally put all their energy into it. Especially Duan Yi and Yang Wenzhao, who, well aware of the gap separating the rest of bright glimmer of hope from them, went to cultivating with their utmost. In a moment, the Tower of Eternity became completely calm. Right because of this calm, everyone focused entirely on cultivating, and no one noticed the fantastic changes underway in Longhaochen. The heart of eternity entered his body, taking the spot of Longhaochen's heart, and a massive light essence softly entered his heart and underwent a process of gathering. When Longhaochen's heart was crushed by the demon god emperor, the core spiritual cavity on his chest was actually smashed to pieces. Right now, even if he came back to life, all his cultivation could be said to need a restart. After the heart of eternity was poured in, it immediately became a joining point between all the other spiritual cavities. The massive light essence spreading outside very rapidly linked up with the other spiritual cavities, and when they all connected, the light essence flowed smoothly through Longhaochen's body, restoring his original cultivation. This process of recovery was undergone very fast, and was already over by the time Kyer had recounted what they had experienced. When Longhaochen's spiritual energy was back to the level of the 8th step, a formidable change started to occur in his body. The heart of eternity was really filled with extremely pure light essence, and used the blood vessels of the original scion of light, Elux. Longhaochen being a scion of light too, his blood vessels joined with the former scion of lights, although a short time of rejection had occurred first. In the contest of blood vessels' power, Longhaochen was far more powerful. After all, Elux had already deceased several thousand years ago. Perhaps his spiritual energy did not come loose, and was still as incredibly powerful, but his blood vessels had already long since decayed. He could only extract the best parts of the blood vessels, which was why after this short time of rejection and clashing, Longhaochen's own blood vessels took complete control, and were the ones to integrate this blood vessel power of great purity. Under these circumstances, Elux's great capability came to view. After the blood vessels' integration was complete, a large amount of nerves started undulating in Longhaochen's chest, as the brand new heart was in the midst of growing. A numb feeling ran through Longhaochen's whole body, waking him from a state of coma close to deep slumber. Longhaochen found out about the changes in his own body very fast. A numb feeling spread out from his chest, bringing an intense pain. He clenched his teeth tensely, knowing that this was the crucial instant. The reconstruction of a heart is something he had never heard about before. Even the greatest resurrection spell of the light attribute would need a full organism to possibly achieve resurrection. But Elux had managed such a feat, a miracle of which he had become the final proof. If he were to leave things unfinished at this point, just because of the intolerable pain, even a collaboration of all the gods descending to his rescue would perhaps not be able to save him. For Kaire's sake, and for every one of their comrades, there's no way Haochen could let such a thing happen. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, his body was soaked in sweat in just a few seconds, but he remained motionless, and didn't even let out the slightest sound. He could feel that Kaire was right nearby, so he couldn't let Kaire be aware of his terrible pain. She had just paid far too much for his sake, and had far too much to bear. Longhaochen was really unwilling to let her worry even more. The process of heart reconstruction was really complex, and in this whole process, Longhaochen's spiritual energy kept rising from beginning to end. Although his body had to bear an extreme pain, Longhaochen realized that great changes had clearly appeared during the reconstruction compared to before. He was neither a doctor nor a priest, and naturally had no understanding of the human heart. But even an even greater ignorant would clearly feel that something changed if he were to inspect everything inside his body. The greatest and most direct change lay in the color. A normal human heart should be red, and even when spiritual energy operates, the spiritual energy should guard around the heart. This is done through the spiritual cavity appearing first in powerhouses of any vocation, the one in the heart. But Longhaochen's heart was completely different from that in this process of reconstruction. He clearly felt his flesh growing, and the new flesh that came out was all golden-colored, without the slightest red tint. In the process of growing his heart, spiritual energy was liberated freely, becoming one with his whole flesh. That could be described as a heart of gold. And, right now, this description was to be taken literally. His heart was really reconstructed with a golden color. Although Longhaochen did not know what change this heart would cause, he had no other choice. Before he passed out, Elux had explained everything, and he knew that Elux was doing the best for him, afraid that this mental burden would affect his future progress. Even a hateful person had pitiful parts. Longhaochen couldn't, neither was he qualified to, forgive a lux on behalf of humankind. His sin was just too serious, though after he and Kair listened to a lux's story together, he felt sympathy for a lux's encounters. At least he was very grateful for the huge help a lux gave him by giving him a second life. So, when Longhaochen came back to his senses, he unconsciously gave his words of thanks to a lux. The pain from his heart's reconstruction becoming more and more intense, Longhaochen's willpower withstood a huge trial. Kair and him had walked different paths at first, but his tolerance to physical pain was still higher. Back then, Kair mainly had mental pain to sustain. Longhaochen withstood this pain unyieldingly with only one thought, and it's for Kair's sake. And in less than a day, every member of Bright Glimmer of Hope outside from Longhaochen entered a state of deep cultivation. The energies in the Tower of Eternity were really too pure, too massive, and could only be absorbed the most effectively by being in a state of deep cultivation. For a better general understanding, it gave off a really great feeling like an incredible opportunity. In a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Longhaochen's original clothes had been replaced with a black coating, his clothes having shattered continuously under the effects of that white energy spreading all around. Every shattered bit was caused by a purification by the pure energy, putting Longhaochen into an awkward state of exposure. This black was originally the sweat from his body expelling impurities from his body. The dark corrosion left by the demon god emperor in his body was expelled in this process, and more importantly, although he had to suffer an immense pain, that lump of gold in his chest became more and more rich and powerful. At last, the reconstruction of his heart was finally completed. After 3 full days of torment, Longhaochen really felt dizzy, but he kept gritting his teeth, for he had to stay awake during this whole time or else no one would know what happened during his coma. And, if he couldn't personally witness the whole process of the reconstruction of his heart, Longhaochen's future cultivation would surely greatly get impeded. From the looks of it, it seemed that his heart was already back to a whole, that the veins in his body fulfilled their role as mediator properly. But Longhaochen knew that the most important step of the process of reconstruction was coming. Only when this reconstructed heart would start performing its normal work would this process be finally over. Haochen felt nervous in those circumstances. He didn't fear death, but he was really unwilling to die. The reconstruction of a heart was absolutely never seen by any humans before. Would it succeed? Longhaochen had no confidence that the Heart of Eternity would really manage to succeed in forming. That golden heart didn't look much different from the other internal organs, and what remained to be seen was whether it would be able to distribute vital force, just like the original real heart he used to have. No one could reply to this question for Longhaochen, including the deceased Lux. If a Lux was still there, he would surely feel more confident than him, but he didn't have 100% certainty. When Longhaochen's heart finished the process of recovery restarted. In another world, a dark world of black and red, a massive figure shook slightly. Scales that had lost their gloss from long before were on a massive body creeping on the ground for a very long time. Dark purple blood surrounded its body, this blood having flown out from these 6 huge heads. It preserved this posture for a long time, initially completely out of vital force. But right at this time, that body shook lightly, as traces of vital forces started to appear inside. These vital fluctuations appeared first on the scales, which had originally lost all their gloss and become pitch black. But just before, a delicate piece of scale suddenly lit up in purple color, its splendor gradually coming to view. This was the original cause for the first shake of the figure. Right, that was Hao Yue, who had lost all his vital force following Longhaochen's death. But just like Longhaochen managed to have his soul preserved thanks to Yi Xiaolei's assistance, Hao Yue also had a faint hope of revival. In reality, even if Longhaochen's soul had dispersed, Hao Yue's real death would first undergo a special process. Every one of his heads having gotten tenacious, he had in his six-headed state the ability to preserve his body for 36 days without decaying, and with hope for revival. That was the superiority of his bloodline. Moreover, although Longhaochen's body died due to the loss of a vital organ, his soul was not yet dispersed, so Hao Yue retained faint traces of leftover breath. A scale lit up, and gained in intensity like a little fire in a forest. Gradually, another scale after another followed, becoming brilliant. Mysteriously, that deep purple blood onto the ground seemed to get embellished by that dark purple blood. Fluctuations of energy surfaced, and several purple dots of light surfaced from the dark purple liquid, floating through the air to land on Hao Yue's body. Longhaochen's body suddenly stiffened, the final veins about to get flowing. The determinant instant had come. Pop! The blood and spiritual energy was quietly extracted, and Longhaochen's body suddenly contorted violently. His focus was entirely locked on to his heart, and due to the nervousness, his body couldn't help but have slight spasms. When the last vein operated, that gold-colored heart shrank intensely. The tight grip of gold color was also a grip at Longhaochen's soul. A golden halation dispersed from the tightened heart, but this time it did not simply travel back and forth, but dispersed all around. Longhaochen felt his whole body get contaminated with gold, before that golden heart finally restarted its operation. What a marvelous sound! Only by losing it once would one realize how precious this beating sound was. When his heartbeat resumed, Longhaochen's soul was close to lifeless in the midst of that vigorous heartbeat. And right at that time, a surge of spiritual energy traveled from his heart to flow through his whole body. His heart vigorously shrank, expanded, shrank back, expanded. A powerful force instantly traveled through Longhaochen's whole body. Not only did it contain internal spiritual energy, but even external spiritual energy was mixed into his senses. In fact, Longhaochen's spiritual energy was originally over 50,000. In other words, the heart of eternity was actually able to sustain at least 50,000 internal spiritual energy on its own, and even so, it looked far from full at the present time. How could this be? This heart held spiritual energy, and with an even greater capacity than spiritual cavities. Before this, Longhaochen would not dare imagine such a thing. But at that very moment, such an incredible feat was happening right inside him. As the heart shrank, spiritual energy was squeezed inside. The other spiritual cavities in his body were all empty, naturally needing to get refilled by the spiritual energy from the outside world. Suddenly, Longhaochen found out through introspection that his blood vessels, channels, and even his heart all got colored gold, under the influence of the pure spiritual energy pulsing vigorously all around his heart. His light attribute even went beyond pure. Although it looked liquid, Longhaochen was able to feel its entirely solid state. The fusion of two great physiques of scions of light caused Longhaochen's innate internal spiritual energy to raise the original limit. If there was some tool able to really assess his current innate spiritual energy, it would be found out with a terrifying shock that his innate internal spiritual energy now exceeded 120. In other words, Longhaochen should not be called a wielder of a scion of light physique, but the wielder of a physique of pure light. His light essence was not much different from the power from a god's descent of the goddess of light. No one would possibly compare in purity with his light in this world. As his heart pulsed, Longhaochen's body felt like a huge black hole. Every time it pulsed, the massive spiritual energy surrounding his body would get drawn in, while the heart of eternity would keep squeezing large amounts of light essence to refill his body. At the moment, it was a wonder how his frantic speed of absorption of the light essence did not affect the cultivation of his comrades. The heart of eternity contained all the light attribute at a lux's disposal, which was only disposited there before his heart had reconstructed. But when Longhaochen finally completed the process of resurrection, this light of the highest grade started to show its greatest features. In just a short while, Longhaochen found out with shock that his body's changes broke through his known limits. Just during the previous splurt of absorption, he found out that, astonishingly, the internal spiritual energy in his body actually managed to break through 100,000. Right, that was the symbolic level of the 9th step. In other words, he should now be a powerhouse of the 9th step, although in actual fact, he did not experience the slightest feeling of breakthrough. This boundary should still be around the 8th step. This 100,000 spiritual energy filled his heart of eternity alone, but the other spiritual cavities in his body were still empty. What does it mean? Why didn't I progress to the 9th step, even though my spiritual energy has broken through 100,000? Longhaochen was shocked by this abnormal phenomenon, even before getting the chance to rejoice over the rise of his spiritual energy. This was already far past common sense. Even demons would get to the 9th step after reaching 100,000 spiritual energy. He clearly had already surpassed this amount, yet remained on the 8th step's boundary. With Longhaochen's level of intelligence, he very rapidly came to understand that to make the breakthrough from the 8th to the 9th step, a 10th spiritual cavity following the 9th needed to be produced. Only after 9 filled spiritual cavities make the final breakthrough can this 9th step be passed through. And, although his internal energy had already broken through 10,000, which should mean that his spiritual cavities reached an amount of 9, in practice his spiritual cavities still hadn't reached this amount, only his spiritual energy having broken through. This miracle was really due to the Heart of Eternity. The Heart of Eternity replaced his initial chest part's spiritual cavity, and had far greater effects than the original one. Longhaochen's spiritual energy was still not reaching the required level, which is why he didn't break through the 9th step yet. Chest, head, abdomen, arms and thighs, totaling 7 spiritual cavities. That's Longhaochen's current foundation, which is to say that his cultivation should ordinarily be limited to 70,000 spiritual energy, and need to wait for the opening of a new spiritual cavity to advance further. But the appearance of the Heart of Eternity smashed this limit. Although the Heart of Eternity replaced his original spiritual cavity, its storing power was not 10,000 but 100,000. In other words, Longhaochen's tolerance to spiritual energy shot up from 70,000 to 160,000. So although his spiritual energy progressed, his cultivation stage had not increased yet. But one may well imagine how terrifying the concept of a powerhouse of the 8th step with a cultivation of 160,000 spiritual energy was. And when Longhaochen's Heart of Eternity pulsed, his output of spiritual energy reached a full 160,000, meaning his cultivation stage was still at the 8th step, but his level of strength thoroughly reached the 9th step, only lacking some extraordinary abilities appearing at the 9th step. His transfer of spiritual energy and burst power even surpassed powerhouses of the 9th step with the same amount of spiritual energy. This reconstructed heart of eternity Lux gave him was really formidable. In the case where Longhaochen's spiritual cavities would get filled up, his strength would increase to at least twice its previous amount, and that was if his cultivation level would not keep going up in the meantime. And with this heart of eternity, Longhaochen's absorption of spiritual energy became far faster than ordinary powerhouses of the 8th step. As long as he would just keep opening his spiritual cavities, he would certainly not need a long time before breaking through the 9th step. As his heart recovered, the amount of pure energies in the whole Tower of Eternity had visibly increased. And right now, the others had nearly all reached a bottleneck in their cultivation. With these massive pure energies free to be absorbed, the others didn't need long before encountering the limits of their spiritual cavities. The increase in spiritual energy could be shortcut thanks to these pure energies, but the establishment of the spiritual cavities had no shortcuts. It was only achievable by relying on one's own spiritual energy and comprehension. So, their previous rocketing speed of cultivation started to slow down at this point, but no matter what one may say, their cultivation in this Tower of Eternity was much faster than in the outside world. And they had only just absorbed a small portion of this energy yet. As Longhaochen's heart reformed, another powerhouse's heartbeat resumed. In the midst of intense and powerful heartbeats, a purplish glow shone upon every single scale. The purple liquid on the ground had already fully disappeared, and the 6 pairs of eyes on these multiple heads all had purple ripples in their midst. A cold denseness filled this overwhelming roar, venting the rage in him. Right, Hao Yue had awoken, and in the midst of this process, his body started to emit intense fluctuations. A massive bloodline force operated at lightning-fast speed, as his 6 heads all had frantic looks, full of desire for destruction. So far, the demon god emperor's plan against Longhaochen was a complete failure. 4 years later. Tomball Mountain Pass, Mage Temple. Idiot girl, stop waiting. After over 4 years without any news, I'm afraid that they are. A richly clad mage in a fiery red gown tried to persuade the girl in full uniform in front of him. This girl had pink hair, looking to be in her 20s. Beautiful, her look was far deeper than any ordinary person, and powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy spread out indiscernibly from her. Right now, her eyes were filled with determination and conviction. Grandpa Lin, don't try to convince me. I won't leave the Mage Temple before getting certain news of their death. Or don't you want me here anymore? The old mage's eyes flashed down with tears. Xin, you are really a good girl. It's his greatest fortune for that bastard Lin Xin to have found a good girl such as you. But he did not even get to enjoy this great fortune. 4 years ago the Holy War ended, the demons have withdrawn, so, if they are still alive, there's no reason that they wouldn't have come back after so long. The demons' withdrawal was so inexplicable too. Xin, I am also unwilling to believe about their death, but I cannot bear to watch you waste your lifetime. You are still young. To keep holding up your time further will affect your lifelong happiness. Your Grandpa Lin is of course willing for you to accompany me in the Mage Temple. You are more fit for a granddaughter compared to that bastard. But your Grandpa Lin cannot be so selfish. I cannot let myself affect your future happiness. Right, this old mage was Lin Xin's grandfather, auxiliary head of the Mage Temple Lin Chen. And this girl was Li Xin, nicknamed the Hell Rose. One should not have a hasty judgment of Li Xian for being a knight. She's well reputed, loved and respected by all soldiers in the Tomball Mountain Pass, as she never drifted away from the battlefield, despite having gotten wounded many times in battle. After Lin Xian left, she stayed here all this time, fighting alongside her demon hunt squad. As the Holy War was on the verge of ending, her demon hunt squad's captain Luke she had died in an enemy ambush, and her demon hunt squad consequently dissolved. After the termination of the Holy War, the other members went off on their own way, returning to their temples. Only Li Xian remained here waiting for Lin Xian's return. Over these 4 years, she remained cultivating in the Mage Temple, accompanying Lin Chen to accomplish Lin Xian's filial duty. Lin Chen urged her many times, but she still did as she ought to and never consented to leave. Lin Chen really loved dearly this girl who should originally be her granddaughter-in-law, but he felt that he couldn't be so selfish. Lin Xian had disappeared for over 4 years, appearing for the last time in the spiritual temple's Myriad Beast Mountain Pass. After having spent so long fighting in the depths of demon territory, the odds of survival were just far too low. Lin Chen had to admit that he didn't want to keep wasting Li Xian's future like that. "Grandpa Lin, stop with that. I won't leave. I have to wait for him and Haochen. They will surely be back." Faint tears gushed out from Li Xian's eyes. Even if she acted tough, she had a weak side deep inside. She obviously knew very clearly that the odds for Lin Xian and the others to be still alive were very low, but even if there were only small odds, that was at least some chance. As long as she didn't see their corpses, Li Xian wouldn't admit their deaths. "Ai! What a foolish girl you are. Okay, stay down here for now. After a few days pass, we will leave for the temple's great gathering which takes place once in 10 years in Holy City. After it terminates, you will have to at least stop by home. You already know about the numerous letters your father has sent over there already." Li Xian nodded silently. Right, even if she was resolute to wait for Lin Xian and Longhaochen here, she had to at least come by home sometime. Lin Chen smiled to her. "Xian, you have already broken through the 8th step and have plenty of fighting experience. The dual swords your grandfather has called to be custom-made for you should arrive soon. After the temple's great gathering ends, do you feel confident in contesting a golden foundation armor from your knight temple?" Li Xian was not the girl from back then anymore. After 4 years of single-minded cultivation, she broke through the bottlenecks of the 7th and 8th steps, becoming a powerhouse of the first rank of the 8th step. After surviving this holy war as a demon hunter, her cultivation had made considerable progress, and she was even a mithril foundation armor wearer already. Although the challenge for a golden foundation armor was still be difficult, Li Xian had already ordered a pair of heavy swords of epic tier to be custom-made for her. That was using the riches Lin Chen had originally kept prepared for his only grandson, but Lin Xian having yet to return until now, these resources went instead for Li Xian. The holy war of those years was a massive calamity for the Temple Alliance in that time. An incredible count of soldiers from the Temple Alliance had died during these 2 years of war in all temples included, but in the same way, the demon side suffered disastrous losses. 4 years had already passed since the end of the Holy War. During this time, the several thousand years of accumulated superiority came on display. Although the steep decline in manpower was not an issue that could be resolved in a flash, the other aspects recovered very fast. In particular, after experiencing that holy war, the surviving powerhouses from all 6 great temples almost all experienced a qualitative rise in strength. Cases like Lightnovelaudiobook were very frequent. After 2 years of holy war and 4 years of stabilization, the number of powerhouses in the Temple Alliance was even higher than before the holy war. Only, there were far fewer ordinary soldiers than before. The temple's great gatherings start was an event occurring once every 10 years. The 6 great temples' greatest powerhouses would assemble on this grand occasion to exchange blows, while establishing new rankings. Almost all the higher-ups from the 6 great temples knew that this one great temple's gathering was really out of the ordinary. Being the first great temple's gathering since the end of the Holy War, it would not only create a brand new ranking, but moreover determine a lot of strategic policies. 2 years of Holy War had enormously depleted the alliance, but the demon side also suffered a great loss of strength, and 2 demon god pillars were even destroyed. The Temple Alliance became like a sharp sword sharpened on the demons, which had grown incredibly in sharpness. The human side did not weaken on par with the demon god emperor's expectations, but became instead more and more prosperous every day. Although the Temple Alliance's side was still short compared to the global demon strength, this gap was not that wide anymore. If the younger generation that experienced the Holy War were to grow, it would be hard to say for how many years the demon side would be able to keep pressuring the Temple Alliance. For the sake of preserving the demon superiority, the demon god emperor threw himself onto the eastern side and southern sea. Although some magical beasts inhabited the sea, it was even more filled with food. Highly nutritive food was extremely important to raise the demon side's strength. Never had they been short of powerhouses, but they always had to plunder humans to gain pitiful amounts of food. So, shifting their sight to the sea was an incomparable solution, as they had so much more to obtain in there. This matter was now under the responsibility of the moon demon god Agars, proving the high importance attached by the demon god emperor onto it. The temple's great gathering was on the verge of starting, and that was not just simple battle, but the greatest grand occasion for the 6 great temples, a great contest in all kinds of aspects, to finally establish a final ranking of the great temples. Although such a contest couldn't possibly be 100% fair, the Temple Alliance having been developed for so many years, the utmost was already done to ensure the greatest fairness. Lightnovelaudiobook would naturally be taking the arms on behalf of the Night Temple at that time. Hearing Lin Chen ask her how she felt about challenging a golden foundation armor, Lightnovelaudiobook couldn't help but shake her head with a smile on her face. "Grandpa Lin, I'm still a ways behind." Talents came forth in large numbers in the Alliance, and so many young powerhouses have sprang out in our Night Temple. With the few golden foundation armors that are available, I don't want to fight for them. Let's discuss this after my strength becomes sufficient. Lin Chen responded proudly. "How could your strength be insufficient? After my Vulcan swords are completed for you, even challenging a junior powerhouse of the 9th step may not be impossible. I think that we should take advantage of this temple's great gathering to directly pick a golden foundation armor for you." Lightnovelaudiobook stayed silent. Seeing the look on her face, Lin Chen naturally knew what she was thinking about. "Foolish girl, don't tell me you are still unwilling to accept it. You are not my granddaughter by blood, but in my eyes you are far stronger than that little Lightnovelaudiobook. To say nothing about his complete disappearance, even if he comes back alive, I don't have any assets to leave for this little bastard. If you still recognize this grandfather, stop rejecting me, or I am going to get angry." Don't tell me you want me to bring my things alongside in my coffin when I go? And since a night sword is already being made, what would I even keep it for? Li Xian's eyes reddened. Grandpa Lin, you're really so good to me. Lin Chen smiled in response. Don't tell me you're not treating your grandfather just as well? Don't overthink it. Strive your best during this period to make a good show in the temple's great gathering. It's different from the different sessions because, due to the holy war of 4 years ago, I'm afraid that there will be many more variables. It is also a great chance for the alliance. Li Xian felt moved, nodding lightly. Lin Chen was a higher-up of the Mage Temple, but in the end, as she was from the Night Temple, there were many matters Lin Chen was not allowed to communicate to her. He could only give her obscure warnings, which was already sufficient given her intelligence. Holy City. There is a simple small wooden cabin, with all the chairs and tables inside made of the simplest wood. Only, this wooden material was very special, with beautiful wooden designs, and dispersing a faint flowery flavor. This heavenly incense wood was a very precious material. Its smell brought great benefits to the human body, extending one's life while having invigorating effects. In front of a simply designed wooden table a girl sat calmly. This girl was clad in a white skirt and had pure and flawless looks. Only traces of sadness were visible in her eyes. A pile of red splinters was visible on the wooden table in front of her. From the curves on those shards it was clear their shape had once been close to spherical. It's been 4 years, Ubaldi. What a bastard. Why aren't you giving me any news? The Scarlet Dragon bead has broken, so your Scarlet Dragon armor is already in pieces, but you know I am still waiting for you. I believe that you must still be alive. You're still alive, right? As she spoke so, a deep purple pearl appeared in her hand. This pearl dispersed a very special power like faint coiling electricity. Although these fluctuations of spiritual energy were faint, that was still a fantastic phenomenon to behold. It's been 4 years, and you're definitely still alive, but just where are you? Why are you still not coming back after so long? Don't you know how I... At this point, tears flowed and splashed onto the table. In these past months, Holy City was especially lively, because the Great Alliance's gathering, which took place once every 10 years, was beginning soon. If the demon hunt competition was the grand occasion for the younger generation, the temple's great gathering was the most important occasion for the whole alliance. For the sake of this gathering, the 6 great temples had gathered the great majority of their powerhouses there, for the sake of having manpower ready for this temple's great gathering. A lot of ordinarily secluded elder had come to Holy City one after another, and although there were still a few days left before the event, the Temple Alliance had meetings underway every day. The higher-ups of the 6 great temples unceasingly consulted each other, though the content of the discussion was a top secret, only known to the top of the higher-ups. Any sharp person would realize that this gathering was different from all previous sessions. The atmosphere was also a lot more tense, as if something big was about to take place. In a silent room, 2 elders were seated in front of each other with stern looks on their faces, really making the atmosphere in the room stifling. Shockingly, the identities of these 2 decisive characters were of the 2 heads of the Night Temple, Longhaochen and Long Tianying. Longhaochen was not only a head of the Night Temple but moreover the head of the Alliance. But of course, this position was already nearing the term of office limit. According to the rules of the Alliance, a head of the Alliance couldn't serve for another consecutive term of office. In other words, Longhaochen inevitably needed to leave office. Brother Long, this one is left to you. Ai. Longhaochen let out a long sigh, clearly sounding desolate. Long Tianying wrinkled his brows. The balance is bound to change. I'm afraid that our night temple is. Longhaochen naturally knew what he was referring to, and forced a smile. So what's to be done about it? The temple that had the most outstanding, emerging figures in the younger generation 10 years ago was our night temple. But in this holy war, we were also the ones who sustained the highest damage. Sinew is already back, but for some reason he was only willing to remain on guard in the dragon-resisting mountain pass, and nothing could convince him to participate in this gathering. Now we must trouble you. Long Tianying let out a cold snort. Don't mention this unfilial son. Showing such a gloomy face all the day, who knows what's going through his mind? Longhaochen consoled him. Don't blame Xingyu. Haochen has been missing for so long, how could he not be worried? Mentioning Haochen, these two formidable divine knights couldn't help but became silent. Right, ever since Longhaochen brought Hanyu out from the dragon-resisting mountain pass, he had already been missing for over 4 years. The last time they had appeared was in the spiritual temple, and afterwards they had had no more news. Long Tianying and Longhaochen had already made secret inquiries to the spiritual temple regarding all this. Long Tianying suddenly slapped the table loudly, declaring remorsefully, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have allowed him to reform his demon hunt squad. If he had remained in the dragon-resisting mountain pass, how could we possibly be reduced to such a passive state? 4 years ago he had already broken through the 8th step. With these 4 more years, even the 9th step might not be out of his reach now. He's the scion of light, a god's chosen one. Even though his cultivation would still be rather weaker, with the approval of the divine throne of eternity and creation, this temple's great gathering would surely make him a great shining star. But now things are so awkward for the two of us." Longhaohen's face darkened. This matter is still Wenzhao's fault. If he hadn't gone to rescue him, they would not have gone missing. We have been doing all we could to look for traces of them, but we still didn't find anything. However, I still don't believe that they were truly done in by the demons. Long Tianying revealed a faint tint of sadness. Who would believe in that? The most outstanding talents from our Night Temple's younger generation are all gone. Now we are unable to even make ends meet. Recently, Li Jinji has even clearly expressed his will to support the recombination of the 6 great temples, to end the current state of dispersion of the alliance, unite us more closely, and make the alliance a nation. This is clearly a provocation against us. Doesn't he simply want to be the first head of this new alliance? Longhaochen declared, "This Li Jingji is strong, but he has a very sinister and perverse character. Although he's behaving appropriately, he is actually extremely proud to the core. Having him rule over the alliance won't be a lucky chance, but I'm afraid that we would hardly even be able to stop him, unless those seniors from the titled Demon Hunt squads step in." Long Tianying shook his head. That's impossible. These seniors have all clearly expressed their neutral standpoint on this temple's great gathering and won't possibly take part. Humph, Li Jingji. Let's see how much progress he has made over these past 10 years. He truly was a mighty experienced tiger. Right now, Long Tianying had an intense fighting intent rushing out from him. Longhaochen declared, "No matter who the final head is, establishing a new alliance demands immediate action. The holy war from 4 years ago has certainly caused severe damage to us, but it has started a new era for us as well. If a charismatic leader can unite the whole alliance and its resources, I believe that our counterattack against the demons could start soon. Long Tianying nodded. When we met with Shang Yu yesterday, the Assassin Temple expressed supporting us wholeheartedly. I have also convinced Xiao Yonghao on the matter, but since they are very close with the Mage Temple, I don't see much chance. The Priest Temple stands neutral so far, but now the greatest issue is the Spiritual Temple's attitude. Our chances would really increase greatly if they could support us. Yang Haohen responded. I think we don't need to worry too much regarding our supporters. After all, we have already ruled over the alliance for so many years already. We won't have any less support than the Mage Temple, but right now the most important is the result we will show in the temple's great gathering. This is very important, as the resistance against demonkind entails an inevitable clash against the demon god emperor. Strength will be one of the most important factors of authority in the new alliance. Li Jingji is really endowed in this aspect, especially after he has been bearing patiently over these past years. He clearly showed reserve at the temple's great gathering from 10 years ago, since he didn't show an absolute certainty at that time. He is clearly really more provoking this time, meaning he really is determined to win. Old Long, don't be negligent. Li Jingji is after all dominating in his age. I'm afraid that his internal spiritual energy has already broken through 200,000, or perhaps even higher. Long Tianying said, no matter the case, we have to give it a try. It won't be so easy for him to beat me. Yang Haohen said, there are 3 more days before the temple's great gathering starts. Let's go, we shall gather the elders from our night temple right now. Yeah. Long Tianying nodded, and the 2 powerhouses stood up at the same time, heading out. Right this instant, a vigorous sound came from outside. Chiefs, someone is requesting you. Yeah. Yang Haohen wrinkled his eyebrows. Who is it? He didn't say it, he just said he had something to give you. The voice reverberated from outside. Yang Haohen opened the door and came out, seeing a Mithril Foundation armored middle-aged knight stand respectfully in front of him, handing over an insignia held in both his hands. With a wave of Long Tianying's hand, that insignia came flying toward them. Yang Haohen then lifted his hand, catching the insignia inside. The 2 divine knights took the same action of looking at it without consulting. To the shock of that Mithril Foundation knight, the instant the gazes of these 2 divine knights gathered onto that insignia, they became simultaneously filled with shock. Looking at each other unconsciously, Yang Wenjiao and Long Tianying shouted at the same time at that Mithril Foundation knight, where's the owner of that insignia? Headquarters of the Temple Alliance, in a secluded room of the Mage Temple. The chubby Li Jingji sat calmly in the center of the room. A deep green glow surrounded him. Not just his whole body but a lot of empty space as well, dispersing a metallic gloss. That was clearly a materialization of spiritual highland, which looked close to a solidified state, giving off no illusory feel. Expelling a deep breath of air, Li Jingji slowly opened his eyes, and a green electric light shot out from his eyes, shooting straight at the spiritual highland in front of him. Ding! The spiritual highland barrier shook lightly before turning into countless green dots of light. Li Jingji took a deep breath of air, and immediately the green light disappeared, absorbed into his body. Reporting to Temple Head. The elders are waiting for you. A respectful call came from outside. Yeah. Li Zhengji gave a light reply, his body starting to float slowly. His feet landed on the ground, slowly coming out of the room. A middle-aged man clad in a green gown was waiting silently outside. Seeing Li Zhengji come out, he bowed his head immediately. The headquarters of the alliance allocated 6 areas for the respective temples, so the mage temple naturally had their own one. After going through 2 alleys, the middle-aged mage brought Li Zhengji directly to a luxurious conference room. Although the mage temple was inferior to the knight temple in status, their riches were something no other temple could compare to. Seeing Li Zhengji go in, everyone in the conference room straightened their posture. His figure shifting position, he appeared on the frontmost seat of the room. A total of 50 people were present inside, and although this was just a simple conference room, if a stranger were to be present here, he would be shocked to discover that the magic essence here was more dense than in the outside world by tenfold. Just a simple breath gave a feeling of stickiness. Without a doubt, these dense magic essences were brought by the people present inside. At least 80% of the mages present there had white hair and beards. They were clearly seated here for a long time, waiting for Li Zhengji to take charge of the meeting shortly. This bit made clear Li Zhengji's standing in the mage temple. When the other temples convened similar meetings, the temple head would normally not be the last one to arrive, out of respect for the elders from their respective temples. But Li Zhengji was clearly the last one to arrive, showing not only his personal disposition, but more importantly his authority in the mage temple. Sweeping his eyes over the rest of the assembly, he declared, "All of you elders, the temple's great gathering is about to start." According to reliable sources, this time the contestant from the side of the Night Temple will be Long Tianying. The Night Temple has been supporting the establishment of a new alliance, so let's encourage their plan since there's no other way around it for now. I have always been against the establishment of this new alliance so far, not because I was against unifying the 6 great temples' forces, but because our mage temple still didn't have the strength to control it. But this temple's great gathering is not the same. I hope that each of you will support me in this unification. I don't wish to hear any unharmonious voice. To repel demonkind, a new alliance needs a sufficiently powerful and capable commander. This is a responsibility that cannot be passed to any others. The Night Temple is already getting aged, and I am confident in being able to lead a new holy war against demonkind. During my living years, I am resolved to command the alliance, and command humankind to retake our land. Li Zhengji's speed was very relaxed, but contained an unquestionable might. Hearing him, although some elders furrowed their brows or showed some dissatisfaction, most of the rest had fervent looks. The Mage Temple was so far always the number 2 of the alliance, having been suppressed for far too long by the Night Temple. That was because they hadn't had a genius mage such as Li Zhengji, Wind Element Master Mage, who recently started to secretly change this situation. And now was finally the time to mobilize. How could they not get excited? Auxiliary Headlin. Li Zhengji raised his head to look at the nearby Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded to him. All the preparations are ready. Li Zhengji had a faint smile. All right, let's announce some candidates for the temple's great gathering next. The Night Temple and Mage Temple were not the only ones to convene meetings. The other temples also convened similar meetings. The establishment of a new alliance was imminent. The higher-ups from the 6 great temples were acting exactly as though authority over the new temple alliance was a prize to be won. The atmosphere in the warrior temple's gathering was a lot more relaxed than the mage temple. Qiu Yonghao was seated on the main seat, and a total of more than 30 elders were reunited inside of the warrior temple. Okay, let's settle things this way. We are giving our full support to the mage temple. Li Jingji has already given us his promise to give the warrior temple an important status after a new alliance is established. I have already prepared most arrangements. Do you have some more suggestions? This meeting will be the last one before the temple's great gathering starts. If anyone has any objection, raise it right now, otherwise, I will take it that we are all agreed to move as one. There had already been a lot of meetings in the warrior temple, and the objections and suggestions were raised since long before. Right now, Qiu Yonghao made the elders from the warrior temple nod in succession, expressing their final words of approval. Right at this time, an abrupt objection broke the harmony in the room. I have an objection. This declaration was really just too sudden, and was formulated by an illusory figure, appearing without warning beside the warrior temple's head Qiu Yonghao, a warrior appearing from nowhere clad in full silver body armor. The elders present were all startled. No one had expected someone to actually dare stir up trouble in a meeting between the elders, let alone using an ability similar to teleportation. Qiu Yonghao was also greatly startled, but responded fast. He was fully certain that this person was none of the elders from the warrior temple, yet that person appeared right beside him, bringing a terrifying feeling of might to the whole assembly. Almost unconsciously, Qiu Yonghao riposted with his left hand, striking straight on the chest of the silver-armored warrior that had just appeared. This punch was not to be underestimated. That strike drew in the air within a meter's range, briefly covering that area in a near vacuum, and locked that silver-armored warrior in place, removing any avenue of escape. As a powerhouse of the ninth step, Qiu Yonghao had made huge progress thanks to the sword intent that longhaochen had left behind. His move combined a great skill with great simplicity. That silver-armored warrior didn't even avoid it, but confronted Qiu Yonghao's punch, aiming a punch too. Her hand wrapped in silver light met Qiu Yonghao's hand as well. When the two parties struck each other, a fantastic scene came to sight. Qiu Yonghao's body trembled slightly, repelled 1/3 of a meter back. That silver-armored warrior's shoulders swayed, drawing backward immediately. The miraculous thing was that even a clash at their level of power did not let out any leak of spiritual energy nor any huge explosion. After the two punches collided, no other changes followed. For a moment, the elders of the warrior temple all had shocked faces, flashing out to surround that silver-armored warrior at once. The most shocked was naturally Qiu Yonghao himself, who couldn't possibly annihilate any leak of spiritual energy. This was done by this silver-armored warrior. It looked like the opponent suffered a loss in the exchange, but she had still annihilated all his spiritual energy, using the spatial attribute to cause it to vanish. There's no way this warrior's cultivation could be inferior to his. And furthermore, he was able to feel that the opponent had no ill intent from this exchange of blows. Qiu Yonghao raised his hand, planning to block the warrior temple's elders present. Straightening his posture, he questioningly looked at the other warrior, having felt a kind of clear sense of familiarity in the previous clash. "Who are you?" Qiu Yonghao asked in a grave tone. The silver-armored warrior did not remove the equipped helmet, but calmly stood there without movement. However, the perspicacious people were able to see Qiu Yonghao's ear fluttering lightly, clearly from a sound transmission by this silver-armored warrior. Hearing this uninvited guest's sound transmission, Qiu Yonghao's expression of shock intensified greatly. He suddenly waved his hand to the elders. the meeting is to be temporarily paused. I have a matter to talk with this warrior about. Everyone head back first. This matter needs to be kept strictly confidential." Saying that, he nodded to that silver-armored warrior, and headed out with large strides. This suddenness shocked all the higher-ups of the warrior temple present here. From that armor, she really was a warrior, but was only slightly disadvantaged against Qiu Yonghao's blow, and moreover, she was clearly a master at using spatial abilities with great suddenness. For a moment, none of them were able to recall when such a powerful warrior could have risen up in their temple, and moreover, at the time she interrupted Qiu Yonghao, it could be heard from her voice that that was a girl. The silver-armored warrior followed Qiu Yonghao to a private room inside the warrior temple's quarters of the Alliance. Qiu Yonghao closed the door, and a golden light dispersed from his body, condensing to form metallic lusters that covered every corner of the room. Using spiritual Highland to shut every possible awareness out of this room was only achievable by a powerhouse of Qiu Yonghao's level. "Yuan, is it really you?" After Qiu Yonghao's use of spiritual Highland completed, he asked this with great impatience. Taking off her helmet, the silver warrior revealed a face of great beauty, with a look filled with great determination and calm. Wang Yenyuan reports to temple head. Right, the one who had suddenly broken inside the warrior temple's meeting and interrupted Qiu Yonghao was Wang Yuanyuan, who was supposedly missing for over 4 years. Although Qiu Yonghao became aware of her identity with the previous sound transmission, recognizing Wang Yuanyuan's face still caused his body to shake in terrible excitement. "Yuanyuan, you are finally back. Just where were you during these 4 years?" Originally, Qiu Yonghao had felt unwell for a very long time after learning about Wang Yuanyuan's disappearance alongside Longhaochen. Not only was she one of their people, but moreover she had a great talent and temperament. During the Holy War, Wang Yuanyuan had gained herself the title of Bloody Goddess of War. Some of the powerhouses of the 9th step hadn't even necessarily contributed in the war as much as her. In the southeastern fort, the Bloody Goddess remained for a long while. At that time, Qiu Yonghao had already decided to train her well, and even prepare her as his future successor. Maybe Wang Yuanyuan's talent was not comparable to Longhaochen's, but Qiu Yonghao could tell that she was incomparably resolute, and had an unwavering willpower. Such a determination would hardly be found in men, yet was found in Wang Yuanyuan. But regrettably, Wang Yuanyuan had followed Longhaochen in departing from southeastern fort without any second thoughts, rejecting all Qiu Yonghao's recommendations. Afterwards, no other news came of her. Qiu Yonghao had even obtained the information that Wang Yuanyuan was not the only one to have gone missing, but that the same went for their whole demon hunt squad. This matter had shocked the highest higher-ups of the Temple Alliance for a very long time. After all, Longhaochen's existence was really extraordinary in itself. The Alliance's head Yang Haohen was greatly criticized for this matter by the other temple's heads, who condemned his decision of letting Longhaochen reform his demon hunt squad. No one thought that after 4 years passed, Wang Yuanyuan would actually be back, and that her strength would actually progress to such an extent in 4 short years. Bowing deferentially, Wang Yuanyuan's eyes dispersed a dazzling brilliance. "Head, I'm not the only one to be back. All my comrades are also back." Qiu Yonghao became greatly surprised once again. "Are you saying that Longhaochen and the others?" Wang Yuanyuan nodded. "Captain gave me a message to pass to temple head. With our status as a titled demon hunt squad, we want to challenge this temple's great gathering. If we manage to show a sufficient performance, We hope to gain the warrior temple's support, and yours as well. Xuanhuan was slightly shocked. Are you saying that you want to take part as a titled demon hunt squad? Wang Yuanyuan replied. According to the rules of the temple's great gathering, titled demon hunt squads, being groups that made extraordinary contributions, are qualified to participate independently in the temple's great gathering and gain full credits. If they can finish with a rank in the top 3, they will be qualified to make the alliance accept one of their terms. Xuanhuan wrinkled her eyebrows. Yuanyuan, you have been gone for so long, but want to directly take part in the temple's great gathering right after returning. Don't you know that this temple's great gathering has a very special meaning? Just what is longhaochen planning? He understood very clearly that longhaochen was the true core of bright glimmer of hope. Wang Yuanyuan smiled back. It is right because this temple's great gathering is really extraordinary that we want to take part. Head Qiu, are you willing to support us? Xuanhuan declared, since you have all come to take part in the gathering, you should be aware of all the rules for the gathering. Even if you are a titled demon hunt squad, it is nearly impossible for your team to be strong enough to prove itself. Making it to the top 3 is all the more impossible. Longhaochen may have the warrior temple's favor, but you are really making trouble on this one. I cannot support you by any means and won't give you any commitment. I am saying this on behalf of the warrior temple. Wang Yuanyuan's eyes flashed radiantly. Then, what if we can take the first place? If we place above all 6 great temples, would you be willing to support us? Xuanhuan was greatly shocked by hearing these words come out from Wang Yuanyuan's mouth with such an extreme confidence. He had just gotten to try out Wang Yuanyuan's strength, and had been able to determine, with just a simple contact, that she should have already broken through the 9th step. Thinking of that, he couldn't help but show great alarm. Right, Wang Yuanyuan was just the warrior of the bright glimmer of hope demon hunt squad. Her cultivation having already attained the 9th step, what level could longhaochen's cultivation have attained? And moreover, they had previously destroyed demon god pillars. At this point, Xuanhuan's look warmed up greatly. Yuanyuan, just what are you guys trying to do? What are your goals? Head, we have only one goal. That's to lead humankind to defeat demonkind. Xuanhuan shook his head. This is such an important topic and you broach it so suddenly. I am at a loss for how to even respond to you. Wang Yuanyuan nodded and replied, let it be then. I believe that Captain will have the ability to convince you, as well as the higher-ups of all the other 6 great temples. At the present time, strength is the most important factor in the resistance against demonkind. I am going, please keep secret the matter of our return. Xuanhuan responded. Yuanyuan, don't look down on the temple's great gathering. Maybe you made huge progresses in strength, but the trump cards of the temples aren't something a demon hunt squad such as yours can resist. Wang Yuanyuan only smiled in response. I think that you will be very pleasantly surprised. Xuanhuan had a bitter smile. Actually, I don't want this pleasant surprise, because that would be even harder for me to accept. Although I don't believe you can win, if you can really manage this feat, our warrior temple will at least promise to be neutral. Wang Yuanyuan had a look of surprise. She was originally planning only to greet Xuanhuan and leave him with a deep impression before the start of the temple's great gathering. But she did not expect him to express his neutrality. The warrior temple being a faithful supporter of the mage temple, their neutral standpoint was extremely important in longhaochen's plans. As the head of the warrior temple, Yonghao was optimistic that Bright Glimmer of Hope wouldn't insist on recalling the favor Longhaochen formerly did the warrior temple. Individual favor was one thing, but a temple's benefit was another. His expression of neutrality was already a token of his support regarding Bright Glimmer of Hope. How old was Wang Yuanyuan this year? Below 30. For how long had the warrior temple not gotten a powerhouse of the 9th step under 30 years old of age? And not only the warrior temple, the whole alliance had not gotten such a young powerhouse for a really long time. Furthermore, he determined from Wang Yuanyuan's speech that she was absolutely not the only one to have attained the 9th step in Bright Glimmer of Hope. Their confidence in participating in the temple's great gathering as a demon hunt squad already resolved a lot of mysteries. Longhaochen being such an earth-shattering genius, now that they were back after disappearing for over 4 years, their talents as well as their young ages foretold their future positions of cornerstones of the 6 great temples with certainty. The initiative of the warrior temple was a head start for preparing future scenarios. Yet Xiao Yonghao didn't believe in the slightest that Bright Glimmer of Hope would make any showing in this temple's great gathering. Since things were like that, what's the deal with a little promise? A fierce argument was taking place in the meeting taking place in the Assassin Temple. Head Shengyu, I don't believe that we should still wholeheartedly support the Night Temple. Don't tell me you cannot tell that the Night Temple is already in decline. The one speaking was an elder with a slim build, an aged face covered with wrinkles and a bald head. No matter how one looked, he already looked like someone with 1 foot in the grave, who'd just fall over in front of a blowing gust. But his sharp look was as sharp and ice-cold as an eagle, visibly extremely resentful. Since 10 years ago, the Night Temple has not produced any new divine knights. Of their 3 divine knights, Yang Wenzhao will be unable to participate in this one due to being the present alliance's head. Long Xingyu has not even come. And what can just Long Tianying alone do? This temple's great gathering is really special and will determine the future path of the alliance. Standing on the wrong side will very possibly cause a decline of the alliance and greatly lower our position in the future alliance. Although we also cannot take the exact opposite stance by supporting the Mage Temple, we should at least stay neutral and stop keeping the same position as in the past. Don't look down on this thin-looking elder. His speech shook the whole conference room immediately. Shengyu sat on the first seat and had a really heavy look. This was far from the only one of the elders from the Assassin Temple to raise an objection. He may be the head of the Assassin Temple, but these elders from their temple were far more influential than the ones from other temples, especially this one who just made his speech. That was the chief elder of the Assassin Temple, Xuezichen, the most senior, and 1 generation older than Shengyu, as well as being the representative of the oldest generation of the Assassin Temple. In strength, he was in the top tier of the Assassin Temple, reaching the 2nd rank of the 9th step, and was close to the 3rd rank. Calling him the cornerstone of the Assassin Temple would be no exaggeration, and as the chief elder, plenty of people supported him. Right now, the expression of his point of view created a total plot shift in this conference. The higher-ups and greatest elders from the Assassin Temple made up a total of 41 people, and at least half of them were swayed. Another elder continued, "Old Shuer is right. Our damage was very great in this holy war 4 years ago, and the same goes for the Night Temple. After such a long time, the Mage Temple and Spiritual Temple having sustained the least damage, their rise in power has been the quickest. And in this alliance's great gathering, I don't think they will be able to defend their crown. We must discard this alliance. Or else how will the other temples view us after the birth of the new alliance? We will not only lose a powerful ally, but moreover we will become despised by all the other temples. From another point of view, if the Night Temple hadn't assisted us so wholeheartedly, how long do you think we would have lasted in the Holy War? Do you know how many souls of the loyal knights have been left in our walls? Don't tell me you want to abandon our benefactor like that? I have already decided that no matter whether the Night Temple finally defends their crown or not, our Assassin Temple will keep supporting them with its all. Even if the Night Temple finally loses, we will at least stand in solidarity. Demonkind is our target, not internal strife. I believe whoever rules over the new alliance, they won't excessively oppress the other temples. This was not the first time Shang Yu had spoken these words, but the Assassin Temple still had yet to come to a unanimous reply. The temple's great gathering was nearing, so the choice of the Assassin Temple couldn't keep being delayed. They had to come to a final decision on this day, but the sound of opposition was still just as high. Of the 6 great temples, the one with the least control was, without a doubt, Shang Yu. That was due to historical reasons. After all, his teacher who used to be the previous head of the Assassin Temple had already, before dying many years ago, been contesting against Xue Jisheng. The competitiveness between these 2 elders was very intense, and their gap in strength, very little. Now that Shang Yu had lost his teacher's support, his standing in the Assassin Temple was naturally not that great any longer. This was also why he had to ruthlessly make Kair integrate with the spiritual stove of samsara back in those years. He hoped for his granddaughter to not become like him at the time when she would control the Assassin Temple. As the chief of the elders group, Xue Zixing suggested, "Since you are so obstinate, let us decide by vote then. As the temple head, your vote can count thrice, while mine as the chief of the elders can count twice. The minority shall follow the majority, so we will come to a conclusion today." Hearing all this, Shang Yu felt his heart tighten. He understood that since Xue Jisheng was suggesting such a course of action, he was already fully confident in having the large majority here supporting him. In case this decision came through, even the head of the Assassin Temple wouldn't be able to do anything about it, and this would also greatly damage his future authority as well. Since things had come to this, Shang Yu was already unable to stop the voting taking place in front of him. Out of rage, he clenched his hands tightly, looking grudgingly at Xue Jisheng. The gloomy and cold-eyed Jisheng gave no leeway. Despite growing very old, his authority in the Assassin Temple was still really massive. In this oppressive atmosphere, which would possibly degenerate at any time, a clear voice suddenly reverberated from all directions of the room. "What use is there to vote? The reason why you are opposed to supporting the Night Temple is only that they are not strong enough in your eyes. Then, let's decide on this decision based on strength as well. Whoever is the strongest should get to decide." These sounds were heard clearly by everyone present while the temperature in the whole room plummeted. There wasn't any murderous spirit, but an indescribable killing intent burst out in all directions. Although at least a half of the powerhouses present here reached the 9th step, in front of such a terrifying killing intent, everyone felt as if they had been wrapped around ice. Ha! Even Shang Yu and Xue Jingji were shocked. This sudden surge of killing intent was just too terrible. The Assassin Temple was expert in slaughter, but right now, they had great feelings of shock when getting wrapped up in this killing intent. Just who was it that came? Of so many powerhouses there, none had even taken notice. And furthermore, this killing intent was clearly at the level of a domain. The powerhouses of the 9th step in the Assassin Temple were close to 20, but of the ones really wielding a domain, including Sheng Yu and Xue Jisheng, there were only a total of 4. Exactly because they had domains of their own, their comprehension of domains was far deeper as well, enabling them to clearly identify this cold surge of killing intent as coming out from a domain of an even higher grade than theirs. That incorporeal pressure left them full of shock. A black figure appeared noiselessly in the midst of the conference room, standing at the highest point of this 7 meters tall room. Clad in a long black skirt, she had long deep purple hair draping all over her back and down to her feet. As her hair fluttered lightly, that cold killing intent kept coming out from her body. A huge sickle was held in her right hand, dispersing deep blue and purple lusters. Although she was just floating at this spot, she felt like the center of the world. Everyone felt as if the terrifying killing intent coming out from her body was entirely aimed at themselves, and no one dared act blindly, not even Xue Jisheng, because none of them felt confident in taking a full-powered blow from her. Her face was of absolute beauty, but her eyes were deep and fathomless. Some white halations kept coming out from her body at low intensity, but giving off an incomparable feeling of nobility. An even more intense white halation came out from the midst of her chest, giving off a pure and holy presence. Seeing her appear, Shang Yu suddenly felt his eyes becoming really hazy in tears. He unconsciously loosened the tight grip on his chest, his body starting to shake uncontrollably. She was back, finally back. Kair! Hearing Shang Yu's resounding call, the higher-ups of the Assassin Temple became full of shock. Almost all of them knew that Shang Yu had a great-granddaughter who had carried on the dagger of samsara, but the ones who had seen Kair for real were really few. All they knew was that Kair had disappeared over 4 years ago. At that very moment, Kair's appearance in front of them gave off a great feeling of shock. Could it be that she really managed to gain control over the might of the dagger of samsara? No, but just how old was she? Just in her 20s. Kair's deep look was directed at Zhao Jisheng as she declared indifferently, "Before deciding by vote, I challenge Elder Xue in my capacity as the saint daughter of Samsara of the Assassin Temple. If I win, I will take over your status as Elder Chief of the Assassin Temple. And if you win..." At that point, she paused and suddenly showed a smile, a devastatingly beautiful smile that made everyone present sluggish. "You won't be able to win, so no need to consider this eventuality. I am bringing everyone somewhere else, which should make it easier for Elder Xue to show the best of his capability." At this point, she waved the sickle of the god of death, from which a translucent white ray came out and turned into a barrier, wrapping around everyone present. From there, a white brilliance came to view, causing their surroundings to look blurry. A spatial transportation which could actually transport such a large group of people. In a large flash of light, all the higher-ups from the Assassin Temple appeared in a building dispersing a white halation. The surroundings gave off an illusory feeling, and soft fluctuations of spiritual energy circulated all around her. Those pure fluctuations with no elemental attribute were faint in intensity, but gave off a great feeling of might. The higher-ups from the Assassin Temple were all shocked. Kair's sudden return was originally a great shock, but her display was beyond their knowledge. They did not know what she did to cause such a miraculous scene. This was clearly not inside Xingma Dalu, but what was this place? Could Kair's cultivation already be at the level to open up a whole new space? Xue Jisheng's complexion became extremely unsightly. His sight was firmly fixed onto the sickle of the god of death in Kaire's hand. Out of everyone present, only he knew that the white rays dispersed from her weapon was light of purification, giving off pure palpitations. Xue Jisheng knew about Sheng Yu's great-granddaughter being the saint daughter of Samsara with extraordinary gifts, her innate internal spiritual energy surpassing 90. But from his view, even if Kair was still an important figure, she was in the end really young, to say nothing about how she was already missing for so long. Never did he expect Kair to appear at such a time, and moreover, from Sheng Yu's expression, he could tell that even he didn't expect Kair to come out at such a time. Kair's look swept through each of the assassins present. Strength shall account for everything. I challenge every one of you. Whoever accepts my challenge will have to give me his or her right to vote upon defeat. If you don't accept my challenge, I take it that you renounce on this right to vote. Xue Jingji let out a cold snort. In what way are you qualified to do that, little girl? Kair let out an indifferent smile. I am part of the Assassin Temple, and strength is what qualifies me. Based on the rules of the Assassin Temple, reaching the 9th step of cultivation should make one an elder of the temple. Hence I am already part of the elders group. Moreover, none of this matters to me. This is my world, so without my permission, none of you may come out. Whoever does not accept my rules may remain here forever. You! Xue Jisheng agitatedly reacted in anger. Although Kair was displaying a very relaxed smile, her tyrannical speech enraged these old assassins. A little girl of 20 or so actually dared speak to them in such a manner. Sheng Yu, is this how you trained your great-granddaughter? Xue Jingji shifted his focus on Sheng Yu. Sheng Yu was no longer as perturbed as he had been long ago, and showed an indifferent smile in response. Kair is my great-granddaughter, but she's also the treasure of our assassin temple. All of you should have heard that Kair had already started integrating the spiritual stove of samsara at the age of 3, gaining the approval of the dagger of samsara. You should all know how much pain and torment Kair had to experience to fuse with the spiritual stove of samsara. Her 6 senses were lost in succession, and she was left in a cold cave by herself at the age of 3 years old for a very long time. All of this was to make her stronger for the sake of our assassin temple. Maybe she's still young, but from how I see it, she sacrificed absolutely no less than anyone else present here for the sake of the Assassin Temple. Since she is finally back after over 4 years, now should be the time for me to resign from my leading post. Our next decisions to make are no longer only about our position in the temple's great gathering, but also I have a proposal. To let Kair take over my duty to hold office as head of the Assassin Temple. Oh, there's also something else that I forgot to announce to you all. As early as 5 years ago, Kair already underwent her formal awakening as the saint daughter of Samsara, making her the one chosen by the god of death. I believe that her capabilities as a god's chosen one should have already grown tremendously. Now should be the time to unify the Assassin Temple. Sheng Yu's words gave off earth-shattering feelings to the whole audience. The one chosen by the god of death, taking over the Assassin Temple? This was a far more important matter for the Assassin Temple. Seeing the sickle of the god of death in Kair's hand, the looks in the eyes of some of them relaxed gradually. Perhaps the supporters of Xue Jisheng were more numerous, but their standpoint was all in consideration for the Assassin Temple. As early as 10 years ago, Sheng Yu had mentioned that, at the time Kair gained true control over the dagger of samsara and reached the 9th step of cultivation, she would get a unanimous support from their temple. The former scion of samsara, used to raise the assassin temple to the top of the alliance, so why would the new saint daughter of Samsara not be able to do the same? Now that Kyre was back, her cultivation having visibly also broken through the 9th step, as well as having a domain of her own, and furthermore, having the miraculous ability of spatial shifting, everyone here knew who would be the most fitted to lead the assassin temple. Most importantly, Kyre was a little over 20 years old. The meaning of a powerhouse of the 9th step and inheritor of the dagger of Samsara at this age was clear in all their eyes. Even if Kyre had just risen to the 9th step, what if she would be given 10 years? Everyone knew about Li Jingji's strength, but his innate internal spiritual energy was only at 80. Being just a wind user at this level of cultivation, what would come out 10 years later for Kyre? At that time, would the assassin temple even need to attach themselves to someone else? It would rather be the others who would come cling to them. Thinking of all this, the standpoints of the higher-ups present distinctly changed. Being the chief elder of the assassin temple, how could the experienced Xue Jisheng not be able to tell out the changes on the others? Just as Kyre had said, strength was the greatest factor of authority. Moreover, she wielded the symbolic saint dagger of Samsara, giving her an extreme importance inside the assassin temple. Adding Shang Yu's support of her to that, if this went on, his control over the elders would surely suffer a huge blow. The reason why Xue Jisheng had such backing in the assassin temple naturally had its basis, stemming first of all from the consideration behind his decision for the assassin temple. At the same time, he had his own selfish motives. The head of the mage temple Li Jingji had given him the promise that if he managed to get the assassin temple to remain neutral, after the new alliance gets established, he'd be given a high position in this new alliance. Don't think that because of his old age, his thirst for authority would have lightened. Perhaps he was even more thirsty for the unobtainable. Right now, it looked that Shang Yu and Kyre were about to regain control of the situation, so he naturally wouldn't leave the matter at that. Snorting coldly, he suddenly let a huge blast of imposing manner burst out from him, catching the attention of everyone present here. Very well. Then let this man try out, to see whether you are qualified to undertake the heavy responsibilities of the saint daughter of Samsara. If you win, I will unconditionally support all your future decisions, as well as be in favor of you replacing Shang Yu. But if you lose, stay secluded in our temple for a few more years, and you can take duty in some high position after you gain sufficient strength. No matter what one may say, Xue Jingji was a higher-up from the assassin temple. After a short time of fury, he gained some knowledge of Kyre from Shang Yu's explanation. Of course, he understood that Kyre's presence would very possibly make a new glorious future arise for the assassin temple, so right now, his speech was a lot lighter. Of course, he did not believe that the current Kyre had enough capability. After all, she was still so young. His current hope was to gain control over the current assassin temple and gain a better standing in the new alliance. As for the future, it should be left to the youngsters of Kyre's generation. That is why Jisheng decided to accept Kyre's challenge and prove himself with strength, in order to maintain his support among these fickle assassins. Shang Yu did not eventually take Xue Jisheng in his eye, a light smile coming into view on his severe face. That's because he knew that at the time Kyre brought the assassin temple's higher-ups there, Xue Jisheng had already lost. He didn't lose in cultivation, but in age and future. Even if he didn't take part anymore, Kyre's supporters would only keep growing more and more. As for this battle, no matter whether it ends as a win or a loss, Kai'er had already made a real impact on the people, making her control over the assassin temple only a matter of time. Xue Jisheng's figure sparkled slightly, then his figure disappeared, and the next instant he appeared at a distance of 20 meters from Kai'er. His awe-inspiring look was directed at her like a viper eyeing its prey, his hands placed behind his back and showing an unwavering face. Make your move then. As a powerhouse of higher generation, Xue Jisheng was 4 generations ahead of Kai'er, so attacking the first was not something he could do. Kai'er responded with a light smile. Then you better take care. The sickle of the goddess of light lightly paused on the ground, and the pure white light of purification spread to all directions, giving off a feeling of electricity hovering through the whole sky. Kai'er's sickle of the goddess of light struck under these circumstances. Right at the same time as Kai'er made her move, Xue Jisheng's body disappeared, leaving only light silver remnants behind. That was the highest powerhouse of the Assassin Temple, an assassin wielding space attribute, not someone who speaks casually, but one with real great strength. When Kai'er's blow landed and gave off the feeling that she was in a disadvantageous position, a miraculous change took place. The sickle of the god of death rapidly traced a shifting arc, and at the same time, Kai'er's whole body turned into a white color, and the sickle of the god of death had a huge blade extension attached. First of the 7 arts of the god of death, death in childhood. Dang! A figure was pushed away in midair. At the same time that huge white blades swept past the empty space, Xue Jisheng fortunately appeared at its weakest spot. Having just crossed space through instant shift to face such a terrible blow, Xue Jisheng was really pressured greatly, as one may well imagine. The killing intent originally swarming out from Kai'er seemed to have disappeared, but the immense sickle of the god of death in her hand felt about to slice Xue Jisheng. A pair of silvery white daggers with an orange tint came to block off that white glow, as he took on a soul shock, dispersing rapidly his spatial spiritual energy, as his spiritual highland unexpectedly got dispersed upon contact with that white blade. Attribute suppression. That was the absolute suppression of the purification attribute in front of spatial attribute. Xue Jisheng clearly felt that Kai'er's spiritual energy was below his to some extent, but under the attack of that huge white blade, he saw with shock the bluish and purplish sickle follow him tightly while being sent flying, striking his pair of daggers fiercely. Relying on his pair of daggers of epic tier, Xue Jisheng could parry the attack of the light of purification, but the instant they clashed against the opponent's weapon, Xue Jisheng felt his body shiver like he'd been electrocuted, finding out with shock that cracks were appearing lightning fast on his daggers. Although this attack was not enough to destroy the daggers of epic tier, what about the next one? His figure flashing past, Xue Jisheng disappeared once again, but Kai'er didn't pursue the attack, standing calmly on the same spot. A drizzling fog spread outwards, growing alongside lotus flowers' petals. In the midst of these petals, she simply looked like a fairy. Everywhere those petals passed, a thin white fog was produced in the air, not dense enough to obstruct the field of vision, and not even acting on the senses, but this white fog gave off a feeling of terror hard to describe. The petals stopped after spreading out to a diameter of 30 meters, and didn't envelop the rest of the assassins. A domain. That was clearly a domain. The 20 or so years old Kai'er actually really managed to wield a domain of her own, and that was a domain with uses that no one was able to recognize. Domains were of different types, with no completely identical ones. Common knowledge would generally want assassin domains to be expert in single-targeted attacks, as assassins would usually be the strongest on a small scale. Kairos domain was also of rather small scale among assassins' domains. But the smaller the scale, the greater the burst power coming along. The unknown was the most terrifying. Precisely because no one understood the effects of Kairos domain, it gave off a feeling of reverence. Both Kairos currently displayed domain and the attack that sent off Xuejiqing were sufficient for her to prove her own strength to the higher-ups from the Assassin Temple more than enough. No matter how this fight would end, her backers would in no way be few. Shang Yu's smile became even more accentuated. After being away for over 4 years, not only did Kairos' strength grow to a shocking level, but even her temperament made enormous progress. She did not simply fight to win against Xuejiqing, but most all to make a show for further the higher-ups assassins' approval of her. Right at this time, 12 brilliant silver gates appeared suddenly in the domain surrounding Kair, including even herself inside. This 12 spaces domain was the domain of the Assassin Temple's elders Chief Xuejiqing, another domain fitting individual battles the most, a powerful domain of spatial attribute. While raised up, these 12 silver-colored spatial gates immediately blocked off the view of the other assassins. By chance, this place was tall enough for them to liberate spiritual wings of their own, rising high in the battlefield. Facing the 12 spaces domain, Kair was still standing quietly in the middle and making no movements. These petals kept spreading outwards and releasing a white halo, as she seemed to be just calmly waiting. Suddenly, a silver ray instantly burst forth from the spatial gate, traveling too fast to be followed with one's eyes. As it flashed, the opposite silver-colored gate of light disappeared at once. The 12 spaces domain's greatest trait was its encirclement. Someone who gets caught inside this domain couldn't possibly escape without beating or getting beaten by Xuejiqing. It was called 12 spaces domain because of the 12 superpositioned spatial gates giving rise to this domain. 12 spaces overlapping each other should in normal times not be achievable by any means, but this domain's spatial effects made this possible. In there, escaping through spatial abilities or even passing through space would not be possible either. It looked that these spaces had no floor, but actually, Kair was absolutely incapable of flight at the very moment. At the same time, Xuejiqing's attacks would be greatly amplified by the effects of the domain's overlaps. Their speed as well as destructive power would reach terrifying levels. 10 years ago, Xuejiqing relied on the 12 spaces domain to vanquish a demon god ranked in the top 40, giving a great boost to his reputation, as well as making him known as the #1 of the Assassin Temple. Right now, Kair and her domain with ineffable effects were all surrounded by the 12 spaces domain, giving rise to a far from good situation. When the silver rays flashed, Kair still stood there, unharmed, but the far-sighted people could all see that when the silver ray launched its attack, Kair's body suddenly had an illusory look. All these rays pierced through her body, but when they disappeared, she came back to normal. That was obviously an extraordinary dodging technique. Xuejiqing's 12 spaces domain's amplification may actually rank his speed at the #1 in the alliance, but Kair still managed to evade him through her dodging techniques. Who wouldn't be shocked by such a feat? Suddenly, the sickle of the god of death suddenly slashed out in a direction, before coming back to normal, the 12 spaces domain remaining the same. No one could tell what she was doing. The only shocked one was the involved elder Xuejiqing. Kair's previous empty slash nearly caused him to splurt out blood, because her weapon slashed at his second attack's trajectory. With his previous lesson, He now really didn't dare clash against the sickle of the god of death, for fear of getting his pair of epic tier daggers destroyed. So at the time Kyre moved her sickle of the god of death, he suddenly shifted trajectory unconsciously and interrupted his own attacking motion. In fact, the 12 spaces domain may give a great amplification to his attacking power, but his body would also be subjected to a great pressure. Suddenly stopping his course of attack immediately inflicted on him a severe backlash, and this oldest elder from the Assassin Temple was far from young anymore. In their clashes, Kyre had launched only one direct attack, but its whole process shocked Xue Jisheng greatly. To say nothing about the degree of power of her attack, or the tyrannical strength of the sickle of the god of death, the fact that Kyre managed to accurately predict his location went beyond this old man's understanding. Xue Jisheng may not be the greatest powerhouse in the alliance, but he was certain to be the greatest cultivator of the spatial attribute in the alliance. He found no explanation as for how Kyre managed to predict his own position. This should be impossible from his point of view, and immediately caused a loss of advantage on his side. Also, after launching his first attack through his domain, he came to realize the fearfulness of Kyre's domain. That peaceful-looking lotus petal-releasing domain had a horrifying side, even for someone of his level. His previous attack's speed was monstrous, but it had to pass through Kyre's domain. Just by passing through, he felt the instant disappearance of 1% of the spiritual energy in his body. To some cultivator of a rather low level, a percent may not seem significant, but to a powerhouse with close to 300,000 spiritual energy, 1% was a loss of 3,000 spiritual energy. And he had only passed through it for 1 instant. If he were to fight her in her domain for a long time, wouldn't his spiritual energy just get totally wiped dry? Furthermore, this purified spiritual energy was very possibly transferred to Kyre. What a terrifying domain of purification! Right because of these discoveries, Xue Jisheng temporarily remained passive. His attacks were unable to land on Kyre, and he would get purified by her domain. What could he do in such a battle? Furthermore, her offensive strength was really domineering. Xue Jisheng had his hands tied for another reason, being that there's no way he could really harm Kyre. After all, Kyre was the future hope of the Assassin Temple. Even if his thirst for authority were to be even greater, he was after all a member of the Assassin Temple as well. That is why his techniques of assassination could in no way be used in this exchange with Kyre. Feeling Xue Jisheng's silence, Kyre made a move, revealing an indifferent smile. The sickle of the god of death was lightly waved in front of her, and immediately the petals on her domain curled up around its blade. At a lift of her right hand, it turned into airflows on the tip of her blade, shooting at the 12 spaces domain's gates. This attack of hers immediately caused the 12 gates to twist violently, turning a large amount of spatial spiritual energy into a barrier. This domain, combining attack, defense, and boost in one, was really specialized for individual battles. He could proudly affirm that it ranked amongst the top, compared to the overwhelming majority of other domains. But unfortunately, Xue Jisheng's current opponent was that Kyre, whose domain of purification was a result of the evolution from the sickle of the god of death, after purifying the slumbering calamity Alux, causing her understanding of purifying death energy to rise sharply. In some sense, that was the true power of the god of death, so how could the 12 spaces domain even compare? The white blade projection curling with silver light turned into nothingness, none of the 12 spatial gates having been destroyed, but Xue Jisheng found out with shock that he had lost another 100th of his spiritual energy. While maintaining one's domain, the user would have no way to absorb any external spatial essence for recovery, unless that domain had some absorptive properties. And the 12 spaces domain clearly didn't have such an ability. Kair lightly strode forward, and immediately the domain of purification advanced alongside her. The 12 spaces domain followed with some distance to keep them under its encirclement. Visibly, Sheng was absolutely unwilling to see his own domain come into contact with the domain of purification. All this while, Sheng only had one winning strategy: to take advantage of the opponent's consumption. The full use of a domain would hugely use up one's spiritual energy. From his previous judgment, Kair's cultivation was below his by quite a gap, and since the domain of purification was quite a bit more powerful than his 12 spaces domain, it would undoubtedly use up far more spiritual energy. By letting this go on, Kair's domain would be the first to need to be removed by her own initiative. That way he would win without need for a fight. And what if Kair would want to clash with his domain using her own? Sheng was absolutely confident in his speed and ability to anticipate her actions. As for Kair's attacks, he only had to get out of their way. Sheng held an absolute confidence in that Kair's consumption would speed up while using her domain for attack. Although his consumption was large as well, his advantage in cultivation had to be accounted for as well. Kair naturally saw through Sheng's tactic, and the spectators from the Assassin Temple watching from above did so as well. Her being able to force the Elder Chief to such a position already gave them a complete approval of Kair deep inside. Without doubt, Kair was no weaker than Shengyu in cultivation, and being so young, the Assassin Temple would surely soar through new heights under her lead. But was Kair's strength limited to that? No, of course not. Everything that just happened was, in her eyes, just the start of her show. The sickle of the god of death was slowly lifted, as Kair's eyes turned gradually white, and the surrounding domain of purification bubbled up intensely, surrounding her body and wrapping her all around, making her looks unidentifiable from whichever direction. If the previous domain of purification was like an immense white flowery alley, this domain of purification was like a flower bud formed of the overlapping of all those lotus petals, with Kair acting as its stamen. What is she planning? Including Sheng, everyone raised this question deep inside. The next instant, an ineffable sense of crisis appeared straight into Sheng's mind, as he mobilized his own 12 spaces domain. A gaudy silver light kept twirling, as the 12 gates abruptly changed stance, uniting as one while superposing each other. One could see that these superposed gates were surrounded by black twists, which was a sign of an imminent spatial breakthrough. Everyone familiar with Sheng knew that this elder chief was the most powerful when in this state. Through the superposition of the 12 spaces domain, he was able to actually teleport at a long distance of over 1,000 kilometers, as well as raise his attacks to a terrifying level. The sense of crisis made Sheng not dare show any more reservations. The white light of purification in front of his eyes suddenly weakened, as Kair reappeared in everyone's line of sight. The domain of purification had disappeared, but in Kair's left hand had appeared a sparkling and translucent entity, an extremely compact white lotus flower. Kair declared brightly, "Elder Shui, that's my domain's flourishing lotus flower. Want to try it out? However, my mastery of it is still insufficient. I can launch it but cannot stop it." "No need, I concede." Sheng's darkened voice resounded. The silver light vanishing, he stepped out, moving away from the 12 spaces domain, and directed an extremely complex look to Kair. The sickle of the god of death in her hand moved rhythmically, releasing a great amount of white threads which passed through the lotus in her left hand, as the petals came off, quietly dissipating, the whole process lasting close to half an hour. Xue Jisheng as well as the rest of the assassins stood in front of Kair and confronted her silently. The rhythmic movements of the sickle in her hand looked really artistic, giving them an even greater realization of the terror induced by that flourishing lotus flower. Domains wielded by powerhouses of the 9th step also had different grades. Anyone reaching the 2nd rank of the 9th step could wield a domain of his own, and the domain-wielding powerhouses of the 9th step could almost be called existences at a whole other level. Every individual would have a different domain, and its grade would determine future potential. The stronger the domain, the higher the future cultivating prospects would go, and that would also determine the feasibility of the domain itself evolving. The reason why Li Jingji had convinced Xue Jisheng was right because of his understanding of his own domain, having gone to the extent of producing a domain technique. But just now, Kair actually used her own domain technique. A domain technique could be called a product of the domain's evolution. And out of all domains, not even 1% could evolve and give rise to a domain technique. Maybe Kair's comprehension of this domain ability was not strong enough, but her having one was already plenty. In the Assassin Temple, there had already been no powerhouse that could comprehend a domain ability for over 1,000 years. It was not that Xue Jisheng feared Kair's domain ability, but that her use of a domain ability already conquered him thoroughly. Being the elder chief of the Assassin Temple, he had come to his own choice. Seeing the flourishing lotus flower finally dissipate in her hand, even Kair relaxed greatly. Just as she said, she still did not have a full control of this domain ability, and had not yet even tried out its true might, having at most used it to intimidate Xue Jisheng and no more. Seeing Kair retract her own domain, Xue Jisheng retrieved his dagger before crossing his arms, bowing in front of her. This was the formal salute in the Assassin Temple. No one other than the temple head Sheng Yu should have qualifications to be saluted that way by him, but there would still be no need to bow. Right now, Xue Jisheng could really be said to have gone past the limits of his own etiquette habits, making clear his current attitude. Shang Yu had never been so lively for a lot of years already, especially since the steep decline of the Temple Alliance's population following the start of the Holy War. By chance, there was no damage sustained in the rear, which is what enabled the Alliance to recover its vigor in just 4 years. But even if their economy and power was replenished, their population was still greatly affected, so the current Temple Alliance had to encourage pregnancy, as well as help improve the living conditions of the masses. Holy War, the largest city of the Temple Alliance, had its hotels packed since long ago, the reason being the decennial temple's great gathering. Although just a small count was really able to watch the Alliance's great stadium, a lot of people were willing to head to Holy City at this time because of the ardent atmosphere. Some seniors would even bring their children to Holy City to try out, seeking an opportunity to find a powerhouse for their children to acknowledge as master. The Dark Era was already some 6,000 years ago. The 2 years of Holy War having finally ended up in a demon retreat, gave a lot of insightful people a hope to see dawn come in this dark era. Almost all humans were hopeful to see the day that the human army would be the ones to lead the offense against demonkind. The temple's great gathering differed from the demon hunt selection in their degree of importance, and the people who were rushing to buy tickets for the very goal of watching clashes between the 6 great temples' powerhouses affirmed the confidence of the masses in the alliance. Almost every temple's great gathering caused great surges of emotions in the whole alliance, and drastically increased their amount of recruits in the following period. In Holy City, the most symbolic buildings had bright yellow announcements posted, recording in detail the times of the contests as well as rules for this temple's great gathering. Every temple's great gathering would involve such announcements, and amendments to the rules would immediately get published. Right, a white-cloaked youngster was standing in front of a 5-floored hotel, looking at it with attention. As early as 1 month ago, when the advertisements were first released, many of the ordinary people already got familiar with their content, which is why right now, he was only standing by himself in front of this announcement. The white cloak covered him entirely and gave off an eye-catching and lofty air. Even behind this cloak, this young man's very tall build was visible, as he really was close to 2 meters in size, with especially wide shoulders, though his build was not really excessively robust. His perfect build gave off a mystical feel as he stood calmly in place. He had a seemingly ordinary yet extraordinary gentle disposition. Most of the bypassers' gazes were attracted to this calm young man, causing them to feel peaceful and greatly relaxed just by looking at him. On that clear-cut announcement were recorded the time and rules for this temple's great gathering. Tomorrow would be the day of start of the temple's great gathering. When the time comes, the higher-ups from the 6 great temples would all gather into the Alliance's great stadium, each of the temples dispatching a team of 36 people to participate, making up a total of 216 contestants from the 6 great temples. The temple's great gathering was determined first of all by drawing ballots. In the first 3 days 1-versus-1 battles would be ongoing, a 3-day knockout competition. Each knockout battle would follow right after a previous one ends, with no time allocated for rest. Those from the priest temple won't be included in the individual knockout battles, they would be evaluated with another method in these individual stages, spiritual energy measuring. Generally, the priest temple's points would be around the middle ranks by the end of this stage. In this stage, a point would be awarded to every one of the other 5 temples' candidates for a victory, 2 points for 2 victories, with a doubled amount of points for every additional individual victory. Great restrictive clauses regulated this individual stage. First, no equipment or pill are to be allowed, and only the use of one's individual strength is allowed. Second, no situation of wounding the opponent allowed, and is penalized with a direct elimination. This temple's great gathering being no struggle of life and death, these 2 rules looked simple but were greatly restrictive. Just think, when all contestants would at least be powerhouses of the 8th step, what is the level of control required to absolutely avoid wounding any opponent? The individual competition would terminate within 3 days, followed by sorting the points to conclude the primary stage of the temple's great gathering. The reason why this involved so many contestants was to assess the strength of every temple as a whole, as a single person's strength was not enough to stand for his or her whole temple. After the individual battles, would begin the contests for the highest spiritual energies. The 6 great temples would all dispatch 3 candidates of age below 100 years old to undergo spiritual energy assessment. Every year below 100 would give an additional 1,000 points of score. The addition of these 3 candidates' spiritual energies will make up their ranking, and the first-place temple will be awarded with 200 points, the second would receive 150, third place, 120, 4th place, 90, 5th place, 60, but none for the last one. After the end of the spiritual energy competition follows the domain competition, with each of the 6 great temples sending 3 contestants. Then a domain confrontation, with 18 domain-wielding powerhouses fighting together. Whichever side cannot maintain his domain anymore will be excluded, until only 3 contestants from one temple are left. This one is really important, as the first place will be awarded 500 total points, with every next one being awarded 100 less, with the last one getting no reward. This kind of team competition does not emphasize on domain power, but should best implicate 3 complementary domains. That's because the winner won't necessarily be the side with the greatest powerhouse, but the side of the best coordination. In the previous gathering, the Night Temple had managed to win with the combinations of the domains of the Night Temple's Divine Knight of Defense and Planning Longhaochen, the Divine Knight of Control and Constraint Long Tianying, and the Divine Knight of Adjudication and Trial Long Xingyu, achieving victory in this most important stage, thus fundamentally settling the Night Temple as number 1. The temple's great gathering's last trial would be the most significant team battle. Each temple would send 10 contestants to undergo a round-robin tournament, with each victory awarding 100 total points. Among teams, the priest temple would not be participating, giving them a direct 300 total. All 4 stages would be confrontation between the top of the temple alliance's higher-ups. Generally, the least performing in the temple's great gathering would be the priest temple, but its importance still had no needs to be proved anymore. Anyway, a priest would visibly not be fitting as a ruler for the temple alliance. Aside from them, the others would all attach great importance to this ranking contest. The final ranking of the previous temple's great gathering had the Night Temple in first place, followed by the Mage Temple, Spiritual Temple, Assassin Temple, Priest Temple, and Warrior Temple. The Priest Temple, having been given some preferential treatment, ended up surpassing the Warrior Temple and gaining the 5th rank. The Warrior Temple would frequently be ranked among the last ones. This announcement was not at all correlated to any adjustment of the alliance, but the individuals with deeper understanding all knew that the final ranking would determine crucial changes in the alliance this year. So the contest for the first place would surely be even more intense than the previous years. The white-clad young man was standing there for half an hour already, looking like a statue which didn't move in the slightest from the beginning. What looks so good in a mere announcement? A distinct voice suddenly rang behind him, coming from a girl clad in a green gown. This girl was very beautiful, looking in her 20s, but gave off an aloof feel, and an impression of great pride making her unapproachable. Her green gown looked very simple and didn't give off any elemental fluctuation. As she appeared behind the young man clad in white, an indescribable faint green light bubbled up from her, pushing this white-clad youngster forward. This female mage was Tan Wan, the sole disciple of the head of the mage temple, Li Zhengji. Over these 4 years, she kept training bitterly, and was fully directed by her master, making her one of the targets of the mage temple's resources, and causing her cultivation to have made great progress. Xuanhuan, who had formerly been standing alongside her, had now fallen far behind. Her cultivation had already broken through the 8th step, and she had learnt some formidable original wind elemental spell from Li Jingji, and was one of the mage temple's representative for this temple's great gathering. Given her age, that was absolutely an enormous honor for her. Tan Wan had already been in Holy City for some time. For the sake of making some contribution during this temple's great gathering, she recently made all-out efforts. The competition being on the verge of starting on the next day, Li Jingji urged her strongly to take a stroll and relax her senses. This is why she went out from the Alliance's general headquarters. Just before, she accidentally caught sight of this white-clad young man standing in front of the announcement paper. With her sharp sense for magic fluctuations, she immediately discerned the extraordinary facet of this man. She had a very special feeling. Standing here, he looked human, but in her senses, this man was like a mass of light, a mass of very soft light, seemingly giving off no feelings of substance. That soft light gave off a great feeling of gentleness. Feeling very cozy, her tense feelings on the verge of the competition were greatly relaxed when looking at this young man's back. This was clearly not an ordinary person. The young man's special qualities greatly attracted Tan Wan's attention, and she just came up to probe him for a bit. Without a doubt, this was certainly a light user powerhouse. From his simple clothes, that should not be a mage. So could it be a priest? A warrior, assassin, or knight would surely not be releasing such soft elemental fluctuations. But what followed next shocked her greatly. The wind essence she released was not brutal at all, her goal being only to interrupt this white-clad young man's surges of serenity. Just by pushing him back just a bit, that peaceful feeling should be interrupted at once. But to Tan Wan's shock, when her wind essence came in contact with that white-clad young man's back, it dispersed without a sound, turning into a breeze that revolved all around him, and rose up to fade away. That person clearly didn't do anything, so why did my wind essence obey his breath? His breath was all he had released, without the slightest transfer of spiritual energy. Tan Wan was full of incomprehension, but even so, she only felt mystery from this man. Unconsciously, Tan Wan strode forward and closed the gap with him, patting that white-clad young man's back. She had after all no evil intention, and didn't have any wind essence in her hand, but some spiritual energy was gathered in her palm. At her level of cultivation, she was able to release powerful magic without even any chant or incantation. But this time that young man moved back. In a light flash, he shifted a meter away, causing Tan Wan's palm to land in emptiness as he turned back. Long time no see, Tan Wan. This tall man's face came to Tan Wan's sight just as he turned back. Then her body shook intensely as her gaze became instantly glued to him. An exaggeratedly handsome face with golden hair draped behind his head, and a pair of golden eyes devoid of the slightest impurity. The warm smile on his face felt so pure, just like the aura dispersed from him. Right, they had not met for close to 5 years, during which he became even taller, and even more steady and mature. He had gained a quite stalwart look to replace the unripe features from 5 years ago. If Tan Wan were to describe his imposing manner, the only word to come to her mind would be perfect. It's him. But how could it be? Wasn't he missing since long before? This handsome face was just too deeply engraved in Tan Wan's memories. Wasn't it right for the sake of surpassing him one day that she had been cultivating so hard during the past 4 years? Seeing this missing boy reappear for real in front of her, Tan Wan felt her heartbeat visibly accelerate. This man felt like light itself, an existence of incredible level in her mind. Salute Temple Headley on my behalf. The white-clad young man nodded to Tan Wan before leaving in an unhurried walk. Tan Wan just stood there, suddenly raising her head only after looking blank for several seconds, but that white figure had already disappeared completely from sight. Is that him? Is that really him? I'm not dreaming. Tan Wan muttered irresolutely. She had formerly imagined many times the scene of their next encounter. Wasn't it for the very objective of catching up to him she had been cultivating so assiduously? But seeing him again, she realized with a start that the gap between the two of them had only gotten even larger. Why is it that when I look at him, I have that same feeling of mystery as when I look at teacher? Only, teacher's feeling of depths is even more straightforward while his feels just distant. If he has really come back, then how about teacher's plans? Thinking so far, Tan Wan suddenly had a change of look, and ran in the opposite direction with almost no hesitation. A breeze was attached to her body, turning him into a green ray disappearing toward horizon. Morning. Dawn rose gradually, and an expanse of white towered over the deep blue sky. Holy City was already in a bustling state. All around the Alliance's great stadium was an impenetrable crowd, aside from the few specialized entrances. But all around this stadium were 10 projecting screens, broadcasting the stage of the temple's great gathering. The magical crystal projector was invented long ago, but was used very rarely, because its consumption was really massive. A magical crystal of the 7th step would last for only half an hour before being out of energy. The magical crystals of the 9th step would make it last longer, but inserting one in a magic projector would cause unredeemable damage to it. So in other words, maintaining the broadcast had cost 10 magic crystals. And the hunt of magical beasts of the 9th step was nothing so easy. That was an astronomical fortune. These masses which had surrounded the Alliance's great stadium were aiming at getting closer to the magic screens, to see as clearly as possible this marvelous once-in-10 years event. For the sake of preserving the order in Holy City, the streams of people were separated, and close to 20,000 practitioners were mobilized by the 6 great temples to put order. But without a doubt, this being the location of the real event, almost everyone wished to watch from this area. There was quite some time before the first day of the competition, but this area was already bustling since long ago. Some people even held various gambling events in private, some betting for the ordering of points accumulation amongst the 6 great temples, some betting for the number 1 in this round, and some betting for the final champion. The Alliance could only turn a blind eye in this situation. After all, this was something they had no way to supervise perfectly. However, the Alliance would never set up their own gambling stalls. After all, the contest involved the 6 great temples. Doing that would surely cause them to be accused of controlling the results. Today's weather was good, with thin clouds hovering over the sky, mostly covered in dark blue. As the sun rose, a cleansing feeling spread to the people. The rising sun illuminated the whole earth. Half an hour later, the 6 entrances of the stadium opened, and spectators started entering under a strict inspection. The spectators able to enter inside the Alliance's great stadium had to either spend a lot of money or had made enormous contribution for the Alliance. 2 girlish figures rapidly attracted all the surrounding attention because they were just too beautiful. The girl clad in a red gown had a fiery temper and enchanting looks, but very clear eyes. By her side was another girl wearing a white skirt, whose delicate purity made her appear just like a superior being. Wah, Yi Wei Yang and Feng Linger. Someone recognized them. Right, these 2 absolute beauties were the current leaders of the Alliance's great auction house, beautiful and possessing an enormous wealth and authority. But the most important point to a lot of male figures was that they were both unmarried. Immediately, the calls of their names resonated all around like great tides. Yi Wei Yang had a smiling expression, waving at the surrounding masses without pause. But Feng Linger was a lot calmer, only advancing calmly. The 2 girls' differences in temperaments gave them even greater popularity amongst the people, but, what a shame, these girls had powerhouses from the 6 great temples on guard at their side. breaking past them was totally impossible. When the two girls' figures disappeared in the entrance of the stadium, the excited calls gradually calmed down. Spectators only had half an hour to enter the venue. Being late was unacceptable as the 6 entrances were reclosed very fast. The guards then became a lot stricter, because they knew that the real contestants were about to arrive. Right at this time, an odd group had appeared at the entrance of the temple's great gathering. Totaling 10, they were all clad in large cloaks, and had even their faces concealed, as they directly made their way inside the night stadium. The person in charge of guarding the entrance was a knight of the 8th step clad in mithril foundation armor. Seeing the group come over, he couldn't help but wrinkle his brows. What were the ones guarding the entrances doing? It was already past the right time, yet they were actually allowed to enter. With a wave of his hand, he intercepted these people but very rapidly understood why they were allowed to pass. A brilliant insignia appeared right in front of his eyes. The mithril foundation knight beat his chest with his right fist, resonantly performing a standard knight salute, and actually making an exception by opening the door to let them enter. A lot of people saw this scene, but they didn't think about it too much. In their eyes, they were clearly some people from the Night Temple. After this small episode, a truly stirring event took place. 6 teams appeared from 6 different passages. These were 36 knights, 36 mages, 36 assassins, 36 warriors, 36 summoners, and 36 priests, all of whom entered simultaneously from all entrances of the stadium. They were all clad in equipment symbolizing their own temples. The highest target of attention was from the Night Temple. The one leading them had a tall build, his azure armor dispersing incomparable auras of mightiness. That was the armor transformed from the divine throne of order and law. Behind him was a row of golden foundation armored knights, whose golden bright and dazzling sight dazzled the people's eyes. The contestants from the Night Temple had come. Divine Knight Long Tianying and the 35 golden foundation knights under his lead. These were the true greatest forces of the Night Temple. The golden foundation knights at the front even dispersed orange glints of the epic tier. For a moment, the people's cheers rose to a peak. How many times in their lives would they be able to see so many divine tools and equipment of epic and legendary tier? How could they not be excited? Cheers could be heard on every corner of Holy City. Powerhouses of the 6 great temples were entering the Alliance's great stadium, and the temple's great gathering was finally about to start. Inside the Alliance's great stadium. This was totally different from the demon hunt competition. At the time of the latter, the inside of the stadium was divided into 3 areas, each of which was assigned to a temple. But these divided areas were now totally united as one, the huge stadiums inside linked into a single one immense field. Everyone that entered was surely a shocking figure. In the 6 directions were 6 honored guest lounges. They were elevated highly and could all look down on the stage from a height. Don't think that this is just an area for spectators. The guests in here were either powerhouses or great figures in the Alliance's balance of power. And they were shouldering an important mission: to establish a defensive barrier covering the whole Alliance's great stadium through a magic array on the guests' lounge. Contestants in the temple's great gathering were all powerhouses of the 8th step. What terrifying level would the spiritual energy fluctuations produced during their clashes reach? Without a sufficiently powerful defensive barrier, this stadium would already be wrecked in just a few matches. Except from the ones in the honored guests' lounge, the rest was only contestants in their resting areas. After the 36 people in each temple entered, they returned to their own area to wait for the formal start of the temple's great gathering. The 6 great temples' contestants have all entered the stadium. Director referee, please give your instructions. A vigorous and energetic voice resounded through the stage on the side of the Night Temple. Immediately, a vigorous voice sounded out. Close the doors. Until the contests terminate, no one will be allowed to go through. Yes. Along with these sonorous sounds of collisions, the 6 gates closed slowly, guarded by powerhouses of the 8th step from each temple. A voice full of August spread out. I am Chen Zidian, referee for this year's temple's great gathering. This year, 54 demon hunters will be acting as referees, ensuring fairness and equitability. The rules have been announced long ago, so I don't have much more to say. Let the lots drawing ceremony start for the first stage, the individual competition. Chen Zidian, human legend and captain of the Demon Godslayers Demon Hunt Squad. When the name of Chen Zidian was heard in the Alliance's great stadium, all contestants from the 6 great temples stood up and made their salutations towards the Night Temple's guest lounge. The Demon Hunt Squad Demon Godslayers was the true pinnacle of human demon hunt squads. Chen Zidian was their captain, who had led his demon god slayers all over the continent and greatly impeded the demon god emperor with the sheer strength of their demon hunt squad. Their contribution to the alliance was already beyond measure with contribution points. For these human legends to appear there as referees of this gathering was something absolutely no one dared raise complaints about. In fact, even now, the other members of the demon god slayers were still in demon territory, hidden beneath the surface of Modu to keep watch over the demon god emperor's activities. On the side of the mage temple, Li Jingji had a very sinister look. He naturally wouldn't have dared raise any complaints toward Chen Zidian, not on the basis of strength, but on the basis of sheer respect. Chen Zidian was possibly the elder with highest seniority in the whole Temple Alliance, so no one could raise a complaint at his holding the governmental office, and furthermore, he would surely raise a fair and just judgment. What caused Li Jingji's complexion to look unsightly was that, yesterday, he heard from Tan Wan a name that should not affect him, but was really affecting his feelings. He was back. 4 years ago he was already at the 8th step. So, could he already be a 4th divine knight for the Night Temple? If this was for real, that would add a terrible variable to this temple's great gathering. After all, at his age, he really had the best chance to rally supporters. The aged ones of the Night Temple would surely be glowing with vitality because of his coming back. Right now, the 6 great temples' contestants were all seated in their respective seats, about to draw lots for selecting their opponent. The non-participation of the priest temple made the other 180 powerhouses from the other 5 temples the only ones needing to participate in the drawing and contests. In a bit, the contestants would come to light and undergo a selection. Every chosen 2 would immediately have their match under the powerful demon hunter's watch. Demon hunters could be called part of an independent system. Their great strength and enormous contributions to the alliance made them the best possible referees. Such a pick would guarantee fairness. No one should ever play tricks in such a place. Before the contest starts, I have a matter to announce. Chen Zidian's voice resounded once again. Hearing him, the overwhelming majority of the higher-ups of the alliance were in states of shock, including the participating ones, because they didn't hear about such an announcement beforehand at all. Chen Zidian declared, based on the ruling of the temple's great gathering, any titled Demon Hunt squad should be qualified to participate in the gathering under their squad name and have their total points counted as well. I have received the application of a titled Demon Hunt squad. They will be participating in this gathering. Based on the rules, I have given my acceptance to that. In a bit, they will be coming for the drawing of lots. This revelation raised a great commotion amongst the higher-ups from the 6 great temples. A demon hunt squad wanting to participate in the gathering? None of them had ever seen such a situation happen in their lives. Over the past 1,000 years, it had happened only twice or thrice at most. A demon hunt squad participating there would at most be here for the sake of training. After all, even if a titled demon hunt squad had some privileges, they were in the end limited in their numbers. How could there be a demon hunt squad wanting to participate in this temple's great gathering? Were they only here to polish their training? And in the Temple Alliance, the titled demon hunt squads were only just a few. So just which one was taking part? Qin Zidian continued. For the sake of reaching the minimum team count formally acceptable, this demon hunt squad was specially allowed to welcome other demon hunters, reaching the total count of 10, and none of their member exceed 100 years of age, as per the rules. This demon hunt squad's name is Bright Glimmer of Hope. A bright glow landed upon the Night Temple's lounge, shining in the area right between the knights and assassins' resting areas. At some point 10 people had calmly appeared, all clad in large white gowns and wearing helmets. Only when this golden illumination shone upon them did the contestants and spectators take notice of them. Outside from the Alliance's great stadium, the people around the entrance of the Night Stadium realized immediately that these 10 were actually those ones they saw arrive after the rest. They were actually demon hunters and not people from the Night Temple. Right, they were back after going through 4 years of secluded training. Bright Glimmer of Hope was back and standing there, about to take part in this temple's great gathering. Bright Glimmer of Hope. This name was obscure to the overwhelming majority of the crowd. To say nothing about the masses, even among the higher-ups of the 6 great temples, the ones aware of this name were just a few. Hearing Chen Zidian's announcement, the most shocked was the head of the Mage Temple, Li Jingji. Never did he expect Longhaochen to actually choose not to participate the temple's great gathering on the side of the Night Temple, but under his Demon Hunt Squad's name. Just what was he planning? Could it be that he really believed their nameless titled Demon Hunt Squad to be able to contend with the temples? Chen Zidian continued. I swear on my honor as a demon hunter that Bright Glimmer of Hope's participation won't give rise to any discrimination. May the ballot drawings start. 2 white glows abruptly appeared on top of the dome, and in the meantime, a multicolored light slowly shone upon the surroundings of the stadium, spreading a defensive barrier. This barrier was constructed through the work of a lot of powerhouses, and was able to even withstand divine tools or domains bombardment without getting destroyed. The main controller of the whole defensive barrier was Chen Zidian himself. 2 white rays flickered intensely, and the next moment they suddenly stopped, and in 2 directions, each shone on a person. How coincidental, these 2 rays shone upon the Night Temple and Mage Temple's areas. 2 figures immediately came out and got inside the great stadium. The first battle of the temple's great gathering would start, and the judges were all on the lounges. They only focused on maintaining the barrier and had no specialist about to enter the stadium. How could the powerhouses able to participate in the temple's great gathering not be able to determine a winner by themselves? If the 2 parties really were extremely close in strength, Chen Zidian would be the one to personally determine a winner and a loser. Since there were a whole 190 contestants, they naturally wouldn't waste time, and the instant the contestants entered the field, the competition would start. Requiring at least the 8th step of cultivation, practitioners of weaker cultivation were already sorted out. So apart from the priest temple, none of the other 5 great temples would get any extra restriction or help. After entering the temple's great stadium, all participating knights had long since put away their armors, and were entering the field with only their bare fists. A small door would open itself for every selected candidate. As the first knight entered the stage, his back glinted with golden hexagram patterns, carrying a mighty roar as a glistening savage tiger came out. The figure of the knight flashed, placing himself on the tiger's back, and swiftly charged at the distant mage. That savage tiger had a pair of wings on its back, extending out over 5 meters, and had a bulky build. Opening its mouth agape, it launched a series of explosive projectiles at the mage. A holy saint tiger, magical beast of the 9th rank. Knights qualified to wear a golden foundation armor were all, without exception, excellent figures in the Knight Temple. One of their great trumps was the strength of every such competitor. In the first match, the Knight Temple was already showing great prospects. Their first knight on stage reached the peak of the 8th step in cultivation, at just 1 step from the 9th step. His opponent was a fire mage. Because no equipment could be used in the competition, the latter did not even have a magic staff. His right arm swiftly drew complex symbols in the emptiness, and with massive roars, a flame bear came out from there, shooting its paws to destroy the light projectiles, and rapidly strode towards the knight. This was not a summoner's summoning magic, because the resulting magical beast was an elemental beast condensed of fire. Elemental Beast Summon was a special capability usable in the 8th step. Capable of great bursts of power, the only shortcoming being the relatively high cost of spiritual energy. Sheltered from danger by the fire bear, that fire mage rapidly completed a chant. Even without support from equipment, that was a mage reaching the peak of the 8th step, able to launch powerful magic on the premise of spending enough time chanting. The mage made his move, standing on the side of the fire bear and holy saint tiger. That knight made an outstanding following move, not letting himself get entangled with the fire bear. He bowed toward the holy saint tiger's back, shooting forward the next instant. The golden spiritual wings on his back lit up, and in his right hand a flashy holy sword took shape. Diving face down, it aimed straight at the mage, as the flame bear confronted the holy saint tiger. At the same level, a mage's offensive power was undoubtedly the greatest. So the first thing needed to defeat a mage would be to seal his magic, and to avoid by any means letting an all-out magic assault be carried out. Otherwise, one would hardly avoid getting defeated by the torrential magic attacks. The choice of the Saint Knight of the 8th step was undoubtedly the best, but the magic tutor of the 8th step was at no disadvantage either. A mighty holy sword came out as his body suddenly turned illusory. At a lift of his right hand pointed to the sky, the knight of the 8th step met a flame-colored glint. Vulcan's finger. And in a situation with no boosting equipment at disposal. For him to unexpectedly launch such a powerful spell of the 8th step so rapidly was a shocking token of strength. The knight held a holy sword in both his hands, shining in a pure holy light, and giving him a sacred holy feel. He did not avoid, nor did he shrink down, but faced Vulcan's finger head-on. That's because this knight knew very well that should he retreat in defense, the following course of action would lock him into a passive position. At that point, making a comeback would be close to impossible. Gold and red intertwined in the air, the holy night being completely shrouded in flaming light. No one could deny that the knight and mage had a gap in the offensive field. The former let out a groan, some traces of scorch remaining on his body. But although the knight suffered a loss in this clash, his goal was reached. Vulcan's finger was not enough to keep him away, and in a flash of golden light his speed went straight up, reaching the front of the mage in a split instant. That was the knight ability of the 8th step, lightning flash, as well as one of the most effective techniques against a mage. When used from such a distance, a mage would hardly block the incoming offense. Trial! The knight shouted out, a thunderous bellow shaking the whole stage. A pure white glow came out from nowhere, landing right onto the opposite mage. A brilliance surrounded the opposite mage, taking the shape of a crystal sculpture-like red barrier. Approached by the knight, this situation was visibly nothing a mage would wish to face. The magic tutor's right hand was stretched in front of his chest, executing a defensive spell resisting the might of light of trial. Then his right hand pushed forward, condensing a ball that came striking the holy knight. After reaching the 8th step of cultivation, a mage wouldn't be so weak in close quarters range anymore because they had a lot of defensive measures and even instant magic at their disposal. In a prepared face-off, they did not stand no chance at all. But how could the holy knight let him draw back after having finally drawn close, right in front of him? Stamping the ground with his right feet, he suddenly divided the holy sword in his hand in two. His body forcibly made way into those flames. A warped radiance lit up, dispersing the intense flames to all directions instantly. Elemental, obliterating halo. Under consecutive attacks, this holy knight still managed to consecutively deploy light of trial and elemental, obliterating halo. That was a real knight. Even without having reached the 9th step, how could he have so swiftly unleashed such powerful techniques? Right at this time, a victor seemed to have come out of the clash between the fire bear and holy sacred tiger. The fire bear being a type of summon in the end, although it held an advantage at the beginning, as its summoner was assailed under the frantic offense of the holy knight, he couldn't receive any command, and was in the end crushed by the holy saint tiger. The battle reached a white-hot state at this instant. The instant the holy knight fractured the flame cage, this match was already left without suspense. A blade storm abruptly shot forth, released by the two waved swords, and a huge golden projectile carrying a sword intent of incomparable might clashed against the defenses of the magic tutor, directly sending him flying. In the process of flying out, light of trial finally matched with blade storm to break past his defense. The battle is over. It's the knight's win. Return to your respective seats. Qin Zidian's August-filled voice reverberated. The mage did not sustain any wound but had an awkward look. He indeed had just lost, because Bladestorm's true might didn't reside in its burst power, but in its absorption power and prolonged attacks. If this Retribution Knight hadn't been lenient, his life would have ended under Bladestorm's effect. A bright light had started shining upon the knight's shoulder at some point. The holy knight knocked his right fist on his chest, and performed a knight's salute toward the mage, before returning to his own seat. The Saint Magic Tutor, having seen the shine on his shoulder, immediately came to the realization that his loss was no grievance at all. This guy actually had a light fairy. Seeing that fairy's volume, it should have evolved once. No wonder he could keep using knight abilities in such short succession. The first battle came to a closure, but the tournament did not stop at that at all. The previous 2 lights of selection returned in midair, and light flickered swiftly to choose the contestant for the second battle. Time pressed, so there was no affordable delay. The tournament naturally had to follow its course. The 2 opponents in this battle could see that the seat of the Saint Magic Tutor had darkened a bit, showing his elimination from the knockout battles, while the Holy Knight had a bright shine appear above his head to indicate his victory in the first battle. The Alliance's great stadium was really miraculous. These fantastic scenes features were brought by many years of research by the Temple Alliance. The rest went even more intensely. Powerhouses from the 5 temples involved were illuminated in succession, and 7 battles went in the blink of an eye. Of the 5 great temples, the Night Temple was the best-ranked one yet, having had 3 people selected, all of whom had achieved victory. The Warrior Temple had the most participation yet, 5 matches, but 4 of them ended up in losses, making them a stepping stone for the other temples as of now. But this was just the beginning. As the individual battles involved 190 people, the first stage would need to have 95 matches going, and they were not at a 10th yet. The rest of the battles would only go even more intensely. The Light of Selection would try as far as possible to separate the 5 great temples so to avoid forcing them into mutual destruction. The same would go for the individual competition. Unless members of a certain temple would already be the large majority of the constituents in a certain stage, matches between members of the same temple won't easily occur. The 8th round selection lights flickered, rapidly illuminating the Assassin Temple's camp, as well as accurately landing upon the camp of Bright Glimmer of Hope, picking the 3rd one from the left among them. Because those from Bright Glimmer of Hope's side didn't have a reserved entrance, they had to pass through the gate of the Night Temple to enter the stadium. The Assassin Temple's area was very close to the Night Temple. Right upon entering the stage, the chosen assassin immediately entered the state of invisibility. In the 7 battles that had already gone on, the Night Temple had achieved 3 victories, and the other 4 temples had achieved 1 victory each. Only, the Warrior Temple was in disadvantage due to having already had 5 people picked. This was the second contestant from the Assassin Temple, the previous one having achieved victory. This assassin powerhouse was really brimming with confidence. Before entering the stadium, that demon hunter from Bright Glimmer of Hope had to remove his gown, exposing his inner clothing, as well as proving he had no other piece of equipment. Seeing his looks, the masses from outside as well as the ones on stage all couldn't help but cry out in alarm, because this demon hunter from Bright Glimmer of Hope was really too young. This knight looked in his 30s, with bright eyes and a handsome, resolute face. Over half of the Golden Foundation Knights from the Night Temple recognized him. Seeing him appear, someone couldn't help but breathe out in low voice. Wan Zhao, that's Wan Zhao. Wasn't he supposed to be missing for very long? So he actually became part of the demon hunt squad named Bright Glimmer of Hope. Right, the first one to take up weapons on Bright Glimmer of Hope's side was young Wan Zhao. Compared to 4 years ago, he became far more steady. He originally had a steady though arrogant to the bone character. But right now he appeared like a piece of jade, peaceful and gentle. Having none of his previous sharpness left, his steady atmosphere actually caused the Golden Foundation armored knights to exclaim in admiration. Straddling forward, young Wan Zhao entered the stadium, and a miraculous scene followed, releasing a golden halation under his feet and outwards. Holy Mantle? Almost all knights recognized this ability. But Holy Mantle was really low-ranked amongst knight abilities. Did he actually really use it in the temple's great gathering? Being only 30 years old this year, Yang Wenzhao's participation in the Great Gathering was greatly shocking, but using this ability right after coming up gave chills to the people from the Night Temple. Although he was not standing for the Night Temple right now, no one could deny that Yang Wenzhao was Yang Haohen's grandson. Because Yang Haohen already shouldered the burden of being the alliance's head, he was unable to participate in this gathering. So in some sense, Yang Wenzhao was standing for his grandfather in the powerful knight's eyes. No matter with which status he would participate, the higher-ups from the Night Temple were naturally unwilling to see him lose. When Yang Wenzhao's holy mantle was released, they very rapidly realized that it wasn't that simple, because it was really released on an exaggeratedly massive scale. With Yang Wenzhao's body as center, holy mantle's bright shine spread outwards rapidly, and reached a diameter of 30 meters in the blink of an eye. In the meantime, Yang Wenzhao waved his hands on the two sides of his body, which radiated with 2 rays of light, and released 2 holy swords. These holy swords dispersed metallic glosses filled with the power of spiritual highland. But spiritual highland at the 8th step? And to condense spiritual highland into a blade would require one to reach the peak of the 8th step. And seeing Yang Wenzhao's relaxed look, his consumption seemed very little. A spotlessly white holy sword dispersed a thin golden color, as Yang Wenzhao's whole body went into a bizarre state. His right feet straddled forward, causing his body to float in midair, and a pair of wide golden spiritual wings spread out from his back. His eyes then lit up in red, slowly sweeping through the stadium. Such a young knight at the peak of the 8th step of cultivation? Without a doubt, Yang Wenzhao's appearance shocked the whole audience, especially those from the other temples to whom he served as a great deterrent. Who said the Night Temple was getting senile? To nurture such a young saint knight, one may well imagine that before long, Yang Wenzhao would inevitably break through the 9th step, and maybe possibly become a divine knight of the younger generation. Holy Mantle's effects could be anticipated by any perspicacious person. It aimed at searching for traces of the assassin. After entering the state of invisibility, an assassin would immediately become visible after coming in contact with any trace of spiritual energy, and Yang Wenzhao's holy mantle reached such a scale that in case the assassin wanted to come over, he would certainly have the time to respond. Not only that, but the red light in Wenzhao's eyes was clearly a knight's lock ability. In a way, a knight is the nemesis of an assassin. In case he is locked by the knight, an assassin can then only choose to face him in a direct clash. That assassin was steady and experienced enough to show patience, and kept himself hidden rather than going on the offense. After the 6 stadiums were merged as one, the whole field became extremely wide. Although Yang Wenzhao's holy mantle reached a large scale, the ground extending in the stadium was really wide. So, in his view, as long as he would not take the initiative to attack the opponent, Yang Wenzhao would have no way to find him. Compared to his current state of invisibility, the simultaneous release of spiritual highland, holy mantle and lock would surely make Yang Wenzhao's consumption of spiritual energy far higher. Maybe this battle would be prolonged, but the assassin emperor of the 8th step hidden in the darkness was certain to be able to achieve victory in this battle. Right as the assassin emperor was done thinking about his countermeasure, Yang Wenzhao made a move, silently standing there as an intense golden fog rose above his body. Storing power. Back then, quite a few people had suffered losses against Longhaochen's storing power ability at the time of the Demon Hunt selection. Yang Wenzhao just mechanically copied his strategy. But perhaps only the others from Bright Glimmer of Hope understood his way of thinking. The other contestants did not understand why Yang Wenjiao would do such a thing. The storing power ability would certainly increase his offensive power to a great extent, but what's the use if no target can be found? Won't it only deplete his spiritual energy? Seated on a higher seat of the Night Temple's area, the corners of Long Tianying's mouth traced a thin smile. This kid Wenjiao has really been missing for too long, so a lot of people have already forgotten about his abilities of specialization. It looks that he will really give everyone a pleasant surprise. That assassin emperor facing Yang Wenjiao was also full of questions. This young knight is using storing power. Could it be to draw me out? That's just wishful thinking. Could it be that he doesn't understand that it's a battle of wits? How could such a mistake stand? The assassin emperor coldly remained hidden, and didn't even move an inch from his place of seclusion. He really wanted to see what Yang Wenjiao was planning to do after using this storing power. From the start of the individual battles, that was the first time such an awkward situation was taking place. But a lot of people understood that, in such a situation, the outcome would be decided right when one of them would make the first move. If Yang Wenjiao managed to find his opponent, at his peak of the 8th step, and under the effects of storing power, that assassin also reaching the 8th step would be unable to avoid defeat. But conversely, if Yang Wenjiao couldn't make this move decisive, that would give the assassin emperor a chance to reduce his chances to naught. Yang Wenjiao's storing power didn't last for too long a time, and at some point a deep green gloss had appeared on his chest, only remaining indistinct under the concealment of his intense light elemental spiritual energy. It could only be found out under careful watch. After this green ray appeared, a bizarre green radiance was shot out from Yang Wenjiao's chest, emerging in front of him to sweep forward. To one's shock, this green light kept getting deeper and deeper even after reaching the defensive barrier of the Alliance's Great Stadium, without clashing at all with that defensive barrier. What's this ability? Did it really disregard the barrier? Very rapidly, everyone realized what this ability was. Longhaochen's storing power ended, and his body made a slight turn as the green radiance that came out from his chest swept through the whole battlefield. That concealed assassin was immediately lit in green light upon being scanned, and a red glint landed upon his body. It was a knight's lock. Flapping the wings on his back, Yang Wenjiao became like a golden lion, using lightning flash to hit head-on. When his powerful holy light illuminated that assassin, Yang Wenjiao's swords under the effects of spiritual highland aimed at the assassin's two sides, as he launched holy knock to knock the opponent ahead, clashing against the barrier before being knocked back. If the assassin had chosen to attack head-on, maybe he would have a chance, but after letting Yang Wenjiao complete such a storing power, those dual sword strikes would inevitably have caused death if they had struck. I have lost. Declaring these words with difficulty, this aged assassin emperor felt like pounding himself to death using tofu. Losing the battle was not shameful, but losing without even displaying any of his own strength was really a shameful thing. He had visibly been deceived by Yang Wenjiao's young age, and did not expect that Yang Wenjiao could maybe have a powerful spiritual stove with probing abilities. This was the spiritual stove that he had acquired after Longhaochen renounced it. Although this was not a spiritual stove with any attached offensive or defensive abilities, it was an innate nemesis for assassins. Yang Wenjiao had been relying on this spiritual stove back then to obtain quite considerable results. But what a shame that he finally had to meet with the dragon rider demon god. Since he was gone for such a long time, those remembering about such a spiritual stove under his possession were rarer and rarer. Even in the Night Temple, just a few still knew about it, to say nothing about this previous assassin. As the first competitor on Bright Glimmer of Hope's side, Yang Wenjiao's good beginning was appreciable. Seeing him withdraw from the field to return to Bright Glimmer of Hope's ranks, the corners of Li Jingji traced a downward arc. He understood very clearly that this Bright Glimmer of Hope team had already 2 knights in itself. Of course, he also knew about Yang Wenjiao, Yang Haohen's grandson. But in his eyes, this Wenjiao should be much more lacking than Longhaochen. If his strength already reached the peak level of the 8th step, then how about Longhaochen himself? Thinking to this point, Li Jingji couldn't help but shift his gaze at that leftmost person from Bright Glimmer of Hope. Although he couldn't see his face, he knew from the soft manners coming out from his body as well as Tan Wan's report that this one should be Longhaochen. His face trembling slightly, Li Jingji narrowed his eyes, thinking secretly, Longhaochen, let me see how far you will end up getting in this alliance's great gathering. He didn't believe that a demon hunt squad could possibly contend with temples in the gathering. Longhaochen didn't choose to return to the Night Temple. Could it be because he did not hope for his teammates to fight at their own temple's side? Thinking to this point, Li Jingji didn't understand why Longhaochen would appear in such a manner in the temple's great gathering. But he understood clearly that now that Longhaochen was back after over 4 years, he would inevitably be his own greatest rival in the near future. Never did Li Jingji underestimate Longhaochen due to his young age. The contest kept going, and the various temples' strengths came on display. The most powerful ones were still the Night Temple, Mage Temple and Spiritual Temple, while the Warrior Temple and Assassin Temple were clearly quite weaker. Strangely, over a dozen consecutive matches went on without any of Bright Glimmer of Hope's people getting picked. That lasted until the 24th match, in which the light of selection fell upon one of the members of Bright Glimmer of Hope. This time, the light of selection landed on the tallest member of the team. Right at this time, a girl standing on the lounge of the Warrior Temple stood up suddenly, her hands shivering greatly out of excitement. The white-clad Feng Linger. As early as when Chen Zidian called the name of Bright Glimmer of Hope, Feng Linger felt as if struck by a thunderbolt from her lounge. Bright Glimmer of Hope, wasn't that their team? Having gone missing for over 4 years, this bastard finally decided to come back. This sudden news caused her brain to feel empty, as her eyes kept staring fixedly at the tallest of these demon hunters, that tall and robust man. Her eyes wavered, and tears kept flowing from the corners of her eyes. Yi Weiyang was seated beside Feng Linger. As they were the representatives of the Alliance's great auction house, they were naturally qualified to join this honored guest lounge. The words Bright Glimmer of Hope shocked her no less than Feng Linger, and right now she felt at a loss as for how to console Feng Linger, only tightly gripping her hand to console her warmly. Right now that man lit by the light of selection had caused Feng Linger to shed countless tears over the past 4 years. She was unable to repress her inner feelings anymore, which is why she rose up. Yi Weiyang hurriedly held her in her arms. Linger, don't let your emotions take control of you. If that's really him, you will meet him sooner or later. Bastard. Bastard. Feng Linger's red lips were shivering. If not for Yi Weiyang's support, she was afraid she would have already collapsed. So he's back, it's him. She wasn't in control of her tears anymore. They were just like pears falling over her fair, beautiful face. Under Feng Linger and Yi Weiyang's attentive watch, that tall member of Bright Glimmer of Hope slowly strolled toward the entrance of the Night Temple, removing the large cloak from himself and revealing a smooth and flashy large bald head. It's him. Feng Linger lost her voice, suddenly throwing herself into Yi Weiyang's embrace while crying out loud right after this call. On the surface, Yi Weiyang's character was rather more optimistic than Feng Linger and seemed far more tolerant. But actually, Feng Linger was also a really strong person. Otherwise she wouldn't be the one to have inherited the Alliance's great auction house. But even if she was stronger, she was after all just a girl. This guy had been missing for close to 5 years after their last separation. No letter came, and not a single piece of news had spread. Even the scarlet dragon armor she had offered him was already smashed to pieces. Feng Linger had seemed to be hypnotizing herself to convince herself into believing he was still alive. But deep inside, how could she not understand that the chances for him to still be alive were very scarce, now that she was finally able to see him again, still living and well? Even if Feng Linger felt even more enraged, she couldn't help but cry out tears of joy. He's alive! He's alive! And he's back! Her tears gushing out, this strong leader of the Alliance's auction house had already totally lost control over her own emotions. Indeed, when that cloak was removed, it revealed the true colors of the only disciplined priest of the priest temple, the bald Sima Xian. Compared to 4 years ago, he was even more robust, but did not forget his own identity as a priest. His priest's gown was fully packed with his strong muscles, and just by standing here, he gave off a lofty feeling of might. His eyes flickered in golden light, and as Sima Xian strode forward, he seemingly sensed something and unconsciously glanced at the warrior temple's honored guest lounge. But this lounge was really elevated high. There's no way he could see anything inside unless his eye's line of sight could shift direction midway. The light of selection glinted onto another person coming from the spiritual temple, who entered ahead of him due to Sima Xian having to remove his gown. The temple's great gathering was an honor amongst honors for all contestants, and being able to participate was already a great glory. To be able to gain points for one's own temple was such an honor that no one would dare go easy there. In the midst of incantations, a dark purple hexagram appeared in front of that summoner, and immediately, a pitch-black gate slowly rose up from the ground. A sinister aura rose up, and in the air, a black fog rippled around faintly. Darkness attribute. This summoner was actually a rarely seen dark summoner, using the magic called Hell's Gate, completely different yet similar to the creature summoning gate. This darkness summoner was visibly very powerful, to be able to use Hell's Gate in such a short time. As Sima Xian was just standing there, his gate of darkness had already come out. Contracted magic! Yi Weiyang cried out in alarm, drawing the emotionally disturbed Feng Linger's attention onto the field. Contracted magic was generally something only summoners from the spiritual temple could train. The contracted beast they put their heart into breeding was generally their greatest asset, but not all summoners could find a fitting magical beast to subdue, to make them their own contracted beast. So in such a situation came another choice: contracted magic. The so-called contracted magic was a magic branded into the depths of the user's heart to become part of his body. A summoner using contract magic would not be able to possess a contracted beast of his own, but this magic would cause their strength to magically break through the limitations of his rank to reach a higher level. Right now, this dark summoner's display proved with no doubt that his contracted magic was Hell's Gate. Hell's Gate in itself was, just like creature summoning gate, a magic of the 7th step, but after being turned into his contracted magic, it would rise in power alongside his cultivation to get reinforced greatly. This darkness summoner looked in his 50s, making him a relatively young contestant. His cultivation reached the peak of the 8th step. By relying on this contracted magic similarly raised to the peak of the 8th step, he felt confident in being able to put up a fight even against a powerhouse at the 9th step. Feng Linger's teary face shifted its gaze to the field, unconsciously feeling greatly worried. The contracted magic Hell's Gate could be considered a powerful thing. Not only did it have a great burst power, but moreover, it could be maintained just by using up the magic power of the user continuously. Generally, prolonged magic such as Creature Summoning Gate or Hell's Gate would not be employed in an individual tournament because of the really long casting time. But this being a contracted magic, this dark summoner was able to complete it in a very short time. Furthermore, it was an advanced Hell's Gate, making it a completely different thing. Sima Xian was unarmed and defenseless in front of the Hell's Gate. Feng Linger understood very clearly this Baldy's capabilities. Without the energetic ball of light in his hand, how much of his strength could possibly come out? The feelings of worry and excitement filling Feng Linger masked the deep grudge she still had. Feng Linger tightly grabbed Yi Weiyang's hand, nervously looking at the situation on the field below. Sima Xian advanced with no reservations, not releasing any kind of ability but just taking large strides toward the dark mage. To an ordinary person, this speed could be considered large strides, but to the powerhouses participating in this gathering, it just felt too slow. The opposite darkness summoner felt truly puzzled when looking at Sima Xian, even thinking, wasn't he being too careful by using his contracted magic right off the bat? He was facing this person looking to be in his 30s, with a robust build comparable to a mighty dragon, but clad in a priest gown. Really, a strange sight. Furthermore, this fellow was not even using any ability, only taking large steps toward him like an ordinary human. There were quite a few matches in the individual competition, but this was the first time such a thing was happening. This darkness summoner had a high status in the spiritual temple, and a plentiful fighting experience. After this short time of stupor, he immediately made up his resolve to use his own full strength, no matter the opponent, for the sake of winning this for the spiritual temple. Hell's Gate's power came to view. Hellhounds surrounded in dark flames came out frantically from the gate, aimed at Sima Xian's direction. These hellhounds were 12 dual-element creatures of darkness and fire attributes, and equivalent to human powerhouses of the 6th step. They didn't have any offensive abilities, and were only experts in physical attacks, but all their physical attacks carried attached boosts of darkness and fire attributes. Extremely tough and persevering, they wouldn't rest until death if someone would happen to annoy them. Looking at this hellhound, Sima Xian still walked forward, his bald head glittering intensely under the effects of the bright illumination in the whole stadium. The hellhounds were extremely fast, and the 12 of them arrived in front of Sima Xian in just a blink of an eye. These hellhound were not only tyrannical but looked very well organized. The 3 ahead pounced simultaneously onto Sima Xian, while out of the other 9, 3 jumped high, and the other 6 took the 2 sidelines, so to seal every of Sima Xian's possible escape routes. Their heads flickered in black and red, taking advantage of their numerical advantage against Sima Xian. That dark summoner was seated cross-legged, floating atop the Hell's Gate and incanting without pausing. Fluctuations of spiritual energy of great intensity seemed to come out from the gate. Gloomy, sinister, who knew what kind of creature was about to come out from this gate? He was not thinking of vanquishing Sima Xian using the hellhounds only to stall him for long enough. From his view, as long as his following magic could be completed, his victory would then be settled. Out of all spectators, the most nervous was without doubt Feng Ling'er. Looking at the unarmed and defenseless Sima Xian besieged by 12 hellhounds, she unawarely felt her breath get hasty. She felt like very severely reprimanding Sima Xian. You're just that young, yet are already rushing to participating to the temple's great gathering. Could you just be looking for death, sir? But the following scene shocked the whole audience. Facing the assaults of the 12 hellhounds, Sima Xian's look was still the same, as if he didn't see them at all. Only when these 12 hellhounds seemed close to contact, Sima Xian's strides came to a step, as he aimed a right kick heavily onto the ground. With just a bang, a strong golden flame arose from his body, extending over a span of 5 meters with Sima Xian ATH the center, to materialize an immense golden sphere in there. What ability is that? To say nothing about the dumbstruck people from the other temples, even the Knight Temple and Priest Temple expert in abilities of the light attribute looked the same. The next instant, they saw that Baldy keep walking ahead in the same manner in the direction of the Hell's Gate as if nothing happened. The fire behind him vanished, and in there midst the 12 hellhounds had already disappeared, leaving not even a single stain. The referee on the Knight's Lounge couldn't help but reveal a smile upon seeing such a scene. What an intrepid priest! This is no ability, clearly just a release of spiritual energy, simple and direct. The others naturally couldn't hear Chen Zidian's statement, only seeing the intrepid bald priest still advancing toward the Hell's Gate. To instantly dispose of 12 hellhounds expert in their defensive power, was that a feat anyone could manage? The dark summoner felt abruptly nervous, and visibly accelerated his chanting speed. Seeing Sima Xian already at a distance close to 50 meters from him, he couldn't help sweating profusely from the forehead. Although he wanted to give his all to handle Sima Xian, he was still negligent, originally thinking that the hellhounds would at least be able to stall Sima Xian for at least 10 seconds. In reality, Sima Xian only took a second to dispose of them. His incantation was close to completion and couldn't be altered, but at Sima Xian's current speed, he could totally dash in front of him before his incantation would be completed. Being able to instantly extinguish so many hellhounds, could he possibly have no spiritual wings? But to the whole audience's shock, Sima Xian not only didn't release his spiritual wings, but even stopped advancing at 20 meters from the Hellgate, only peacefully standing there, a great fighting will leaking out from his eyes. What could he be doing? Waiting for the opponent to complete his spell? Isn't that just too arrogant? For a moment the spectators all got uproarious as they could tell Sima Xian's goal. Only Sima Xian understood his own feelings, he really needed to vent out. Originally having a wild personality, such a long period of silence now required a great battle for him to liberate his constrained feelings. The Dark Summoner finally completed his spell. The Hell's Gate dispersed an intense dark purple halation, and immediately, an immense figure drilled out from within. No mistake, it was drilling out. The Hell's Gate was 4 meters long and 3 meters wide, but this summon could be seen drilling out just by lowering its head. 6 meters tall, human-shaped, robust with a spiral horn. A Hell's Demon King of the 9th step. Right, that was the trump card of this darkness summoner. He was able to summon a powerful Hell's Demon King of the 9th step, even though his cultivation was only at the peak of the 8th step. No matter what Sima Xian did, he still finally managed to complete this spell. An overwhelming roar reverberated, but did not come from the Hell's Demon King, but from Sima Xian 20 meters away. Facing the Hell's Demon King that just came out from Hellgate, he suddenly spread out his arm and shouted loudly, rushing straight at the Hell's Demon King at great speed. Having just gotten summoned, the Hell's Demon King still didn't understand the situation. A human dispersing an intense bright light from his body was rushing to him, so he unconsciously aimed a punch straight at Sima Xian. An intense dark purple halation came out from the Demon King, the aura of a tyrannical powerhouse of the 9th step with no doubts, But the rushing Sima Xian didn't show any intention of avoiding it, stamping heavily onto the ground to issue a boom sound, soaring high into the sky. The golden light distributed from his body instantly turned incandescent, as from Sima Xian's fist burst out such an incandescent radiance, fiercely clashing against the Hell's Demon King's fist. To clash with a Hell's Demon King in sheer physical power. What a sight! This instant, Feng Linger was already not the only one whose breathing became perturbed, but the same went for an absolute majority of the spectators. Sima Xian's overbearingly rude and unreasonable fighting manner caused their blood to boil. Light and darkness would always clash violently. The defensive barrier in the stadium shook greatly, and with Sima Xian and the Hell's Demon King as center, powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy was disperse, causing even the Hell's Gate to be on the verge of collapse just from the repercussions of the clash. To the whole audience's shock, the one to suffer a loss was not Sima Xian, who was not viewed optimistically, but the Hell's Demon King. In a large roar, the Hell's Demon King was unexpectedly pushed away by Sima Xian's fist, and upon this clash, the incandescent sacred fire had ignited and fiercely corroded his body. Sima Xian tumbled back slightly, landing onto the ground, but at the same time his feet touched the ground, he once again rekeyed his power, rushing just like an incandescent artillery shell at the Hell's Demon King. A lot of matches had been undertaken, but this was the first time two powerhouses of the 9th step clashed. When Sima Xian pushed back the Hell's Demon King, everyone understood that this tyrannical and unreasonable priest was actually a powerhouse of the 9th step. A priest of saint level? But how could a priest contend with a Hell's Demon King by his sheer fist? Once again, Sima Xian's fists went up as he jumped high to even cross over the Hell's Demon King. In between his fists condensed a white sphere of a half-meter diameter, brazenly smashing the Hell's Demon King. The Hell's Demon King only recovered his balance right now. Sima Xian's previous light of life was just so domineering, eroding the power of darkness in him with considerable effect. This Hell's Demon had no understanding of the situation right after appearing here. Sima Xian's rude and unreasonable acts caused him to strike out reflexively, his feet bursting with purple light which was shot at Sima Xian's direction. Sima Xian was just too brutal, not even making use of that purple light shooting out from his own chest. His fists just clashed with the Hell's Demon King's fist. In loud rumbles, the Hell's Demon King let out wretched cries. His 6 meters tall figure forcibly shrank, suddenly getting more than 1 meter shorter because of the pounding from Sima Xian's fists. An intense holy fire instantly engulfed his whole body, which shivered violently very much. But the demon's horns glinting in purple light were prepared to land on Sima Xian's chest, as Sima Xian's figure stopped in midair, and a purple glint was shot out from his chest. A thunderous sound resounded in the whole stage, as that purple ray violently smashed the chest of the Hell's Demon King, flickering in purple electricity over its whole body, directly pushed back out of the way. Golden dual wings finally appeared on Sima Xian's back, extending over 10 meters. In a flash, he chased after the top of the Hell's Demon King's head, catching one of his horns with his vigorous hands. "Get out of my way!" Swish! In a grieved sound, the Hell's Demon King's shout finally stopped, as his massive body was split in two right above Sima Xian's head. Bang! Sima Xian's feet landed onto the ground, finally starting to take large breaths of air, but the wild valiance in his eyes didn't weaken in the slightest, ardently watching the Hell's Gate becoming gradually more and more illusory. The whole audience was in deathly stillness. This was the first battle that shook the whole holy city, from the start of the individual competition. The bald priest Sima Xian managed by relying on his physical power to split a Hell's Demon King of the 9th step. This instant, he really had an intrepid look, actually causing the veteran powerhouses from those 6 great temples to shrink in fear. The dark summoner unconsciously drew back, narrowly collapsing. Seeing the wild and burly look in Sima Xian's eyes, his face became pale. Even if a Hell's Demon King was one of the weakest creatures of the 9th step, that was still a powerhouse of this level. And yet that bald priest didn't even use any presentable technique to split it in two. He could not even think of anyone else more powerful. The tall and big figure that lacerated the Hell's Demon King was really exceptionally burly. 9th step, a powerhouse of the 9th step. But was that really a priest? Although Yang Wenjiao achieved victory, that was a victory achieved by tricks, which did not cause a realization of bright glimmer of hope's strength. But at that very moment, Sima Xian's wild rampaging raised the whole audience's attention onto the demon hunt squad bright glimmer of hope. In the contestants' quarters, the team leader Ling Shao was already standing up, looking full of excitement. Sima Xian was his own disciple. Although this guy was gone for a long time, that was still indeed his disciple. Others may not recognize him as a priest, but Ling Shao understood very clearly that this bald and intrepid muddled man was part of the priest temple. In all previous sessions of temple's great gathering, the priest temple was almost always participating in the capacity of an observer. Ling Shao realized for the first time that an unusual priest could still bring honor to the priest temple. He made up his resolve to initiate a new order of disciplined priests, so the priest temple could get a better ability of self-protection. The fierce glint in Sima Xian's eyes vanished gradually, folding his arms and bowing in priest etiquette to the dark summoner, before turning back to leave from the field. There was basically no need for the opponent to concede for everyone to come to the same conclusion. This dark summoner not only lost, but even suffered a terrible blow in his self-confidence. Returning to the Night Temple's entrance, he put back on his large cloak and returned to his team as if nothing had just happened. When the light of selection landed once again, the spectators only awoke from their sluggish states. The competition resumed, but it was like the stadium caught in a terrible explosion, as comments only kept rising in succession. The name of Bright Glimmer of Hope became the whole holy city's focal point. The two who had successively joined in battles were both in their 30s, but showed tremendous ability, especially the intrepid Sima Xian, who left a very deep impression. In the honored guests' lounge, Feng Linger had her hand on her mouth, with some tears still falling from her face. Even a beauty like Yi Wei-yang couldn't help but feel tenderness just by looking at her. So handsome. How perfect. Feng Linger muttered. Yi Wei-yang unhappily reacted. I really wonder what you are thinking. How could a quiet little girl such as you be actually inclined toward doughty men? Look at how crude that guy is. Feng Linger shook her head vigorously. He's not crude, look at him, isn't he so manly? I originally found him very valiant but didn't think that after being gone for so long, he'd actually come back so perfect. No good, I have to go look for him. Saying that, she turned her head and rushed down from the lounge. What a taste in men. Come back right now. Yi Wei-yong grabbed her. You're not reserved in the slightest? Weren't you just cursing at that bastard just a bit before? Why are you just so infatuated with such a muscle-headed guy? He's been gone for over 4 years and did not give out the slightest news. If he doesn't look for you, it will mean that you already don't have any place in his heart. Even if he comes, you need to teach him a good lesson, or won't you just keep being played by him over and over again? So you'd better obediently sit there. You are not allowed to even look at him, understood? Feng Linger sat back to her seat miserably, declaring in a low voice, Don't be like that, Sis Wei-yong. See how strong he just became. He must have suffered quite a lot in the past years. Don't you find him outstanding? Reaching the 9th step at the age of 30, don't you see some potential in him? Don't be so complacent. HMPF, what if he doesn't want you anymore? Feng Linger shook his head. That's impossible. He surely had planned to become an overnight celebrity in this temple's great gathering, which is why he didn't come to see me, to avoid leaking their team's strength. Seeing her confident look, Yi Wei-yong couldn't help but laugh to her. What a girl you are! What a little white flower, you're simply a little infatuated flower. I'm not regarding you anymore. Sima Xian's victory gained the attention of all 6 great temples, but the competition still had to go on. Very quickly, the spectators' lines of sight were attracted back to the stage. A short time after Sima Xian set out to fight, the head of the mage temple Li Jingji was picked to join the battle against a warrior. He only needed to launch one spell to achieve complete victory. His performance was very low-key, but clearly his opponent was not strong enough and was unable to force out any of his other abilities. Almost a half of the contestants from the 6 Great Temple were powerhouses of the 9th step. After battles between powerhouses of the 9th step started to take place, the competition became more and more intense, and a domain wielder even appeared in one battle. On the 35th battle, the light of selection landed for the 3rd time onto someone from Bright Glimmer of Hope, this time landing on the 5th man of the group. That was a tall-built man, looking even younger than the previous 2, and wore his deep green hair long. His appearance instantly rose comments on the side of the mage temple because many mages had recognized him. And on the side of the night temple, a pink-haired girl almost instantly clenched her fist, looking extremely sluggish just like the previous Feng Linger. Biting her teeth, with great difficulty she resisted the urge to cry out loudly. Li Jingji looked at Lin Chen on his side, an inquiring look on his face. Lin Chen had a lifeless look right now, trembling intensely out of excitement. Li Jingji shifted back his gaze, able to see from Lin Chen's expression that he didn't know at all about his grandson coming to Holy City. That great excitement couldn't possibly be faked. No mistake, this dark green-haired and slender-built man looking handsome to the extent of being characterizable as a bit girly, was the only mage of Bright Glimmer of Hope, Lin Xian, nicknamed Has-Drugsbro by everyone else. Lin Xian's opponent was a knight, so he walked into the stadium alongside this knight. Without leaving the knight the time to open her mouth, Lin Xian's figure flashed and shifted 100 meters away, as if teleporting before closing the distance to this knight. The powerhouses from all 6 great temples only saw Lin Xian's back flash in blue light before he accelerated to appear 100 meters away. When could a mage attain such speed? That knight had shivers as well, but as he came to take part in the competition, he naturally wouldn't be frightened so easily. In a golden flash of light, a huge snow-white eagle with a golden horn appeared above him. This gigantic eagle rose over 10 meters, and right as it appeared, light essence kept surging in waves, pouring all the way inside the knight. This knight was originally at the peak of the 8th step of cultivation, but the assistance of the gigantic eagle in the sky caused his imposing manner to rise sharply, rising to the realm of the 9th step in the blink of an eye. His opponent Lin Xian did not chant but scratched the empty air in front of him with his right fist, immediately causing a 1-meter-long thumb-shaped blue light ray to come out and be shot at that knight. The blue ray did not emit the slightest sound, only advancing and tracing an arc. What's that? That knight who just got boosted by his holy golden eagle dashed at Lin Xian with a greatly increased cultivation. Seeing that inconspicuous blue ray shoot out, as he raised his left hand, a deep golden color condensed instantly, turning into a golden shield in front of him, and he launched divine obstruction while coming to a stop in his dash. A blue ray? Could his opponent be a water element mage? This being the temple's great gathering, even though the opponent's attack looked inconspicuous, he couldn't afford to be careless. As a guardian knight, he had to attach the most importance to safety and put emphasis on consolidation. In a battle between a guardian knight and a mage, the guardian knight would frequently need the mage to exhaust his magic power to achieve victory. After all, guardian knights were not expert in speed and had rather weaker attack power, putting them in no good position against mages using their spiritual wings to achieve flight. When the blue ray accurately landed onto the guardian knight's shield, against all expectations, that soft-looking blue ray with a presence far from comparable to the awe of a fireball suddenly exploded upon contact with the guardian knight's shield. The guardian knight was suddenly pushed close to 10 meters away, and blue ashes were created on the shield. Immediately, his spiritual Highlandized holy shield disappeared in the midst of the blue ray, as the air surrounding him became clearly distorted. That was not water but fire. But what kind of magic was that? The guardian knight lost his shield under the state of divine obstruction, and that burning hot stream of air caused his spiritual energy to deplete at a massive speed. With great difficulty, he finally managed to counteract the massive remainder produced by the blue ray. Although his cultivation was raised to the 9th step thanks to his mount, in the end he hadn't reached the 9th step for real. Facing the instant blast of the opponent's fire spell of the 9th step, he knew that his chances were pretty scarce. This time, Lin Xian launched yet another attack. Behind his back, his dark hair fluttered slowly on the side of his left arm as his right hand was raised once again, and this time, 2 such blue rays were shot again. The guardian knight's complexion had become very unsightly. In a situation with no usable equipment, his shield could only be materialized by relying on his own spiritual energy, and adding that to divine obstruction made up his greatest defensive state. But the previous blue ray just pierced through his defense, and this time, 2 of them would certainly be even harder to defend against. In a large shout, the guardian knight strode forward and traced an arc in a movement. In the meantime, a holy light rose from his whole body, sending him into a sanctified mode. His hands crossed each other in midair, and a shield even thicker than the previous one appeared. Incandescent flames formed this heavy shield used to block the incoming attack. That was still divine obstruction, and his only current hope was that this instant spell Lin Xian unleashed actually expended a great amount of magical power, so that the mage opposing him would have a greater depletion of res sources than he did. When the blue rays exploded in succession, the Guardian Knight realized once again his mistake. These two blue entities had blasted in succession, causing this shield using holification and spiritual highland as basis to actually get split once again, a scorching blue fire rising around the knight's body. Some of it was already on him and caused vast expenditures of spiritual energy to keep gushing out, all of which was just caused by these terrifyingly scorching blue rays of light. So a real powerhouse of the 9th step was actually such a terrifying thing? This match looked far more relaxed than before, no flashy magic, no powerful ability, and none of the disdain and coarse wildness showed by Sima Xian. But true powerhouses were able to discern a lot from this. That simple-looking blue ray of light was not simple at all. Li Jingji looked at Lin Xian with a look full of shock, murmuring, "Such condensed spiritual highland already goes beyond the scale of magic. An easy-looking yet extremely complicated control over spiritual energy. Just what terrifyingly deep level does this child Lin Xian's understanding of fire already reach?" Lin Chen's shock went even beyond Li Jingji's. Was that still that same grandson of his? The previous attack was something he had no way at all to reproduce. Even though Lin Chen's cultivation made a final breakthrough after so many years of bottleneck to finally reach the 9th step after the end of the Holy War, he still felt totally unable to reproduce that control over fire. Moreover, Lin Xian's Heart of Fire gave him a control over fire far beyond any ordinary mage. After his grandson went missing for over 4 years only to return so powerful, how could he not get excited? Right at this time, Lin Xian's next display of skills shook the whole audience. His left foot stepped forward a bit, as he wore an extremely focused look on his face, his eyes flickering in sincerity. Raising his left hand, this time he exerted control using only his forefinger. Blue rays appeared brazenly in the air, looking even shorter than the previous two, but did not immediately go for the Guardian Knight, only staying condensed at Lin Xian's side. In a blink of an eye, Lin Xian flamboyantly gave rise to 12 of these blue rays of light, causing the opposite Guardian Knight to look totally blank. Since 2 blue rays already exhausted him to such extent, how could so many of them even spare his life? By chance the temple's great gathering had set rules that killing the opponent is in no way allowed, or else he was afraid he would already be fleeing in great panic. Those 20+ rays in the sky formed 2 large words, Xianer. Seeing these words, surges of tears began to flow on Li Xian's cheeks from the terrace. He has returned, and although he hasn't come to look for me first thing, he still remembered me. Immediately, Lin Xian raised his hands up and used his terrifyingly powerful light rays to form a heart symbol surrounding the name Xianer. This bastard! Lin Chen's eye immediately reddened beyond his control, finding for the first time his grandson's shows not so repulsive. The muscles on the face of the opposite Guardian Knight twitched immediately. The opponent was actually making a love declaration in a match of the temple's great gathering. This simply caused him to bury his face in his palm. Finding the shame no longer bearable, the Guardian Knight turned his head and left. What use was there to even keep the match going further? He had visibly already lost anyway. That Xianer looked even more terrifying than even an ordinary forbidden fire spell. Lin Xin faced upwards, looking at the blurry outline of his heart drawing, before a resonant phoenix cry suddenly rang out, the blue rays immediately gathering in his chest to disappear in the blink of an eye. Then he left the field, picking up his cloak as he returned to his comrades. In this competition, watchers were in no way allowed to come into contact with the contestants. Sitting there, Li Xian was already crying bitterly. So he finally came back, and didn't forget about me. Looking at the previous scene, even the lead referee Chen Zidian had a monstrous look on his face, thinking to himself, nowadays youngsters are really getting more and more daring. But Lin Xian's act was in no way against the rules. He had already proved the power of his blue rays to the whole audience before writing out these 2 words. What a mystery! The most important for a powerhouse of the 9th step was to find a path to walk on his own, and Lin Xian undoubtedly had found this path. He broke away from traditional magic casting and found an alternative, creating his own route. Perhaps he may seem a bit inferior in terms of the scales of his attacks, but the power of his attacks was definitely amongst the top of the fire mages. And more importantly, his instant release of such magic made his survivability in the battlefield undoubtedly extremely great, and gave him no need for the assistance of other vocations. 3 of the 10 people forming Bright Glimmer of Hope had set out, all of whom achieved victory, and all won in style, especially Sima Xian and Lin Xian, who left extremely deep impressions. The light of selection reappeared, but against all expectations, another of the light of selections once again illuminated someone amongst Bright Glimmer of Hope's ranks, as well as someone else on the side of the spiritual temple. Seeing that person illuminated on the side of the spiritual temple, a lot of people couldn't help but gasp, because that was actually the auxiliary head of the spiritual temple, Sanshui Popo. The holy war may have caused immense damage to the alliance, but also gave rapid rise to powerhouses. Just like Lin Chen, Sanshui Popo managed through her great efforts to achieve a breakthrough and rise to the 9th step, raising her strength greatly. Moreover, being the wife of the head of the spiritual temple, Chen Zidian, she held a decisive role in the spiritual temple. Bright Glimmer of Hope was unexpectedly running into such a powerhouse. This time no one was optimistic for them, since this was, after all, the first powerhouse of the 9th step they were meeting. But at the time the contestant on the side of Bright Glimmer of Hope removed her cloak, a great commotion arose. She was just too young. How could this demon hunt squad Bright Glimmer of Hope actually be formed with so many of these freaks? Could they have special techniques to change their appearance? How could each one of them just look so young? Her long hair drifting lightly in the breeze as she carried an eccentric smile on her face, Chen Inger entered the stadium. Sanshui Popo had a helpless look when seeing her, and did not soar up in excitement when seeing her. Very clearly, Chen Inger had already met her grandfather and grandmother before the start of the temple's great gathering. After Chen Inger entered the stadium, she did not immediately chant her incantation, but gave a miserable look to her own grandmother, as if telling her, "Do as you see fit, but just don't make it hurt too much, please." Sanshui Popo let out a light sigh. A loving look on her face, she helplessly shook her head and spoke the words, "I concede." After speaking these words, she immediately turned back to exit the field. Chen Inger stuck out her tongue and exited the stadium vivaciously, with a smile on her face. What? Sanshui Popo just conceded? The overwhelming majority felt as if they had heard wrong. How could the auxiliary head of the spiritual temple just give up against such a young girl? In fact, that was a knockout competition. just by losing one match, one wouldn't have any more chance to participate in the rest of the temple's great gathering. Li Jingji furrowed his eyebrows, seemingly wanting to say something, but finally bearing it. With his understanding of the squad Bright Glimmer of Hope, she naturally knew about the relationship between Sanshui Popo and Chen Inger. Situations of conceding in the temple's great gathering were very rare but not absolutely absent. For instance, there had been once in the previous temple's great gathering two formerly separated demon hunters that encountered each other. Just after meeting, one of them took the initiative to concede. No matter what, no rules forbid conceding, so although Sanshui Popo's move raised questions, no one stopped her from doing so. Mysteriously, the contestants on the side of the spiritual temple all had tranquil looks, and none of them even went to comment on Sanshui Popo's act. Seeing this scene, Li Jingji suddenly had an uneasy feeling. The calm of the spiritual temple seemed to have another meaning. Although the spiritual temple and mage temple's relationship was not as close as the assassin temple and knight temple, the spiritual temple could be considered a backer of the mage temple for a long time now. Only, their cooperation was achieved in more professional manners. The competition kept going. The matches of the temple's great gathering went for a short time, first because there was no struggle of life or death, and because the contestants being at the 9th step for some, and at the 8th step for others, gaps in strength would appear extremely easily, making most matches very short. In the morning, over 40 matches were concluded. Based on this speed, the first rounds of the first stage should terminate by the evening. Out of the 5 participating great temples and the demon hunt squad Bright Glimmer of Hope, the latter was the only one to only keep winning from beginning to now. 5 of them had already set out: Yang Wenzhao, Sima Xian, Lin Xian, Chen Inger, as well as Duan Yi, who also reached the peak of the 8th step, and won thanks to a perfect collaboration with his mammoth mount in that match. Out of the 5, only Duan Yi had a rather difficult time, having been confronted with a fierce battle against a mage for a quarter of an hour, achieving victory by relying on his great defense and personal skills. Achieving victory aside, the others all had a rather easy time. The temple's great gathering didn't include any lunch pause. The participating powerhouses would have no trouble even spending 10 days or half a month without eating, so the competition still kept going. At the time of the 48th match, the 6th candidate of Bright Glimmer of Hope was the target of the light of selection, and was this time the one standing in the leftmost of their ranks. At the time the light of selection came to a stop, the looks of all higher-ups of the 6 great temple were concentrated on him, because all knew that the first position of a demon hunt squad would always belong to their captain. And Bright Glimmer of Hope's captain was no one else than Longhaochen. So after over 4 years passed, Longhaochen finally reappeared. Longhaochen's luck was very lacking, because the other one selected was astonishingly the head of the warrior temple, Qiu Yonghao, number 1 powerhouse of the warrior temple. Qiu Yonghao became blank upon seeing the light of selection reflect upon him. Longhaochen, am I actually going to cross hands with you in such a manner? His figure flashing, Qiu Yonghao entered the field, and on the other side Longhaochen became, after removing his cloak, the target of all lines of sight. Before even entering the field, he turned back to perform a knight's salute in the direction of his grandfather Long Tianying before heading to the field. Clad in a simple white martial attire, his long golden hair draped over his shoulder, and his crystal-clear eyes, seemingly able to see through anything, in addition to a handsome-to-the-peak appearance, he had a steady disposition like no one else. But no matter how one would look, with his face he just looked to be in his 20s or so. Yet those other traits caused everyone to forget about his young age. Looking to him would subconsciously give the feeling of a cleansing breeze. He dispersed no fluctuations of spiritual energy, but just by standing here, he immediately became the focal point. Even the head of the warrior temple Qiu Yonghao was not such a target of attention. Within the Night Temple, all Golden Foundation Knights got up and returned longhaochen's salute. No matter for how long he was missing, that was still the Saint Knight head of their Night Temple until the Night Temple would remove that announcement, as well as the commander of all Golden Foundation Knights and Mithril Foundation Knights. Not only the Night Temple recognized longhaochen, but the Assassin Temple, Priest Temple, Warrior Temple, and Mage Temple all had a lot of people recognize him. Although longhaochen did not appear for a long time during the Holy War, he left a deep impression in the Assassin, Warrior, and Mage Temples. And in the bloody battles in the southern mountain pass, he was even the hero who saved the fort. History wouldn't get forgotten so easily. No matter how long the time that passed would be, they still recognized the handsome features on longhaochen's face. Bright glimmer of hope actually turned out to be her demon hunt squad. All those unacquainted to longhaochen, but who knew the other members, shared this thought. But the higher-ups truly aware of the meaning of longhaochen's existence all had different thoughts. These youngsters were the ones to destroy a demon god pillar for the first time in history, and he was the one who caused the holy war that lasted for 2 years between demonkind and humankind. He was now back and brought his demon hunt squad along. Just what was he planning by participating in this temple's great gathering? Why wouldn't he take up arms for the Night Temple, but rather choose to participate alongside his demon hunt squad? Looking at the young man before his eyes, Qiu Yonghao had a completely different impression. The first time he had met longhaochen, it was for him to leave his sword intent for the warrior temple. And because this sword intent was the one he had witnessed from the holy sword wielder Yi Wushang, it enabled him to make astonishing progress. After that, every one of longhaochen's moves produced some miraculous things. After having gone missing for so long, he finally returned. At that very moment, Qiu Yonghao couldn't help but reminisce about those words Wang Yuan left when they met. "It's been a long time, Haochen." Qiu Yonghao had a faint smile, staring at longhaochen ardently. Longhaochen revealed a similar smile. "Yes, Temple Head Qiu, our last encounter was close to 5 years ago. I didn't expect us to be reunited in these circumstances," Qiu Yonghao declared. "Haochen, I won't show you any mercy. Now let me see to which level you rose after these past 5 years." Longhaochen nodded to him. "Please guide me well." At the time Qiu Yonghao declared these words to longhaochen, he had already come to his resolve. As the head of the warrior temple, he wanted first of all to see what influence longhaochen already had, as well as what he could bring to the future alliance. As a result, he noticed that at longhaochen's back were at least the Night Temple and Assassin Temple, which were 2 of the 6 great temples. Also, he clearly remembered the relationship between Chen Ying'er and Chen Hongbao. Didn't he just see how fast Sanshui Popo conceded? This way, at least the Summoner Temple won't oppose him and would most likely remain neutral. The Priest Temple never had a great influence over the alliance, so longhaochen very possibly had already obtained over a half of the alliance's backing. After all, he had a very special identity, the scion of light of the Night Temple and the next successor to their temple. Since even Wang Yuan had reached the 9th step, how far could his cultivation have already gone? If he could prove himself using strength, maybe his authority would ultimately have a very decisive role in the new alliance. So, Qiu Yonghao understood that the greatest factor determining whether Longhaochen would be able to change the whole alliance was strength. Whether he had a first-grade cultivation or not would determine the power of the backing he would obtain from the neutral party. Qiu Yonghao resolved himself that if Longhaochen is able to achieve victory over him, no matter what follows from his participation in this temple's great gathering, the warrior temple would at least choose to remain neutral. Longhaochen's left feet strode forward. Advancing his right fist, he started heading toward the other party, but didn't even summon his own mount in the process. Qiu Yonghao didn't believe a mountless Longhaochen to be not strong enough. The two of them were separated by close to 200 meters, yet Longhaochen's fist gave off the feeling of raising the temperature in the whole stadium, causing a warm oppressive feeling to descend upon him. Qiu Yonghao was an experienced powerhouse as well, and immediately felt the crisis. Although this warm pressure didn't feel too oppressive, he could faintly sense that if he didn't respond properly, it would be highly possible for him to lose the match. Qiu Yonghao's eyes turned into a golden color as his fist struck out as well. An immense golden heavy sword had appeared behind him, soaring high, and his dense sword intent immediately filled the whole stadium with a somber and desolate presence. Longhaochen shot his fist, while Qiu Yonghao shot his sword intent. The two parties' spiritual energies were incorporeal, but when they clashed, the barriers protecting the stadium swayed violently, the multicolored golden light on it abruptly strengthening, obviously in order to bear the massive pressure. This instant, everyone saw Longhaochen arrive in front of Qiu Yonghao and aim another punch at this head of the warrior temple. Qiu Yonghan's face froze, not aware of who it was that had the advantage in the first clash. Facing Longhaochen's fist, he braced his arms to block the attack. The two parties clearly had top-notch levels of strength, holding most of their spiritual energy in reserve. This looked like simple physical clashes, but everyone knew that this kind of battle was actually the most dangerous, because a burst of spiritual energy could go as far as to cause landslide-scale effects. Qiu Yonghao blocked Longhaochen's fist with his arms, and the two of them came to a standstill in midair. Immediately, all the spectators saw a flash of golden light shine upon Longhaochen's chest. That instant, everyone felt as if Longhaochen's body had just inflated. The next instant, Qiu Yonghao, who had just borne Longhaochen's attack, was unexpectedly pushed back, clashing violently against the barrier of the training field. To send the head of the warrior temple flying with just a fist? Seeing this scene, even Li Jingji abruptly stood up from his seat. Li Jingji and him were old friends, so he naturally understood Qiu Yonghao's cultivation well. Over the past years, Qiu Yonghao had always been training and seeking after breakthroughs assiduously. His cultivation finally broke through the second rank of the 9th step, his internal spiritual energy already being above the 260,000. He was one of the top powerhouses in the whole Temple Alliance, as well as the number one in the Warrior Temple, as famous as the most powerful war god. But in the previous exchange of blows, he was actually smashed away by Longhaochen's fist. What did it mean? It meant that Longhaochen's spiritual level was even higher. At the 9th step level, to smash the opponent away without use of any ability would require a gap of 50,000 spiritual energy at least between the two. But how could this happen? 4 years before, Longhaochen's spiritual energy reached at most 30 or 40,000. Could he already have risen to the 3rd rank of the 9th step in the short span of 4 years? Li Jingji felt for the first time a massive threat from Longhaochen. He was not only back, but also with a strength far exceeding his own. He was starting to be afraid that the Demon Hunt Squad bright glimmer of hope didn't only have the goal of training themselves in mind. When Qiu Yonghao hit the barrier, his body was instantly repelled back, and that 10-meter-high sword behind his back also struck out, turning into a massive golden entity chopping at longhaochen. This was not a weapon but a pure sword intent, Qiu Yonghao's domain. For the sake of chasing after the true essence of sword intent, Qiu Yonghao focused his domain comprehension onto sword intent. His domain of sword intent could match a divine tool. One use of it could already split heaven and earth apart. Facing this golden huge sword strike, longhaochen stood firmly on his feet. Behind him, intense golden glints shone abruptly, and 6 massive golden wings spread out, and an overflowing power flowed out from him. His right hand pointed to the sky. Longhaochen's eyes suddenly turned an incandescent color, then an incandescent surge of light came out from his body, turning into a white light soaring from him. This sword ray looked far smaller than Qiu Yong's sword intent, as it had the size of an ordinary fencing sword. An incandescent halation spread out from within, but the instant it appeared, Qiu Yonghao, making full use of his domain of sword intent, felt intense shivers. In a melodious ringing, longhaochen's body swayed slightly and drew 2 steps back, but the golden light previously gushing out from his chest flashed as his pace became far steadier. With crispy sounds, Qiu Yonghao's domain of sword intent already filled the atmosphere completely, only to stop in front of that white sword. The white sword was lightly buzzing, slowly removing the pressure from the immense sword, seemingly carrying an unbearable burden. All the spectators that could see so far would believe Qiu Yonghao to once again be in disadvantage. However, only he knew that longhaochen's sword intent was of a completely different nature compared to his. His sword intent was purely formed with notions regarding the sword, combining his spirit's will to the sword's intention. But although longhaochen's sword intent wasn't as powerful as his own sword intent domain, that white sword intent had soul fluctuations of its own. In other words, longhaochen was able to pour some soul into this sword intent. Qiu Yonghao remembered vividly that in those years, on the eve of the day Yi Wushang challenged the demon god emperor, he had told him that he finally understood some of the mysteries behind sword soul. But wasn't longhaochen utilizing precisely this very sword soul? That technique went even beyond sword intent. Longhaochen had a thin smile on his face as he looked at Qiu Yonghao. Congratulations for your great progress in Cultivation Temple Head Qiu. Your domain of sword intent is really powerful and original. If one day you can understand the mysteries behind using one's soul as sword, your attainments will have surpassed the senior Yi Wushang of those years. I would possibly even need to use my own domain to resist your attacks. After so many matches, longhaochen was the only one to have spoken words in the midst of his match. Qiu Yonghao not only did not become twitchy because of these words, but instead felt thin feelings of comprehension, ardently watching the sword soul close to longhaochen's head. He could feel that longhaochen's sword soul was only at an embryonic state, but he still really attained that level. Sword soul, just how could one materialize a sword soul? Longhaochen raised his right hand and gripped that white soul sword above his head as the 6 golden wings on his back slowly unfolded. A beautiful sound came out from his body, like the fall of pearls, like a morning bell. That instant, longhaochen's body seemed to disappear, and the whole stadium became filled with golden color. Even the sword soul in his hand was the same. By chance, this was a transparent golden color, so the contestants could all see what happened within. Light strip. Longhaochen watched Xiao Yonghao attentively, and spoke these words in a bizarre intonation. The next instant, Xiao Yonghao's body froze, then deep surges of golden waves came flying to his direction. Rapidly integrated into the surrounding golden space, his domain of sword intent got weaker at an astonishing speed. The sword soul in Longhaochen's hand pointed forward, seemingly conserving its original course. But from his body, countless sparkling golden rays were refracted, forming golden threads all over the space, tangling and spiralic, to finally join with the 6 wings on his back, which became even more solid and dazzling. The previous 2 flashes of golden light on his chests kept repeating at a slow interval. This is my domain, known as light. In my domain, I am like the god of light. You are the only other person to have ever entered my domain. Sorry, but your spiritual energy is below mine, and every spiritual energy of light elemental powerhouse below me, as well as their power of light, will be stripped and given to me. During the light binding, Longhaochen still stood there calmly, looking no different from before, the bright light on his body dispersing quietly, and even the 6 wings and long sword in his hand weren't anymore. In front of him, Xiao Yonghao was seated on the ground in a decrepit state. Looking at Longhaochen, the current Xiao Yonghao was full of shock. After meeting with Wang Yuan, Xiao Yonghao attempted several times to guess Longhaochen's level of strength, but he didn't expect his cultivation to actually reach such a level. Not only was his spiritual energy below Haochen's, but most of all the power of Haochen's domain was just too terrifying. How could a domain's power reach such an extent? Just by standing in his domain, his spiritual energy was entirely stripped and transferred to the domain, depriving him of even the ability to resist. He's the god of light inside his domain. Just what was the level of such a domain? There had never been comparable domains in humankind's history, and this domain was very clearly not only the bane of any light element powerhouse, but moreover had a very great level of power of its own. On the Night Temple's lounge, Chun Zidian had stood up at some point. Watching Longhaochen in the middle of the field, he couldn't help but reveal a smiling expression. Young boy, I really didn't expect you to even make me feel itchy. I really want to see the effects that your light domain would have if you faced me. Xiao Yonghao lost? So the head of the warrior temple and most powerful war god Xiao Yonghao really lost just like that? That exceedingly handsome young man just released his own domain, and then the head of the warrior temple was vanquished. Just what level of strength could accomplish such a feat? Long Tianying also stood up, filled with great shock upon looking at Longhaochen. Was that still a domain? As it is able to strip the power from any elemental beings, all light element powerhouses would simply be totally powerless inside. This seemed to be already beyond the level of a domain. Even as the scion of light, a god's chosen one, he shouldn't have such a light-controlling ability. This seemed like something only the true goddess of light could achieve. But a god should be an unreal being, present at the same time on every corner of the world. Indeed, if Longhaochen was merely a god's chosen one, he couldn't possibly have such a domain. But he was no longer just a god's chosen one. His constitution having fused with the blood vessels of the scion of light Elux, he had managed to evolve to a new level. And after over 4 years of seclusion, his comrades and him made qualitative progress. And the one among them who made the greatest progress was indeed him. Longhaochen's innate internal spiritual energy already broke past the limits to exceed 120. He did not have the physique of a scion of light anymore, but a physique like a god of light. In other words, he would already be a half-god in some sense in a world of light essence. So, in just the abstract level, the current him had essentially risen to the same level of half-god as the demon god emperor, with only his cultivation being still far behind. The holy necromancer Elux left him a miracle, the miracle of light. Longhaochen slowly strolled forward, supporting Qiu Yonghao to stand up from the ground. Right now, Qiu Yonghao was already feeling his own spiritual energy replenish in the external world, but his shock was still just as present. Longhaochen showed a smile to him. If Temple Head Qiu has some interest, let us discuss regarding Sword Soul when we have the time. Qiu Yonghao showed a bitter smile. So what about that Sword Soul? Your domain. It should rather be called the Light God domain. I don't know how you accomplished that, but I could feel that you are simply the ruler of light in your domain. Longhaochen smiled to him. Actually, it is not as powerful as you imagine. Although my circumstances are extraordinary, this domain bestows me with a double-edged sword. Its light spiritual energy consumption is tenfold an ordinary domain's. Maintaining it for 1 second already depletes 10,000 of my spiritual energy. Qiu Yonghao did not expect Longhaochen to be so forthcoming. Nodding to him, he responded, "Let's have a talk after this temple's great gathering ends." Saying that, he turned back and left the site. Longhaochen's smile was still the same, but he was slightly disappointed. From Qiu Yonghao's words was inferred that he did not want them to have more contact until this temple's great gathering would end. In a flash, Longhaochen exited the space and picked up his gown, performing a night salute in front of the Night Temple's crowd, before walking slowly back to Bright Glimmer of Hope's ranks. This time, even Long Tianying did the same as the other competitors from the Night Temple and saluted back. Even in his capacity as elder, Long Tianying was totally subdued by his grandson's strength. This battle between Longhaochen and Qiu Yonghao lasted for a short time, but perspicacious people could all tell that Longhaochen's ability had fully suppressed Qiu Yonghao. Be it in sword intent or elemental attribute, he had just restricted Qiu Yonghao far too much. The gap between the two of them was originally not that wide, but the superiority of Longhaochen's attribute and domain enabled him to easily pick up this victory. Li Jingji's eyes were tranquil, sitting back on his seat. Shutting both his eyes, he seemed to be pondering calmly. Among the competitors, Tan Wan's look became really blank, her body shaking lightly. Right now, she felt unable to even express her feelings. He is actually already so powerful? He already has the strength to vanquish a temple head. And Qiu Yonghao's cultivation was certainly not ranked last among the heads of the 6 great temples. At least the leader of the Night Temple Long Tianying would not necessarily achieve victory against him if his divine throne wasn't added to the equation. But Longhaochen won just like that. Domain? Just what kind of domain was that? To have a domain of his own under the age of 30. Could he really be the messenger of heaven, sent to lead humankind in defeating demonkind? Even if she was the direct disciple of Li Jingji, right now Tan Wan's confidence was clearly quite a bit shaken. This battle naturally did not shock only her, but far too many other people had similar thoughts. A young man under the age of 30 who already had his own domain, and was powerful enough to make the head of the warrior temple stand no chance. Such a genius had never even appeared in the Temple Alliance's history. The previous scion of Samsara and holy sword wielder seemed like nothing special in front of him. Perhaps he really would have the strength to challenge the demon god emperor in the near future. For a moment, the looks of some neutral higher-ups from the Temple Alliance at Bright Glimmer of Hope started to get fervent. No one else would believe this demon hunt squad could possibly only be there to raise their own fighting experience. The competition went on, and the rest of the battles was still watched excitedly, although clashes between domains like the battle between Longhaochen and Qiu had not appeared again. After all, people wielding a domain of their own were just too few. When the 95th battle concluded, it was already deep night, and time had come for the results to be announced. Qin Zidian's awe-inspiring voice reverberated in the whole stadium. For the first day of the temple's great gathering, over 90 matches have concluded. In result, the Night Temple has 24 remaining people. Mage Temple 21. Spiritual Temple 16. Assassin Temple 14. Bright Glimmer of Hope 10. Warrior Temple 10. Now that the first rounds are over, total points will start to be counted from this point onwards. The results were like a lot of people expected, with the only added variable being the Demon Hunt Squad Bright Glimmer of Hope. Don't make a hasty judgment just because Bright Glimmer of Hope is at the bottom alongside the Warrior Temple. Their splendor was far greater than all 5 temples. Out of 10 people, they had achieved 10 victories, achieving a win rate of 100%. What glorious results were these! In fact, the other temples had 36 people in total originally, but even the most powerful Night Temple only achieved a win rate of 2/3. The 5 participating temples also set their eyes on the Demon Hunt Squad Bright Glimmer of Hope with great attention. They found out with shock that 8 of the 10 people forming this squad were actually powerhouses of the 9th step, the rest reaching the peak of the 8th step. And among their ranks were 5 young knights. Their leader Longhaochen, Han Yu, Zhang Fengfeng, Yang Wenzhao, and Duan Yi. Without a doubt, these 5 were known figures of the Night Temple's younger generation. Their appearance caused different degrees of changes on the people rather inclined toward the Mage Temple. With them back, who would dare affirm the Night Temple didn't have a younger generation to keep them going on? Among these 5 young knights were 3 of the 9th step and 2 of the 8th step, with one in the lot with a domain of his own, and who had won against the head of the Warrior Temple. If their victorious battles were as representatives of the Night Temple, what would have come of the Night Temple's rate of victory? Without doubt, some of the 5 would surely become divine knights of the new generation. And to the Night Temple, having divine knights as leaders would make their superiority go on forever. Sima Xian's great rudeness shocked a lot of people, but the most shocking was Longhaochen's victory over Qiu Yonghao. Bright Glimmer of Hope and Longhaochen's name were all engraved deeply in the midst of every higher-up of the Temple Alliance. Even the very weak masses were able to tell Longhaochen's strength, since, after all, he won against the head of the Warrior Temple. Deep night. Outside the Alliance's great stadium, a lot of spectators slept directly on the ground, because they wanted to keep their good seats for the next day, and had even brought along rations and water. This first day of the temple's great gathering already brought them countless great surprises. This one was really far more brilliant than the previous ones, especially for the appearance of these young powerhouses which raised the youngsters from Holy City into great excitations. This name of Bright Glimmer of Hope spread widely everywhere in the city, and to the whole alliance, this holy city being at its center. Slowly walking away from the temple's great gathering, Longhaochen and his comrades came out, heading for the headquarters of the Temple Alliance. After this day of competition, they could already no longer stay in hotels just like in the past, otherwise they won't possibly be at peace. Their resting place became the Night Temple instead. Long Tianying walked away from the stadium with a large smile on his face without waiting for the rest of the Golden Foundation Knights, a lot of people coming up to him hastily. The fastest to rush here was Li Xian. Before she could approach, a Golden Foundation Knight barred her way, but being a Mithril Foundation Knight, the Golden Foundation Knights all recognized her. Li Xian was furthermore one of the candidates for participation in the temple's great gathering. Before Li Xian even opened the door, Long Tianying nodded to her. "Follow me. We are coming as well." Two clear voices came out, Feng Linger and Yi Wei Yang. Although Yi Wei Yang did her best to stop her, in the end that was not enough to persuade Feng Linger. The match having ended, Longhaochen's crew left already, and since they had 4 knights in their team, the Night Temple's side was naturally the most probable place for them to be staying. Long Tianying smiled to them. "It's the 2 of you? Coming along then." Right after saying this, he unconsciously raised his head to see huge fiery red spiritual wings vanish, as a figure landed right in front of him, the auxiliary head of the Mage Temple, Lin Chen. "Brother Long." Lin Chen performed a mage salute to Long Tianying. Long Tianying's gentle laughter could be heard. "So? Brother Lin also wants to return with me." Lin Chen had a pressing look, and was filled with excitement, but still shook his head and passed the words. "Tell this bastard to go see me in a bit." Long Tianying chuckled in response. "All right. These little guys have really been missing for too long. I didn't expect to see such astonishing scenes today." Lin Chen wrinkled his brows, secretly thinking, "So you didn't know about their return? Yet you were very calm and collected at the time your grandson appeared. To keep me in the dark like that, HMPF, let's fix this bastard in a bit later." Sure enough, the Mage Temple and Night Temple were in competition, so he couldn't stay here for too long. "Thanks a lot, Brother Long." Saying this, he kindly smiled Li Xian. "Xian, you don't need to give me any face, just fix him fiercely." After saying this, he saluted once again Long Tianying before turning back and leaving. Li Xian, Feng Linger and Yi Wei Yang followed Long Tianying in the headquarters of the Alliance. Long Tianying dispersed the Golden Foundation Knights, then told the 3, "Follow me, you 3. They heard a warm voice resonate right after they entered the Night Temple's area of the Alliance's headquarters. "Sis." The cloakless Longhaochen stood there, as if he had anticipated their arrival, with Lin Xian and Sima Xian standing behind him. "Haochen." Hearing Longhaochen call sis, Li Xian was unable to restrain her feelings and rapidly stepped up and took him tightly in her arms. Longhaochen considered Li Xian like his related big sister so far. As the brother and sister hugged each other, Li Xian suddenly cried out very loudly. Behind her, Feng Linger and Yi Wei Yang couldn't help but become red-eyed at this reunion. Seeing Feng Linger, Sima Xian immediately looked blank, shaking lightly despite how robust he was. But he made an unexpected move, not even speaking a word, but pursed his lips in an expectant manner. Feng Linger bit her own lips, dazedly looking at him, as words were squeezed out in the little space between her teeth. "Si. Ma. Xian. Present." Sima Xian immediately stood straight, before rapidly taking large strides toward Feng Linger. "You stand there." Feng Linger suddenly shouted, raising her hand to point at Sima Xian, shivering even more strongly. Sima Xian then stopped his advance and softly said, "Linger, I also want to hug you. Can we?" "You bastard!" Feng Linger shouted once again. Sima Xian scratched his head with a painful look on his face. I am a bastard, it's all my fault. I'm in the wrong." Feng Linger's look suddenly became cold, looking at Sima Xian at 3 meters from him to coldly declare, "Sima Xian, I have come today to tell you that it's over between the two of us. I already have another man, so even if you dared come back, don't ever bother me in the future. Let things be clear, I don't want to get involved with you anymore." Saying all that, she pulled Yi Wei-yong's hand and left. But in just a blink of an eye, tears flowed over her face. Being separated for so many years, she had had countless nightmares, especially after the Scarlet Dragon armor was shattered. She had already lost count of the number of times her tears flowed through. Waiting in pain was always a torture, causing her far too much grievance. Before coming here, she only felt happy and excited about returning to him, but when they really met, the grievance filling him was finally uncontrollable and caused her to blow out like that. Sima Xian became blank when looking at the rapidly departing Feng Linger, totally at a loss for a moment. Lin Xian kicked him from behind in the butt. "Idiot, still not immediately chasing after her. What are you standing foolishly for? Do you really want her to be gone?" "Yeah, right. Good kick." Sima Xian immediately returned to his senses, his figure flashing and chasing after Feng Linger and Yi Wei-yong. He was already a powerhouse of the 9th step, making him fast enough to catch up to Feng Linger in just 3 steps. Grabbing her shoulder, he dim-wittedly declared, "I'm not letting you go." Feng Linger turned her head and fiercely looked him. "I just said that I am breaking off our relation. You wouldn't be forcing a girl to obey you, would you?" Looking at her deep red, crying face, Sima Xian felt a sharp pain go up to him, and suddenly took her under his embrace in a tight hug. "Even if I have to let you go, I don't care whether you have another man. If you have another man, I will just kill him and grab you back. If you have a child, then he's mine already. I will just kill the father and raise him as my own kid." "You? What are you saying?" Feng Linger gritted her teeth and didn't know whether to laugh or to cry, scratching fiercely at his skin. Yet she kept hugging Sima Xian tightly, and didn't relinquish her grip no matter what she said. Seeing Sima Xian's tyrannical declaration, the nearby Yi Wei-yong felt her flesh distorting, narrowly about to laugh it out. What's that logic if she's already married? Just kill the man and snatch the kid to raise it as your own. What freaking logic was that? She was afraid that only this Sima Xian could say such a thing. But needless to say, Feng Linger was really serious. She was really inclined to an intrepid man such as Sima Xian, lying in his wide embrace and surrounded by his arms. Her reaction gradually became weaker, until ending just like Li Xian, crying loudly in Sima Xian's arms, who became bewildered, but as he didn't dare release her, he could only console with clumsy language. On the other side, Lin Xian had already moved closer to Longhaochen, patting him to remark, "Hey boss, that's my wife, shouldn't I be the one to hug her?" Hearing him, Li Xian suddenly raised her head above Longhaochen's embrace and shouted in fury, "Who's your wife? Don't you know about coming home? These years, you have not even sent a single piece of news. I have already been taking you for dead since long ago. Compared to Feng Linger's strong on the outside but soft on the inside character, Li Xian was exactly the opposite. Although Lin Xian's return was a shocking surprise and excitement in her eyes, convincing her to forgive him would not be an easy thing. Longhaochen reported back to Li Xian in a soft voice. "Sis, don't blame Lin Xian. It's actually because of me, because of my mistaken decision that narrowly got us wiped out at the demon's hands. Afterwards, we had an extraordinary stroke of luck and went into states of deep meditations. After awaking, 4 years had already passed. So it's not that Lin Xian didn't want to contact you, but we really didn't have any such opportunities." Li Xian had a start, looking far softer, but still disregarded Lin Xian, and asked Longhaochen, "Just what happened?" Long Tianying, "You can't be planning to talk out here? Just go in." As he said so, this divine knight stepped inside, leading the group into a conference room in the Night Temple. The others from Bright Glimmer of Hope were all already waiting inside and had all taken off their cloaks. Right now, Sima Xian had a really queer look. Still hugging Feng Linger yet far taller than her, he lifted her up above the ground all along their walk on the way there. Entering the meeting room, everyone couldn't help but reveal sniggering faces. Feng Linger became bashful. "What are you waiting for to let go of me?" Sima Xian resolutely replied, "I'm not letting you go. Isn't it just the others sneering? What if you run off after I let go of you? I'll have no more wife." Saying this guy took a chair and sat on it, placing Feng Linger on his knee, but not letting go of her no matter what she'd say. Given his cultivation, Feng Linger couldn't possibly struggle out no matter how she tried. Little imagined was that Feng Linger actually really liked that wild type the most. Although bashful, she didn't resist and buried her head on his thick shoulder, not daring to raise it. Longhaochen invited Long Tianying to sit on the main seat, then sat right across from Long Tianying. "Sis, Miss Wei Yang and Miss Linger, on behalf of the Demon Hunt Squad Bright Glimmer of Hope, I would like to apologize about the matter of us having gone missing. Just as I said, everything is my own fault." Right now, Feng Linger and Li Xian were extremely stirred emotionally, so only Yi Wei Yang was rather stable in the emotional aspect, looking at Longhaochen. "Captain Long, I would be very curious to listen about the encounters you wound up having in demon territory, for you to have not returned for such a long time, and furthermore not even sent the slightest news." Looking at Kaier on his side, Longhaochen unconsciously grabbed her small hand from below the table. Even if a long time had already passed since then, right now he still felt a deep lingering fear, not a fear of death, but a fear of losing Kaier. At that time, he was just a bit close to losing Kaier forever. "We got caught in a trap of the demon god emperor." Thus did Longhaochen start speaking about how they saved Yang Wenjiao from the Dragon River demon god Asmodeus, and how he got informed of the demon god emperor's plan of surrounding them, as well as how the demon god emperor's trap went step by step and in detail. At the time he mentioned his own heart being pierced by the demon god emperor's attack. Li Xian and Yi Wei Yang both couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Even Feng Linger raised her head in shock from Sima Xian's embrace. They were surprisingly caught by the demon god emperor, moon demon god, and star demon god altogether. Although Longhaochen's description was quite stern, the three girls having come across demons many times already, they could naturally imagine what kind of situation it was to be surrounded by the three greatest demon powerhouses in the midst of Modu Core City. Although I don't know why the demon god emperor was willing to spare my comrades at the cost of my life, I knew at that time that my death was already settled. The demon god emperor abode by his promise, letting my comrades get away from Modu while carrying my corpse. In those years, we found out some remnants with great inheritance from ancient times deep inside. If we could get this inheritance, the hope of resurrecting me may appear, so everyone came across countless dangers for the sake of resurrecting me. After experiencing countless near-death experiences, they finally gained that inheritance, enabling the reconstruction of my heart, which is why I am standing in front of you right now. That power from ancient times left a massive power that we collectively went to absorb, as we trained in these remnants. But no one imagined that this seclusion would actually be a deep meditation of over 4 years. Us awaking was a matter of half a year ago. During these 4 years of deep meditations, we obtained a lot, and actually, we didn't really know how much time had passed since then, actually believing it to be just a few days. Everyone made immense qualitative progress in deep meditation, and made many advances in understanding. Never had we encountered such a crisis in this lifetime, so, in the following time, we kept training and raising our understanding and cultivation all along. This is why we managed to achieve such results in today's temple's great gathering. At the time we just came back, Lin Xin and Sima wanted to immediately look for you, but I was the one to stop them. You should also know that this temple's great gathering is special and will very possibly be a turning point for the Alliance. There are some things we want from this gathering in the hopes of making the Alliance even more powerful in the future. So before it started, I made them endure patiently. The fault is mine, so I hope you could forgive them. Also, I want to thank you on behalf of our Demon Hunt Squad, Bright Glimmer of Hope, for having waited for them. It is surely the greatest bliss of their life for them to have found lovers such as you. Saying that, Longhaochen stood once again and respectfully bowed to the 3 girls. Although Longhaochen's story was counted as of nothing special, but 3 girls felt very exhausted just from listening, finding it to be quite thrilling. They were really very close to not having made it back. By this time, given Feng Linger's delicate character, she had already no more fury filling her. Holding Sima Xian's hand, she had a very warm gaze, only thinking, the most important is that you're back. Li Xian's face was also greatly eased, and Lin Xian immediately tried to take advantage of that and sat beside her. Yi Weiyang stood up and nodded to Longhaochen. I feel very lucky about having gotten to listen to the experience Captain Long and the others went through. You are heroes for the Alliance. It looks like Linger is not willing to follow me out, and you should have more matters to discuss, so I am leaving first, goodbye. Longhaochen had a sudden thought and told Han Yu, please send off Miss Weiyang. Yes. Han Yu accepted and invited Yi Weiyang to the exit, showing the way for her to go. Longhaochen asked Feng Linger, Miss Linger, can you please answer a question for me? Feng Linger nodded. Right now, Sima Xian saw that she couldn't run off anymore, which is why he placed her on the adjacent seat. Still, his hand was drawn toward her waist, though this bald priest didn't have any more of his previous aggressiveness, with just a happy smirk left on his face. Longhaochen asked, does Miss Weiyang happen to have already a lover? Feng Linger was startled. What's that about? Don't you already have her? She pointed at Kair. Kair laughed in response. He's not asking for his own sake, but for Han Yu, who just sent off Miss Weiyang back here. Speaking of which, the only single person left in the Demon Hunt Squad Bright Glimmer of Hope was Han Yu. Even Duan Yi, who was temporarily added to their team, had a childhood sweetheart as his wife. Before they went missing, Duan Yi was already married to her. Only his wife was just a commoner and not a practitioner. This time, Duan Yi specially went to visit his wife and report his well-being before they returned to the holy city. As the captain, Longhaochen was of course concerned with the members' important issues. Han Yu had a steady character, be it in behavior and appearance or ability, all of which were top-notch. However, as a demon hunter, he never had the opportunity to discover those feelings. Now that they reached the 9th step of cultivation, their abilities of self-preservation in the battlefield were greatly enhanced, so Longhaochen naturally became concerned with finding a close female friend for him. The group came into contact with Yi Weiyang several times already. This girl was not only beautiful but also very capable. The Alliance's great auction house was neatly managed in her hands, while Feng Linger only had some important decisions to handle. More importantly, Yi Weiyang was the successor of the holy sword wielder Yi Wushang. All of this added up would naturally make it a very good thing if they could act as a matchmaker for Han Yu. Hearing Kyer say this much, Feng Linger's eyes immediately lit. Big Sis Weiyang has a very great foresight and remained unmarried for so long. I just don't know whether that knight from your ranks will be able to move her heart. Longhaochen smiled at her. Then please help us pull strings. I can see that Miss Weiyang and you are very close. If she also can become one of the family member for our bright glimmer of hope, won't the two of you become even more intimately related? Let me give you a little leak. After this temple's great gathering terminates, we will immediately proceed for the Knight's Sacred Mountain, where, given Han Yu's strength, he will very possibly be able to obtain a divine throne's approval. I think that a divine knight should be a good match for Miss Weiyang, right? Feng Linger's eyes flashed in understanding. It surely is a good match. But Captain Long, are you maybe planning on invading our alliance's great auction house? Or do you have some other goals? Longhaochen replied with a faint smile. I will let Sima explain everything to you secretly. Of course, we hope to obtain the backing of your alliance's great auction house, but I believe that this will only bring benefit to the future of the auction house. Although Long Tianying was seated on the main seat, he did not speak a word from beginning to end, only looking at his grandson. Returning after over 4 years, Longhaochen not only looked more calm and reserved than in the past, but had gained an indescribably great presence. Looking at his warmth, he gave off the feeling of being in the right when discussing. This was really a kind of extraordinary trait, a king's bearing. When dawn came once again, the second day of the temple's great gathering opened its curtains. The contestants eliminated in the previous days were all sent to the spectator lounge. Only the contestants that made it to the second round remained in the competition area. For the sake of simplifying their entrance to the venue, the group of Bright Glimmer of Hope sat directly across the space allocated to the Night Temple, but this action also caused the expression of the Mage Temple's head Li Jingji to look very much unsightly. Today, a total of 95 people were assembled, gathered for random individual battles. After all, luck would always be a part of one's strength. After that round of drawing, 48 contestants would pass through the third stage, resulting in a continuation of the knockout competition, until a top 3 was established. The top 3 will be offered 2 choices. Either to end normally and just keep all their previous total points, or to keep undergoing battles, where the final winners would get rewarded with an extra 10 total points. Out of a total of 3 battles, if someone manages to win against the other 2 and end up number 1, this one would get an extra 20 points. the competition restarted and the first appearance of the Light of Selection picked a member of Bright Glimmer of Hope right off the bat. Today they had all removed their cloaks, and the one the Light of Selection had picked was actually Kyer. The other one to be selected was quite coincidentally from the nearby Assassin Temple, the elder chief of the Assassin Temple, wielder of the 12 Spaces domain, Xuejisheng. Kyer's face of absolute beauty immediately got strange. A short time ago she had just won a battle against this Xuejisheng, and although she didn't achieve final victory, her domain ability Flourishing Lotus Flower caused Xuejisheng to concede. Who would have thought that she would once again have to face this elder chief of her temple? In a flash of her figure, she entered the stadium, but without giving Kyer the time to prepare her moves, Xuejisheng on the other side did not even enter the stadium. His aged voice immediately heard reverberating through the whole stadium. "I concede." These words raised an uproar among all spectators. Xuejisheng was a veteran of the Assassin Temple, the current #1 expert in their temple. Although his seniority was not on the terrifying level of the legendary Chen Zidian, he was even a generation higher than the temple head Shengyu. What had just happened for him to cower without even giving a fight? Li Jingji finally couldn't bear it anymore. "Chief referee, this is the temple's great gathering, not a child's play. Auxiliary temple head San Shao just conceded yesterday, and today it's Xuejisheng from the Assassin Temple, all of whom are peak powerhouses of their own temple. What's the meaning of our temple's great gathering if such situations keep occurring in the rest of the competition?" On the Night Temple's lounge, Chen Zidian's voice spread. "Please give your reasons, auxiliary heads." "San Shui, Elder Shui, I need a reason for your choices of conceding." San Shui Popo, having a fearless character, let out a cold snort and declared to Li Jingji, "Temple Head Li, you are too meddlesome. I had only one reason for conceding, and it's that I'm no match for Chen Inger. She's my grandson, so we have already had matches before. That's all." Xuejisheng declared indifferently, "My situation is the same as San Shui. Not long ago I have sparred with Miss Kyer and lost. As I don't want to get dishonored once again, I chose to concede." "Chief referee, will such reasons do? For the powerhouses of the present age, face is frequently even more important than their lives." For San Shui Popo and Xuejisheng to declare that they were not matches for Chen Inger and Kyer immediately raised another uproar. The already highly valued the Demon Hunt Squad Bright Glimmer of Hope once again rose winds and waves. San Shui Popo was one thing as, after all, she had only just recently broken through the 9th step, but Xuejisheng was the #1 powerhouse in the Assassin Temple, wielder of the 12 Spaces domain. For him to declare being no match for a member of this Demon Hunt Squad immediately placed its position to an unprecedented level. Li Jingji's face looked feverish, but he didn't have anything good to respond to that, his unspoken grievance still unsettled. Chen Zidian declared, "Since things are like that, let the competition follow its course. If there are some other acts of conceding in the following course of the battles, you must speak out the reasons immediately from now on, or some points will be deducted from your own temple's total." Shockingly, the Light of Selection once again lit a member of Bright Glimmer of Hope, being this time Wang Yuanyuan. The other side selected by the light was Tan Wan, who had barely won yesterday. Tan Wan was after all very young, so her cultivation was definitely among the last of the competitors from the Mage Temple. On the previous day, it was by relying on some extraordinary magic taught by Li Jingji that she defeated her opponent with difficulty, making it to the second round. Wang Yuanyuan was clad in white attire, her short hair flourishing with heroic spirit. Her slender figure and great beauty were immediately noticed as she entered the stadium. If one were to look carefully, they would discover that Wang Yuanyuan's eyes were clearly different from before, her pupils now being purple-colored. Facing the clearly even younger Wang Yuanyuan, Tan Wan had a stubborn look. How can they all have such transcending abilities for their ages? I must defeat her at any cost. Clad in a green gown, Tan Wan's spiritual wings immediately spread out and flapped up. Rising straight to the air, she made a turn in midair, causing countless tiny wind blades to get released. Her sharp incantation resounded like a torrential storm, causing green light to shine upon half of the stadium. Fantastic changes started to take place on the tiny green blades of light, revolving around Tan Wang's body and getting faster and faster, with even more green light coming off at lightning speed from Tan Wan's body. Wang Yuanyu and also moved. She did not release her spiritual wings, but went for Tan Wan in large strides. Her pink eyes gradually deepened to suddenly turn into a dark red color, giving off a strange and oppressive sight. Spurts of blood seemed to frequently come from her eyes. The Alliance's great stadium being so wide, Wang Yuanyuan would need at least half a minute to get to Tan Wan's range. But she wasn't hurried in the slightest, appearing to let Tan Wan display the best of her magic. On the Mage Temple's side, Li Jingji's look became even more unsightly. Although Wang Yuanyuan had yet to make a move, from her performance in the battle of the previous day, Li Jingji knew that she was a powerhouse of the 9th step. Wang Yuanyuan's previous opponent was a knight, and the two parties crossed hands for not even 2 minutes before that knight got defeated by Wang Yuanyuan's powerful spatial powers. And, at that time, Wang Yuanyuan had immediately launched an attack right from the start, totally unlike today. Her current doing was visibly to make a show for the Mage Temple to see. What if you reach the 9th step? My personally created magic is something even someone at the 9th step may not necessarily win against when launched at full power. The look in Li Jingji's eyes flickered, unconsciously facing Longhaochen seated in the middle of the Night Temple's area. Longhaochen was clearly very calm, sitting upright yet releasing a very warm manner, just like any other more normal young man. But Li Jingji felt deeply that such a young man was affecting his plans to an enormous degree. Tan Wan's chant started to get more and more high-pitched. These chanting patterns were quite rare because, during magic incantation, no mistaken tone was allowed, thus limiting one's chanting speed. So a rapid chant such as hers would very possibly result in failed magic. Her current chant also seemed quite different from ordinary spells. This incantation was personally created by Li Jingji. Being the most outstanding genius the Mage Temple had in 1,000 years, Li Jingji combined some ancient incantation with personal comprehension to create an extraordinary magic spell chant. Back in the days, the reason why he took Tan Wan as a disciple was that Tan Wan could comprehend this incantation. Those small wind blades surrounding Tan Wan immediately turned green, entirely masking her body and making it look unclear. The wind blades stopped increasing after reaching a certain number but became more and more brightly colored. One could faintly see green electric light coil around those wind blades, as Tan Wan's incantation accelerated to its peak. Ha! Right when Wang Yuanyuan was at 50 meters from Tan Wan, she issued a reverberating shriek, and immediately, those green wind blades surrounding her in buzzing sounds immediately transformed into a whirlpool of 3 meters diameter and 5 meters length, rushing straight to Wang Yuanyuan's location. All could tell that they were in no way ordinary whirlpools. Each of the small wind blades forming them was infused with the might of spiritual highland. After chanting this incantation, Tan Wan dropped from the sky, looking pale, and, her body swelling, nearly fell to the ground. From this could be seen that this previous magic had just depleted nearly all her spiritual energy. Tan Wan did not even expect herself to actually be able to complete this spell. The greatest feature of this spell was to combine both offense and defense. If the enemy were to attack in the midst of her chant, the first of the wind blades would protect her automatically by attacking the enemies, while her chant would keep going on as long as the enemy does not pass through the magic. This spell already reached the forbidden spell grade. For Tan Wan to actually manage to use such a wind elemental forbidden spell without the boost of any attached equipment was more than prideful enough. Li Jingji gave this magic a really domineering name, calling it Dark Green Hades Spring. It was full of destructive power against both single and multiple targets. From Tan Wan's spell came out Li Jingji's ferociousness. Mages of the same grade would hardly be able to utilize such terrifying magic. Facing Dark Green Hades Spring, Wang Yuanyuan stopped her advance, making an incomprehensible move by raising her right hand and putting her forefinger, middle finger and ring finger in contact with the space between her eyebrows, as she shut both her eyes. The forbidden spell Green Hades Spring about to arrive in front of Wang Yuanyuan produced a massive attraction and pulling Wang Yuanyuan to its direction. Wang Yuanyuan seemed as though she didn't even see that forbidden spell, still standing motionless, with her 3 fingers at the same position. Tan Wan's look changed, because she understood clearly the might of this forbidden spell. More importantly, it could only be released and not retrieved, as her cultivation was far from sufficient to achieve such control. In case Wang Yuanyuan really died in front of her forbidden spell, that would not only incur an unredeemable grudge between the Mage Temple and Bright Glimmer of Hope, but also make her a criminal. After all, the Mage Temple and Bright Glimmer of Hope were no more than competitors, with everyone having a mutual enemy in demonkind. Neither did she have any thoughts of killing someone from Bright Glimmer of Hope, but because their displays of power were too overbearing, she had to liberate her greatest magic right at the start. But now that Dark Green Hades well had already engulfed Wang Yuanyuan, it was already too late to have second thoughts. Suddenly, an intense bloody red fog abruptly came off Wang Yuanyuan as its center and dispersed, instantly sweeping her body along, and spreading outwards at a frightening speed, clashing against the Dark Green Hades Spring. Dark Green Hades Spring was dark green colored, and this bloody red bright fog was scarlet colored, forming 2 opposite forces. A shocking scene occurred. That bloody red fog pushed it back, but that was still a perilous situation. An intense bloodreek filled the air instantly, as a red light forcibly enveloped the Dark Green Hades Spring. A terrible murderous spirit surged out and filled the air as a red glow suddenly bubbled forth. That dark red radiance was fully buried in the midst of the surges of blood, and one could only see the blood fog rush out and expand, filling the whole stadium with the color of blood in just a little while. Li Jingji's face froze. A domain, that was clearly the power of a domain. So, how many more other than longhaochen actually wielded domains in this Bright Glimmer of Hope? If what Xue Jisheng said before was for real, that saint daughter of samsara was bound to wield a domain too. That already made a total of 3 domains. Even the temples had only 3 domain wielders each, no more. For the demon hunt squad Bright to have such strength, they were already drawing near a legendary demon hunt squad like the demon godslayers, and they were yet so young. Right, this expanse of blood red was Wang Yuanyuan's domain that she named Blood Domain. In terms of innate talent, Wang Yuanyuan was surely the least in the demon hunt squad bright glimmer of hope, but her willpower and determination matched even Longhaochen and Kaier, and in some fields she was even more perseverant. Precisely because of her lack of innate talent to match her comrades, Wang Yuanyuan invested even more effort. She was the one to invest herself the most of the team in the 2 years of Holy War, and also the one to slaughter the most. She forced her way through this road of slaughter to find her own style. In the Tower of Eternity, when her 7 spatial crystals summoned the true might of the divine soul shield, the ebullition of her blood vessels caused that blood-reeking slaughter aura to integrate her body, fixing the basis of her understanding of the blood domain. After 4 years of deep meditation, Wang Yuanyuan gained deep foundations, not only breaking through the 9th step, but also becoming the 4th domain wielder of the group after Longhaochen, Kaier and Chen Inger, surpassing Sima Xian, Lin Xian, Han Yu and Zhang Fengfeng's attainments to become the 4th strongest powerhouse of the team. In front of Tan Wan, she had no need for her domain's power at all, but Longhaochen told his team before the competition that this temple's great gathering was a time to display their strength. So they absolutely had to show all higher-ups of the Temple Alliance their powerfulness so that their plans could keep getting carried out. Therefore, Wang Yuanyuan chose to display the use of her domain right after seeing that the opponent was someone from the Mage Temple. Dark Green Hell's Spring was certainly powerful, but if Li Jingji were to make use of it in combination with his domain, Wang Yuanyuan would surely not be able to block it by the sheer use of her domain. But, after all, Tan Wan reached only the 8th step, so her control over the forbidden spell was really insufficient. In the end, it disappeared, submerged in the midst of that domain of Blue 30 slaughter, turning into nothingness. As the bloodlight vanished, Wang Yuanyuan didn't even glance at Tan Wan, and turned back to leave the field. Her domain having come out, the outcome was already fixed. The temple's great gathering became once again submerged in silence by bright glimmer of hope. Everyone there witnessed that the strength of all their members truly was befitting the strength of a titled demon hunt squad. The second round continued without the half with the lower cultivation. In this second round, over 3/4 of the contestants were powerhouses of the 9th step. But even so, at the time the second round ended, Bright Glimmer of Hope achieved the proud result of 9 victories, with only Duan Yi losing at Shang Yu's hands. After the second round terminated, some changes happened in the proportions. The Night Temple's dominance was globally a bit fainter. The Night Temple had only 11 people left by the third round, having gotten 13 of their members eliminated. The Mage Temple had 10, Bright Glimmer of Hope had 9, the Spiritual Temple had 7, the Assassin Temple had 6, and the Warrior Temple only had 5 left. Changes happened regarding the accumulations of points as well. After the victors of the second round all gained 2 points, added up to the first round's total points, the Night Temple was still number 1 with 46 points, the Mage Temple being second with 41 points, the Spiritual Temple was third with 30 points, Bright Glimmer of Hope fourth with 28 points, the Assassin Temple fifth with 26, and finally came the Warrior Temple with 20 points. For the 10 members of Bright Glimmer of Hope to achieve the 4th rank by the end of the second rounds proved their power plentifully. Moreover, the accomplishments in cultivation on the side of Longhaochen's group would clearly make them shine even further on in the later stages, so the individual counts were still pretty hard to predict. The second rounds were over by noon, but the third rounds would start immediately without the slightest time allocated for rest. The previous 2 rounds of individual battle were mostly competing for the temple's strength as a whole, but from the third round onwards, the individual capabilities of their powerhouses would be accounted. Upon victory, everyone would get at least 4 points in total. A total of 24 battles would be undergone in the third round, involving 48 people, and resulting in earth-shattering battles. The first 2 lights of selections picked the leaders of the Mage Temple and Knight Temple, Li Jingji and Long Tianying. But to the great shock of the public, this battle only lasted for an extraordinarily short time, merely 5 minutes. Li Jingji made use of his powerful wind god domain and formidable magic power to defeat Long Tianying, making a mighty display of power on the Mage Temple's side. Watching this battle, Longhaochen was also shocked, because, despite knowing that his grandfather would certainly be no match for Li Jingji, he didn't think he would lose so fast. Li Jingji's control over light essence reached an abnormal level, and furthermore, Long Tianying was a divine knight without the boost from his divine throne, which reduced his strength by over half, otherwise maybe he could have put up a fight. The chief of the Knight Temple getting defeated by the third round was something that had not happened for the past several hundred years. Long Tianying showed a terribly unsightly face, but had no choice but to accept this as a matter of fact. Li Jingji's power was admirable since the first round. To have made it through the third round, only true elites of the 5 temples were left, so the competition turned to a white-hot level. Although Yang Wenjiao had achieved victory on the second round, he had given all he had by relying on his Starlight Unicorn's domain boost to barely defeat a warrior of the 9th step. But on the third round, his strength still being far from recovered, he became the second eliminated member of Bright Glimmer of Hope. With Yang Wenjiao's elimination, a great display of individual power on the side of Bright Glimmer of Hope started. In the 5th match, Chen Inger had as her opponent the auxiliary head of the Mage Temple, Lin Xian's grandfather, Lin Chen. On the previous day, Lin Xian had already gone to see Lin Chen, but they didn't discuss for too long before Lin Chen rushed back, not even telling Lin Xian much, apart from admonishing him to take good care of Li Xian. When Lin Xian talked about that with Longhaochen, the latter understood that Lin Chen's attitude was due to the sensitive position of the Mage Temple in this temple's great gathering. As an auxiliary head of the Mage Temple, he was not allowed to tell too much to his grandson who was part of Bright Glimmer of Hope. Right now he didn't expect to have to face Chen Inger in the competition. Lin Chen obviously wouldn't concede simply on account of her relationship with his grandson. With Li Jingji and the powerhouses from the Mage Temple watching from behind, he had to give his all. "Grandpa Lin, no need to hold back against me." Chen Inger saluted Lin Chen with a natural smile on her face. Lin Chen only bowed slightly to her, and didn't say much, immediately creating an orange fireball atop his head with a wave of his right hand. Lin Chen being a fire mage, although he didn't have the same exceptional heart of fire as his grandson, had the #1 attainments in fire magic in the whole Mage Temple. He had been unable to break through the 9th step for reasons of innate talent, but in terms of researches on fire magic, Lin Chen put efforts throughout his whole life, his son and daughter-in-law having even deceased in the midst of this path. An orange fireball floated out like an ardent sun, illuminating Lin Chen under its orange color. His downcast chant was almost inaudible, and an intense orange flame was shot from the orange fireball atop of his head to Chen Inger's direction. In the candidates area of the spiritual temple, Chen Hongyu stood up straight, looking ardently at the field and cursing silently. "This crappy old Lin Chen is truly fierce. To actually use up Sacred Sun Curse right off the bat." Sacred Sun Curse was Lin Chen's powerful personally created magic. A lot of powerhouses would find it hard to raise their cultivation further after reaching bottlenecks. unless they had fabulous encounters. Even making breakthroughs past a certain point would hardly happen in their whole lifetime. In such circumstances, they would frequently put efforts into developing self-created abilities for the sake of seeking an even greater strength. A mage was particularly fitted to that, because different combinations of a single element would produce different degrees of might depending on a lot of variables. Lin Chen was excellent in this field. He didn't think that he would achieve some breakthroughs due to several near-death experiences in the Holy War, before which he had already been struggling on the peak of the 8th step for nearly 40 years. In those past 40 years, his main object of research was this sacred sun curse. With his strength having risen to the 9th step, this auxiliary head of the mage temple wasn't to be underestimated for having no domain of his own. The great might he could unleash through Sacred Sun Curse caused his strength to shoot up, making him one of the best powerhouses in the Mage Temple. Sacred Sun Curse integrated some of his male energy to form a fire. Back in the day, it was in the research and training of Sacred Sun Curse that his father lost his life in an accident, igniting his fire of life beyond his own control, causing the tragic death of a married couple caught in the magical backlash. Lin Xian, having an innate hatred toward this sacred sun curse, how could he ever agree to learn it? It even caused him to refuse learning any offensive magic. Although he decided to train in offensive magic for Li Xian's sake afterwards, he still rejected Sacred Sun Curse, making Lin Chen the only wielder of Sacred Sun Curse, reaching top-level attainments in that field. The orange flames flew outwards, causing massive twists to the air, rippling all around, and causing the temperature in the stadium to shoot up abruptly, as well as causing the multicolored light in the barrier to rise violently. Qin Yinger's look changed greatly, as she didn't expect Lin Chen to launch such a rapid magic offense, producing such a great might. A little transparent pig hopped from Qin Yinger's chest, McDull. Compared to the past, there were quite significant changes in his strength. His volume remained the same, as if unable to ever grow further, but his skin had become as sparkling as a crystal, and his pair of small eyes shone bright like diamonds. As his body leapt up, a series of sparkling streams of air glowed behind his back. Rising in the air, McDull's 4 limbs made an extending motion and caused a miraculous scene. That small and cute pig enlarged abruptly in the next instant, turning into a gigantic black dragon, spitting a deep black breath at Lin Chen's Sacred Sun Curse. This, a devil dragon. McDull's transformation shocked all the powerhouses from the 6 great temples. Devil dragons were the demon god emperor's kin, so how could a summoner have such a summoned beast? And moreover, such summoning speed could only mean that it was a contracted beast. 2 powerful forces of black and orange color clashed violently, immediately causing the 2 users to get repelled backwards just from the terrible fluctuations of spiritual energy. Chen Yinger lifted up both her hands, as her clear incantation reverberated in the air. The breath of the devil dragon suffered slight losses against Sacred Sun Curse but still managed to resist. McDull's massive wings flapped strongly, as he threw himself fiercely at Lin Chen. Lin Chen was also shocked at the sight of a devil dragon, but his fighting experience being plentiful, he didn't cower in shock. Pointing a finger of his right hand, the sacred sun's radiance atop his head enlarged greatly, abruptly releasing an orange halation which clashed with the incoming McDull. The devil dragon's massive figure was unexpectedly pushed away under these orange halations effects. To1's shock, with Lin Chen's muffled cast, an orange dragon head came out from the sacred sun, spitting a gold-red fire at the devil dragon. This gold-red flame only had the thickness of a human hand, contracting greatly from the huge orange dragon head from which it came out. However, upon release it caused the temperature in the whole stadium to soar up instantly, filling the air in the area inside the barrier with river-like ripples as even the ground boiled like magma. From this could be seen the glowing extent of the gold-red flames. McDull visibly hesitated in front of a fire of this level, his massive figure coming to a standstill in midair. A dark purple radiance kept seeping out from his thick scales, gathering swiftly to the top of his head to form a dark red bead to block the dark red fire. Sacred Sun Curse. Bang! In midair, the dark purple bead McDull released broke down instantly as the gold-red flames passed through. But the ruptured bead also dispersed powerful dark purple waves, isolating it from the high temperature. Li Chen's body dazzled slightly as his chanting speed became visibly quite slower. But McDull, who had to confront the dark red flames alone, smashed far away, his body continuously dispersing a dark purple radiance to dissolve the gold-red flames. Ha! Seeing this scene, Longhaochen was shocked and couldn't help but glance over in Lin Xian's direction. The devil dragon McDull transformed into was surely not a genuine devil dragon, but had some of its basic abilities, being a true powerhouse of the 9th step. But in front of Lin Chen, he had already lost all fighting abilities in a short span of time. This was by no way a strength that a junior mage of the 9th step should possess. Lin Xian showed a bitter smile. Sacred Sun Curse is the crystallization of the research made throughout all Grandpa's life. Although it is not a domain, it can to some extent match a domain, combining 3 fires at once to unleash a fire mage's might to the greatest extent. Longhaochen nodded. Looks like this battle will be quite a trial for Inger. In a battle between a summoner and a mage, the contest should be based on the party's cultivations and casting speed. But Lin Chen relied on his incantation method Saint Yang to not only make his chanting speed very fast, but also greatly boost his magic power. That golden fire even exceeded Longhaochen's heart of fire in temperature. In innate talent and luck, Lin Xian by far surpassed his grandfather, but there was still quite a gap in their knowledge on fire. Inside the stadium, after Lin Chen released his golden red flames, his offense got slightly slower, but the distant Chen Inger already completed her first summoning magic. A white hexagram appeared on her body, and a long dragon cry reverberated immediately, as out came a dragon over 10 meters long. In volume, this ice dragon was below the devil dragon McDull transformed into, as it looked like a juvenile dragon. But it wasn't any earth dragon or subdragon, but a true dragon from Xingma Dalu. All summoners from the spiritual temple seeing this scene all felt great degrees of excitement. To summon a gigantic dragon was the greatest glory for a summoner, even if it was a juvenile dragon. Summoners generally had 2 categories of summoning magic. One kind was the summoning of living creatures from other planes, which would either die or return to their plane after the battle. Then a future summon would basically never call an already summoned magical beast. Then another kind was a summon by kind. After concluding a pact, a summoner could absolutely not let the summoned beast die lightly, because that beast would grow in strength alongside its summoner. Although their degrees of intimacy couldn't match contracted beasts, these packed beasts could be called part of the summoner's strength. A basis of the difference in strength between summoners was their numbers of packed beasts. So the death of a packed beast would be a considerable blow to the summoner. Generally, summoners could get a packed beast at every supplementary step of cultivation. Although they weren't summons requiring no chanting time like contracted beasts, they were quite faster to summon than ordinary summons of the same grade. From Chen Yinger's previous incantation duration, summoners all understood that this juvenile ice dragon was actually a packed beast. What they didn't know was that this ice dragon was the first beast which had concluded a pact with Chen Yinger. Since she was not able to use any summoning magic before reaching the 7th step, she had to bear without making any beast contracts. After reaching the 7th step, she always remained in the spiritual temple, where she achieved her awakening as the Saint Spiritual Girl. Then, when following Longhaochen back into deep demon territory, her strength kept rising, but she didn't have any contract from beginning to end. When they departed from the Tower of Eternity, Chen Yinger's cultivation had already attained the 9th step, so she found this juvenile ice dragon thanks to her special connections as the Saint's spiritual girl, and concluded her first pact. And this was, right now, the first time for this ice dragon to fight for Chen Yinger. Actually, Chen Yinger had already suffered quite a loss against Lin Chen, having not summoned an ice dragon first, but her own self created 6 earth dragons able to release the elemental cage. From her view, McDull's transformation into Devil Dragon would at least resist in front of Lin Chen's attacks for a certain time, making Lin Chen's loss inevitable in front of her elemental cage. Against her expectations, Lin Chen's Saint Sun Curse was just too powerful, to the extent that McDull would only be able to resist 2 rounds before suffering a painful defeat. This forced Chen Yinger to change her incantation to call out the ice dragon to battle in the shortest time, adapting her tactics to Lin Chen's great power. Otherwise, with Lin Chen's follow-up attack, she was afraid to be unable even to complete her next incantation. As the Saint's spiritual girl, Chen Yinger needed a far shorter time for her incantations than ordinary people, requiring only about 3 seconds to chant a packed beast summon, which is how she managed to call out this ice dragon so fast. In over 4 years of seclusion, Chen Yinger gained a lot of understanding regarding summons, but did not perform any more spirit bestowals other than the 6 heart dragons. That's because she sensed that spirit bestowal showed even greater effects with McDull and her packed beast, causing a lot of fantastic variation. The ice dragon howled upon appearance, spreading out both its wings to protect Chen Yinger behind its back, while releasing an icy blue breath at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's face fell. Naturally, he didn't believe that defeating McDull would achieve victory against Chen Yinger, as this young girl showed her ability as a spirit master of the 9th step in the previous match, very capable in summoning magical beasts, her previous creature summoning gate having caused the surge of myriads of beasts, making it very hard to resist. This was also why he utilized Sacred Sun Curse right off the bat, because he couldn't let Chen Yinger unleash her might to make use of her summoning magic to the greatest extent. The gold-red dragon head was still growing out from the Saint Sun, when it finished gathering its power and released another gold-red breath with the same thickness, passing through the vast sky instantly to shoot straight at the ice dragon. The gap of strength between the ice dragon and Saint Sun was visible to everyone inside the hot stadium. Only the areas surrounding Chen Yinger and the ice dragon were not affected by the heat dispersed by the Saint Sun fire dragon, which caused all the areas to feel boiling hot. Without a doubt, the Saint Sun fire dragon was much stronger, and furthermore, Lin Chen's incantation was still ongoing. No one knew what would be the next move for him to combine with Saint Sun Curse, but everyone predicted that it would in no way be weak. The battle having come to this stage, Chen Yinger was in an extremely disadvantageous position. God Descent, Myriad Beast Rank Rise. Chen Yinger had a tenacious look. Don't underestimate her for ordinarily being very playful. As a matter of fact, Ingers a very competitive person. Yang Wenjiao having washed out, she would by no means permit herself to get eliminated like that. Chen Ingers' body suddenly produced milky white drizzles, and immediately, a great illusory image lifted itself off her back. That silhouette seemed to be human-shaped, but the instant it appeared, the whole stadium started reverberating with astonishing sounds of beasts' roars. What a spectacular scene! Even just these sounds caused Lin Chen's body to sway, and affected the Saint Sun Dragon as well. Two drizzling radiances were emitted from Chen Ingers' body, one of which landed on the distant McDull, who was resisting the Saint Sun flames, and the other one on the ice dragon right in front of her. Immediately, fantastic scenes surged out. What came to sight first was this gigantic ice dragon in front of Chen Ingers. It instantly swelled, her ice-blue attack turning entirely white. A drizzling white ice fog covered a half of the stadium in the blink of an eye, the ice dragon suddenly shooting up to a length of over 30 meters. Its breath forcibly stopped the Saint Sun Dragon's flames, ice and gold-red interweaving and causing a disruption. This was already the appearance of an adult ice dragon. The powerhouses in the spiritual temple were all dumbstruck at this scene. As far as they remembered, there had never been a summoning spell enabling instantly raising an infant magical beast to adulthood, causing it to rise to its adult strength. On the other side, McDull, who received the boost from the white glow released by Chen Ingers, also sustained massive changes. His body abruptly inflated by close to twice, turning into a gigantic black dragon over 30 meters long, letting out low roars while releasing its dark purple-colored darkness spiritual energy which corroded the Saint Sun flame at great speed. Shockingly, McDull let out another long cry, its black body rapidly turning white. Numerous changes continued to appear, until it transformed instantly into an adult ice dragon flapping its both wings to fly toward Chen Ingers, and released a breath toward the distant Lin Chen. This is shape shift? The summoners all watched the battle before their eyes dumbstruck. Even the most experienced summoners were in deep shock. Chen Ingers' summoning magics were something they had never seen or heard about before. What were those abilities? The appearance of a second ice dragon caused Lin Chen's look to change greatly. Facing one adult ice dragon was already very tough, so with this second one here, his Saint Sun fire would hardly keep its advantage. Chen Ingers kept the same complexion as she kept chanting. Without the boost from her saint's spiritual dress, her magic force was limited, but never forget that she's the first spiritual saint daughter to have ever appeared in the past several thousand years in the spiritual temple. The huge figure on her back was the god's descent of the beast god. After over 4 years of deep meditation, Chen Ingers came to choose her own path. Just like Lin Xian went for the path simplifying complex magic, and Sima Xian went for a berserk fighting style, her path was a perfect integration of the beast god's abilities. Those 2 white glows were from her domain, which was created from fusing her spiritual bestowal and god's descent, the beast god domain. The beast god domain's power lay in its powerful single-target effects at a large range. Its only effect was amplification, taking effect on Chen Ingers' summons. The juvenile ice dragon having transformed into an adult ice dragon upon getting the mythological beast domain's boost, and McDull having also gotten his strength boosted significantly. Aimed on a larger scale, the individual boost would get smaller as the number of targets increased. Should be my turn, Chen Ingers declared secretly, her incantation coming to a sudden stop as she spread her hands up and directed them to the sky. Immediately, the immense figure on her back shattered, turning into countless lustering dots of light, heading for Chen Yinger's 2 ice dragons and merging into their bodies. God's Descent Transient Power Domain. Chen Yinger made a cute shout, causing an unforgotten sight to appear. The 2 ice dragons raised their heads, their eyes turning instantly into an ice blue color. Immediately, the interior of the whole stadium turned the same color, that extreme ice going as far as to even suppress the multicolored barrier outside the stadium, causing crackling sounds on it. Lin Chen's next magic was just done being prepared, but he found out shockingly that the temperature of his saint sun was actually plummeting, as the magic was forcibly broken off. A piercing chilliness assailed him immediately, freezing him as still as an ice sculpture. Li Jingji's look immediately sharpened, shooting a sharp glance and firmly holding the armrests, as his tone went much higher than ordinarily. Dual domains! The phenomenon of dual domains could be interpreted in 2 ways, either as a simultaneous launch of 2 domains, or as someone wielding 2 different domains at once. But the current situation was visibly the former, as these 2 domains were clearly not coming from Chen Yinger. These were the very same domain belonging to an ice dragon, domain of extreme cold. If that was only one domain of extreme cold, perhaps Lin Chen could have resisted by the means of his Saint Sun curse, but 2 simultaneous domains produced far more power than a sum of 1 + 1. After all, Lin Chen was not a domain-wielding powerhouse, and his Saint Sun curse was suppressed greatly by his opponent's attribute. His magic being broken through, he ended up sealed in the domains of extreme cold. Chen Yinger had relied on the beast god domain's extreme amplifications to bestow McDull and the ice dragon with domains simultaneously. Although it only lasted for a short time, that was enough against Lin Chen. Without the spiritual Saint Robe's backing, the use of the beast god domain's providential boost caused Chen Yinger to visibly become pale right afterwards. But standing in this world of ice, she gave off a sacred feel, just like a snow lotus devoid of any impurity. On the 6th lounge, all the referees coming from demon hunt squads poured their spiritual energy into the barrier for the sake of stabilizing it to prevent the dual domains from making effect, but their spiritual energy was depleted at great speed, showing the terror of these united domains' effects. Put that domain away, this match is your victory. Chen Zidian's voice reverberated, while a golden bright and dazzling light spread from the sky, landing onto the iced Lin Chen's body. Chen Yinger ended her show, terminating her boosts. Just like the domain of extreme cold came fast, it disappeared fast, instantly returning the stadium to normal. McDull returned to its little pig shape and hopped into Chen Yinger's arms, her body having turned quite scorched, and the ice dragon, also shrunken down, disappeared in the hexagram under its feet. The auxiliary head of the mage temple, Lin Chen, had lost. At the time the frozen golden pillar of light wrapped around Lin Chen, he returned to his senses, still having chills upon remembering the previous ice. With a light sigh, he shook his head and returned to the direction of the mage temple. Even Li Jingji couldn't really blame anyone. He had done all he could, but the enemy's dual domains were just too powerful. Lin Chen was actually not really convinced, thinking secretly that if he had made his breakthrough 20 years ago to the 9th step, and transformed his sacred sun into a domain, it would not necessarily have lost in front of the dual domain of extreme cold. What a real shame, thinking that Saint Sun Cure could really be developed further if he had the capabilities. He couldn't help but feel a burst of sadness. Chen Yinger didn't have an easy match. After terminating her domain of extreme ice, her body swayed slightly as she strolled out from the stage. The summoners from the spiritual temple were all stupefied by that match. So, it was actually possible for a summoner to use such means. This was the very first domain to accomplish such a feat in the spiritual temple. Even Chen Hongyu's Beast Emperor domain was far from comparing. Qin Inger used her own strength to prove San Shui's previous statement. Indeed, at her level, San Shui was really in no way her opponent. Bright Glimmer of Hope gradually gained more and more approval from the 6 Great Temple's powerhouses. The one with the deepest impression was Li Jingji, who originally had believed Longhaochen to be the only really outstanding one in the crew, with at most only Kai'er being remarkable too. But, from the previous battle, he could see that their other members did not fall behind either. Chen Inger and Wang Yuanyu and both wielded domains, and greatly powerful ones, causing Jingji to conclude that even he would undoubtedly need to expend massive resources to beat them. The tournament went on. After this round, only 24 more people were left. The battles were especially spectacular. Chen Inger and Lin Chen's battles were not the only bright spots. The later matches were brilliant and varied because the contestants were becoming more and more powerful. Domains frequently appeared in the stadium, and the spectacle was the most satisfying to the spectators. How would they witness such great strengths without the temple's great gathering? Amongst Bright Glimmer of Hope, Han Yu lost, Bright Glimmer of Hope having finally exhausted its good luck when he came upon Chen Inger's grandfather, the head of the spiritual temple Chen Hongyu. In front of the powerful Beast Emperor domain, he still managed to last for over 10 minutes before getting defeated, and his comrade, a demonic eye tyrant, also left a very deep impression, being a powerhouse at the peak of the 8th step, blessed with powerful mental suppression and control, even greatly counteracting the effects of the Beast Emperor domain. But, unfortunately, the demonic eye tyrant would need to make an extraordinary encounter to possibly be able to evolve further. Zhang Fangfang, Han Yu, Yang Wenzhao and Duan Yi all faced the difficulty of having mounts that would hardly evolve to the 9th step. By chance, Zhang Fangfang, Lin Xin, Sima Xian, and Wang Yuanyu and also achieved victory against their opponents, clearing the 3rd round smoothly. Amongst Bright Glimmer of Hope, only Longhaochen and Kai'er were left to participate, only 4 matches being left in this 3rd round. Right now the calm look maintained so far on Longhaochen's face had a slight change. It wasn't an impossible thing to be drawn against a teammate in this individual competition, especially when only 8 people remained, so Kai'er and him had fair odds of clashing against each other. Thinking of this, Longhaochen unconsciously reminisced a scene from the Demon Hunt selection of that time, when Kai'er chose to give up upon meeting him. Was history going to repeat itself? Thinking back to his past promise to Lin Xin about how he had forgotten to warn Kai'er at that time, ultimately ending up hurting her, Longhaochen's gaze became a lot warmer. Lightly holding Kai'er's hand, he declared, "If we run against each other, I will be the one to concede this time, understood?" Kai'er had a slight start. "Haochen, you?" Longhaochen smiled to her. "In those years you clearly could beat me, yet chose to give up on the match. Why shouldn't I be allowed to concede this one?" Kai'er laughed in reaction. "Idiot, don't think about it. Do you even take the circumstances to be the same now compared to the past? At that time, winning or losing did not matter, but this match relates to our future resistance against demonkind. You are Bright Glimmer of Hope's captain, our leader. Oh, looks like our match won't get to take place." During their discussion, the light of selection landed onto Kai'er as well as Xingyu, another contestant in the Assassin Temple's area opposite. Seeing Shang Yu's unreconciled look, Longhaochen couldn't help but laugh. "Look, that great-grandfather-in-law wants to have a go against you. Kai'er let out a low laugh and replied, "It won't happen." As expected, without need for Kai'er to step down, the opposite Shang Yu had already declared, "I believe there to be no match and give up this match." After saying that, he returned to his seat without even walking away. Who could expect there to be 3 leading figures to already give up, the most simply eliminated being Shang Yu, who actually directly conceded, immediately declaring himself to be no match. This was already the second time the Assassin Temple was confronted with Kai'er. From Bright Glimmer of Hope's 6, only one person had yet to appear on stage. The light of selection only shifted slightly from Kai'er to longhaochen, lighting up him and his opponent from the Night Temple. The 2 sides were from the same temple. That was a knight of high seniority, looking quite a bit older than Long Tianying, who stood up slowly and nodded to longhaochen seated in the last row, his aged voice sounding very firm. "Let this be a showdown between 2 knights." After saying this, he advanced in large strides toward the field. Longhaochen unconsciously looked at his grandfather, Long Tianying, who showed him a helpless smile. Haochen was slightly shocked, as his grandfather's expression was telling him that he had no way to influence this old knight. In fact, a divine knight had an almost supreme authority, meaning that this knight going beyond Long Tianying's control surely held a very high position as well. Longhaochen followed this golden knight into the stadium, before taking the initiative to accelerate while going across the arena from the old knight. This was an etiquette as a junior to a senior. He couldn't just stand here and let the elder do the job of increasing the distance. "I am Yang Haoyu, an elder who doesn't care about all these matters. Since Haohen couldn't come this time, I am thanking you on his behalf for saving and bringing back the only child of our Yang family." Saying that, he performed a knight salute to Longhaochen. Longhaochen finally recognized this elder. That was actually Yang Haohen's brother, and very possibly an elder brother from his looks. No wonder even his grandpa was very polite to him. Hurriedly, he returned the politeness formally. Yang Haoyu's stagnant look remained on Longhaochen. "I have heard Haohen mention you long before. You are really outstanding, surpassing your grandfather and father. But you are, after all, still too young. There are no conceding knights in the Night Temple. If you want me to approve you completely, then it's simple: defeat me. Please." Saying that, this old knight shouted loudly, and a trail of golden light lit up on his back, dividing into 2 straight lines, and very rapidly moving to either side, as a golden cloud of light forced its way between them, and engulfed Yang Haoyu, wrapping around his body. That bright golden light spread over his body, instantly forming a golden armor covering his whole body as a pair of heavy swords formed in his hands. An imposing demeanor rose from him, glinting into the surroundings, causing Longhaochen to feel as if he'd been placed in the midst of outer space, with a ferocious beast there among the stars opening its mouth to swallow him. Seeing this scene, Li Jingji abruptly became greatly alarmed, the look on his face changing greatly. "That's him! So he actually came. No wonder the Night Temple didn't even send Long Xingyu. Hasn't he been secluded for already close to 50 years? Tan Wan had lost her previous battle, but because the round was not over, she was still inside the area for candidates from the Mage Temple, and couldn't help but ask curiously in reaction, "Who is this person, teacher? Could he be even stronger than a divine knight?" Li Jingji ordinarily had a beaming look, which had remained, as usual, even when running against Long Tianying earlier. But for this knight to cause his look to change so greatly, he clearly had some unordinary aspects. Li Jingji's look gradually came back to normal, explaining, In some ways, he's the true #1 powerhouse in the Night Temple. If he had obtained the approval of a divine throne back then, maybe he could have risen as the true commander of the 6 great temples, and the Temple Alliance wouldn't be so dispersed either. What? Xuanhuan was shocked, having never heard her teacher give such a high evaluation of another person, moreover someone from the Night Temple. Li Jingji had some reservations regarding even Longhaochen, believing him to still be way too young. Li Jingji continued. He is called Yang Haoyu, and is really a legendary character. The head of the Temple Alliance Yang Haoyu is actually his younger brother, but in some sense, Yang Haohen can also be considered his disciple, and you can well imagine from this how strong he is. He's close to 30 years older than Yang Haoyu. Back then, when Yang Haohen first made his name, Yang Haoyu had just joined the Night Temple, possessing an extremely high talent and powerful character, causing Yang Haoyu to be acclaimed as a knight with the bearing of a king. And he's a retribution knight. Reportedly, the Night Temple's only divine retribution knight, Long Xingyu, is training using the retribution knight records he left. Yang Haoyu never makes use of any offensive equipment, because he has a really extraordinary magical beast called Starry Sky. This kind of magical beast already goes beyond the realm of magical beast, being in existence intrinsically belonging to the 9th step. It is able to transform into any shape, aid Yang Haoyu in his cultivation, and help him absorb heavenly energy from the sun and the moon. In terms of seniority, he is above me, and I don't even know when it was that he had broken through the 9th step, but he accomplished an unprecedented feat. He refused to become a divine knight. What? Xuanhuan lost her voice. How could that be? Becoming a divine knight means having at least one divine tool, as well as becoming an auxiliary head of the Night Temple. Lin Jingji sighed. Of course, Yang Haoyu knew this much, but he is really overly proud. This genius with a starry sky of the 9th step immediately gained approval from a divine throne, and if at that time he had accepted, he would immediately have become a divine knight. But he didn't do so and chose to issue a request to the greatest, and never before used divine throne of eternity and creation. In the end, the divine throne of eternity and creation rejected him, and he did not choose another divine throne. After being bestowed the title of Starry Sky Holy Knight, he started to undergo a long time of seclusion, and, reportedly, he attempted to gain once again the approval from the divine throne of eternity and creation, but, in the end, he did not succeed. Because his time spent in seclusion was just too long, he has since long disappeared from the watch of the 6 great temples' higher-ups. I didn't expect Yang Haohen to have actually invited him to this temple's great gathering. Reaching that point, Li Jingji's expression became quite desolate. It looks that I was too confident in myself. The Night Temple's trump card. Xuanhuan seemed to become unconvinced. Teacher, could it be that you are still unable to defeat him? Li Jingji shook his head. If I am up against him, my odds of victory are definitely under 50% even without restrictions, and the use of equipment being allowed. Have a good look, he will show you the strength of a starry sky divine beast. It is regarded as the #1 divine beast, and Yang Haoyu is the chief elder of the Night Temple. This time, Longhaochen should get taught a deep lesson, but that's good as well. He's too young, and to a youngster, getting defeated is sometimes the best lesson one can have. If Longhaochen could hear Li Jingji's words, he would surely be left with a deep impression, because he formerly suffered a blow of the most massive kind, costing him his own life. Now that he was living a second life, he had long since become entirely transparent, as peaceful as water. Longhaochen did not know that Yang Haoyu had such a glorious history. Looking at the armor and weapon on him, he couldn't help but feel startled, though his gaze very rapidly returned to normal, a golden hexagon having appeared around him. Despite not knowing about Yang Haoyu's glory, he could sense a massive threat from him, and didn't feel confident in being able to defeat this powerful knight. The hexagonal light in front of Longhaochen was mild, glinting in golden color and slowly tracing lines of multicolored halos. Multicolored light symbolized a special realm, an existence equivalent in some ways to divine tools. Immediately, a tall figure appeared in front of Longhaochen, measuring over 4 meters and over 2 meters tall. It had a pair of massive wings spreading out from his 2 sides, and was entirely lustrous gold-colored. The sole horn atop its head was colored in the 7 colors of the rainbow, and the instant it appeared, a light essence gushed out throughout the whole stadium, making visible the multicolored light spiraling around its body. The dots of starlight that had originally appeared in the air were dispelled in the scope of this multicolored halation. Divine Unicorn? Yang Haoyu was shocked upon looking at the magical beast standing in front of Longhaochen. In legends, some magical beasts were known as the optimum mounts for knights, and knights possessing such mounts were given a special name. First, the number 1 ranked were divine gigantic dragon riding knights, followed by divine unicorn riding knights, followed by all the types of dragon riding knights. Divine unicorns were ranked number 2 for the massive boosts and glory they gave to a knight. Yang Haoyu was named Starry Sky Holy Knight because of his mount too, but a Starry Sky Divine Beast was not even written down in any ancient records, so it did not appear in the original ranking of the mount titles of knights. Because of its great power, it was added onto the ranking afterwards, but Longhaochen's Divine Unicorn was the true second-ranked being in the rankings. Longhaochen's figure flashed to sit on the divine unicorn's back. Immediately, the latter dispersed a multicolored halation, rendering his body multicolored, as well as causing Longhaochen's figure to look blurry. There used to be a legend in ancient times that girls had as an ideal for a lover someone who could step through multicolored clouds, clad in golden saint armor. Those so-called multicolored clouds pointed at divine unicorns. As for the golden saint armor, the current humankind did not know what it was, but in some manner, a divine throne could definitely be regarded as such. Isn't that so? A divine unicorn had already not appeared for many years, having vanished from Xingma Dalu long ago. No one imagined that Longhaochen would actually summon such a mount to aid him in battle. Being disallowed from using equipment did not mean mounts' boosts were forbidden. After a short time of surprise, Yang Haoyu's look very rapidly returned to normal, but he did not immediately rush to the assault, but spoke toward the lounge of the Night Temple. "Chief Referee, I have a request. Because of my magical beast, I have no use for weapons, so my ability is unrelated to weaponry. So I will be clearly advantaged after summoning my comrade. Therefore, please especially permit Longhaochen to use any of his other equipment in this battle." These words immediately shocked everyone present. Despite being fully aware that Longhaochen had summoned a divine unicorn, ranked number 2 among knight mounts, Yang Haoyu unexpectedly still requested to permit him the use of other equipment. Was this out of pride? He visibly viewed Longhaochen to be far from being his own opponent. On the side of the Night Temple's resting area for contestants, all bright glimmer of hope had grotesque looks upon hearing Yang Haoyu's words. Lin Xian couldn't help but remark, "Isn't this old knight overly self-confident? Could it be that he didn't see Boss Light God domain?" Long Tianying swept him with a glance and declared lightly, Youngsters being self-confident is a good thing, but they mustn't become blindly arrogant. Haochen is outstanding, but I am not optimistic in his victory. You should all know that as early as 50 years ago, Brother Yang was known as the Starry Sky Holy Knight, whose fame matched with Chen Zidian, and although he was not a divine knight, he was still the #1 powerhouse of the Night Temple. If not for the utter importance of this temple's great gathering, we wouldn't have requested Brother Yang to step into the fights. Haochen's father, my son Long Xingyu, is only at most a follower learning from the records Brother Yang left behind. Hearing Long Tianying say this much, all Bright Glimmer of Hope's member felt that Longhaochen was facing a really powerful existence. A divine knight was only a follower using the records he left behind, and an even stronger existence than the legendary Chen Zidian. What's with boss luck? Long Tianying calmly declared. I have no qualms telling you now that even though I am not sure of whether Li Jingji managed to break through successfully, there is only one person who managed to break through the 4th rank of the 9th step prior to Li Jingji, and that person is this Starry Sky Holy Knight. Hearing that, all Bright Glimmer of Hope's members couldn't help but feel shocked. All of them aside from Duan Yi and Yang Wenzhao had reached the 9th step, but came to deeply understand how hard cultivation gets upon reaching this realm. Almost every 100 spiritual energy would come with its own bottleneck, so what could it mean to have broken through the 4th rank of the 9th step? It meant that Yang Haoyu's internal spiritual energy surpassed 400,000. And they all knew about Longhaochen's current cultivation, 2nd rank of the 9th step, and stopped at the bottleneck to the 3rd rank. But having the Heart of Eternity gave him an extra 90,000 spiritual energy, causing his internal spiritual energy to already be over 290,000. However, he was still only at the peak of the 2nd rank, having yet to get to the 3rd rank, while Yang Haoyu already reached the 5th rank's realm. At the 9th step, every rank had enormous gaps, affecting a lot of variables. One could say that every rank to break through upon reaching the 9th step would require expending great efforts which are no easier than the initial breakthrough to the 9th step. But after a short time of shock, the group very rapidly calmed down, sitting upright and watching in the direction of the stadium. Long Tianying found out with shock that these youngsters all looked confident and resolved. For them to remain so confident despite knowing about Yang Haoyu's strength meant that they all held a sort of faith toward Longhaochen deep in their hearts. And this faith gave them an absolute certainty on Longhaochen's victory. Since you say so, Longhaochen is specially allowed to make use of equipment. Chen Zidian replied very rapidly, unexpectedly agreeing in a premise that the overwhelming majority of the spectators believed that this chief referee would not possibly accept. Some slightly younger higher-ups from the 6th Great Temple felt incomprehension. The Great Temple's gathering promoted fairness at the top, but could it be called fair for the other contestants to permit the use of equipment to Longhaochen? But the older veterans watched Yang Haoyu attentively. Even those who hadn't met this legendary Starry Sky Holy Knight before had all heard about his story before. Longhaochen had already won against Xiao Yonghao, becoming the representative individual of the younger generation. In this match, the issue of the final victor did not even matter anymore. More importantly, all those people involved by the Mage Temple had great changes of heart. For the Night Temple to have a powerhouse, such as the Starry Sky Holy Knight, and moreover a great pride such as Longhaochen in this younger generation, could the Mage Temple really take over their rule? People with eyes to see all knew the answer to that question. Li Jingji was certainly outstanding, and he had especially prepared his plans for this temple's great gathering for a long time, but he had already lost, outdone by the previous head of the Temple Alliance Yang Haoyu, the true victor in this battle of intrigue. After Yang Haoyu gained Chen Zidian's approval, he nodded to Longhaochen. "All right, you can use your equipment now." "Thanks a lot, Senior." Longhaochen nodded to him and bowed forward, the gold foundation armor appearing under his feet. That armor glistening in orange color instantly covered his upper body. When he leapt back on the divine unicorn's back, he had a heavy sword in each of his hands. The heavy sword on his left hand glistened in white, and the heavy sword in his right hand shone in gold red, carrying a multicolored brilliance. These were Blue Rain, Hibiscus of Light, as well as the aria of the Goddess of Light. Looking at the fully equipped Longhaochen, Yang Haoyu unwittingly now had an appreciative look, admiring Longhaochen's steadiness. Another youngster of Longhaochen's age with such accomplishments would surely have a proud mindset. Yang Haoyu giving him a special permission to use his equipment in this match was undoubtedly a form of contempt. But right after obtaining the chief referee Chen Zidian's permission, he chose to take out his equipment with neither arrogance nor impatience. His look remained just as calm, with no changes in his emotional aspect. This steadiness was already far beyond other people of this age. "Please, give me your guidance, Senior." Longhaochen lightly knocked the aria of the Goddess of Light on his left shoulder, indicating his preparedness to Yang Haoyu. Yang Haoyu nodded lightly, inclining the heavy swords in his hands. "Let's start then." With this call, the bodies of the two glinted brilliantly. A dense golden light extended all around Longhaochen's body, accompanied with shrill sounds which flooded the whole stadium toward Xiu Yonghao's direction. But Yang Haoyu's body liberated a similar resplendent golden luster, though it seemed to emerge in the midst of a night sky unlike Longhaochen's. With Yang Haoyu's body as center, a wide expanse of surrounding air turned into stars, just as if he was standing in the midst of a starry sky. In this starry sky, countless golden dots of light brought fantastic fluctuations of spiritual energy, clashing against Longhaochen's light god domain. The domains of the two parties stretched forward with power, as the distance between the two of them increased. On one side was a vast and pure expanse of gold, and on the other side was a mysterious and boundless starry sky. After the two great domains appeared, they contrasted each other on every point. Yang Haoyu spoke insipidly. "Your light god domain is established on the basis of your affinity and comprehension of light as a god's chosen one. My light originates from the starry sky, which is not from this world and is not subject to the control of this world's god of light. So you cannot strip my light. These are my stars, take the blow of my star power." Saying that, Yang Haoyu remained motionless, lifting the heavy sword in his right hand and pointing it toward Longhaochen. Immediately, myriads of starry lights shot out from his domain, gathering into a sharp projectile while turning into perfectly straight golden light, bombarding Longhaochen's direction. The use of the star's power was Yang Haoyu's self-created star's law. This starlight looked very gentle, but after entering Longhaochen's domain, it seemed not to be affected in the slightest as it instantly reached out in front of Longhaochen. Longhaochen didn't respond to the attack with another attack. His huge wings spread out simultaneously as Blue Rain, Hibiscus of Light in his left hand disappeared, replaced with a compact multicolored shield, held in front of him. Ding! The instant that starlight landed onto the divine snail shield, it immediately issued metallic kinds of sounds. Longhaochen was making use of divine obstruction, but felt right now as if a planet was ramming against his body. Instantly, the multicolored golden light on the divine snail shield enlarged, and in the meantime, a bright light pulsed on Longhaochen's chest, the heart of eternity. In the previous battle against Xiao Yonghao, Longhaochen had relied on the heart of eternity to repel the enemy with a single fist. Every time the heart of eternity would pulse, his spiritual energy would get refilled at rapid speed, and the multicolored golden light on the divine snail shield would grow in intensity. The light god domain turned into circles of golden halos, binding around Longhaochen's body, as the space in the stadium seemed to sink deeply. On the lounge, the chief referee Chen Zidian was in a standstill. Under his lead, all the referees were pouring with all their spiritual energy into the barrier to maintain its stability. When the starlight gradually weakened, Longhaochen's body was pressed up against the barrier. What a powerful blow! To resist this starlight, Longhaochen had to put forth almost all his strength. He really did not expect Yang Haoyu's strength to actually reach such a level. Perhaps he could still not compare with the demon god emperor, but his cultivation was definitely at the grade of the moon demon god and star demon god. Yang Haoyu had a faint smile. Interesting, and you are not at full strength yet. Let me see where your limits lie. Myriads of starlight rose up in his star domain, and his dual swords were lifted, tracing abstruse arcs in midair, to finally turn these myriads of starlight into 9 points which rotated in the air to gather as one, a perfect pure white starlight attack aimed against Longhaochen. The instant this pure white starlight entered inside the light god domain, it immediately caused intense undulations in Longhaochen's domain, as if ripping his light god domain apart. This strike gathered the might of heaven and earth. Longhaochen's face was extremely stern, and the divine unicorn underneath him issued a shrill, causing a mystical multicolored light to gather onto its horn, spreading outwards. But Longhaochen did not keep using his shield like before, shutting his eyes as the heart of eternity on his chest clearly gained in intensity. Having gained the boost from divine unicorn, Longhaochen's whole body was permeated with the 7 colors of the rainbow. A phenomenon suddenly affected the fluctuations of the light god domain, and they suddenly intensified, its bright light dispersed, instantly being reduced to 10 meters of range around his body, pulsing to the rhythm of the beating heart of eternity. It appeared just as though the whole light god domain had become an extension of the heart of eternity. Meanwhile, the retractation of Longhaochen's light god domain caused the scale of the star domain in the stadium to increase. From the looks of it, Longhaochen seemed oppressed to the extreme. But upon contact with that retracting domain of the light god, that pure white starlight unexpectedly came to a stop. Only a bit of it made it through, but stagnated alongside the pulse of the light god domain. At every pulse of the light god domain, that pure white holy light weakened gradually. The white stars gradually dispersed, turning golden and dulling with time, before finally turning into infinitely small starry dots. Longhaochen opened his eyes that instant, executing a hacking motion with the aria of the goddess of light in the right hand. Please take my blow, senior. The aria of the goddess of light turned into a brilliant gold color, and the retracted light god domain gathered into a wheel of light, launched slowly forward alongside a golden light projection from Longhaochen's blade. The previous starlight attack that Yang Haoyu launched was dispersed at once, and after that golden light projection routed the starlight attack, kept flying forward changing colors in the process to gradually turn white. Even more mysteriously, that bright blade projection issued sweet sounds everywhere it passed, giving off an auspicious and peaceful feeling of calm. Behind that blade projection of light appeared two pure white wings. Yang Haoyu had a grave look for the first time. Lifting the heavy sword in his right arm, the starlights inside the starry universe all lit up at once. That white blade projection entered the star domain right after exiting the light god domain, not obstructed in the slightest wherever it passed. When the nearest stars landed onto the white blade projection, a bizarre scene took place. That white projection slowed down once again, but its volume became twice larger, shattering those stars. This was the first time for Yang Haoyu to encounter such a situation. Lifting the heavy sword in his right hand, he swept it through the empty air, gathering myriads of starlights into a huge blade projection, aimed at Longhaochen's projection, looking as light and unhindered as a feather. The two blade projections of entirely contrasting size clashed. On the surface, Longhaochen's blade looked like it should suffer an immediate loss, but this contact immediately caused a state of stickiness between the blades. The two light blades stopped simultaneously in midair, and starlight slowly went up to curl up on the immense blade formed, causing Longhaochen's little blade projection to slowly get expelled under its suppression. But in the process of this expulsion, the little light blade enlarged gradually, while the large light blade gradually shrank. The smaller light blade was also repelled at gradually slower speed. "Disperse, break!" Yang Haoyu shouted loudly, waving the sword in his hands simultaneously. With a large bang, the star domain shivered greatly, as the starlight blade he had launched smashed into pieces at once, transforming into countless stars shooting out, and finally destroying Longhaochen's blade projection in an intense explosion, turning into countless surges of white light. But they didn't disperse, quietly flying back instead to merge back into Longhaochen's light god domain. An intense heartbeat's pulse reverberated through the whole stage, as, the instant this white light returned, the light god domain launched another counterattack against the star domain, forcing it back to the previous state of stalemate. Each party now took half of the sky as before. Right now, the spectating powerhouses were all in complete shock. Even Li Jingji, whose elemental comprehension was exceedingly high, also had difficulty to understand just what happened in the previous clash of power between Haochen and Yang Haoyu. Perhaps only the legendary Chen Zidian had some clues of what happened, his face right now seeming full of appreciation. Yang Haoyu did not keep launching attacks, but looked at Longhaochen with a questioning look. "Just how did you manage that? With your current cultivation and domain comprehension, there should be no way you could resist in front of my star domain." It looked as though the two of them kept making moves, but in reality, it was entirely a contest between their two domains. Yang Haoyu's attack was through his domain, whereas Longhaochen's first block used the divine snail shield, while the second one used entirely the power of his domain, the same going as well for the small blade projection he had launched afterwards. And in this clash of domains, it was Yang Haoyu who finally took the first step back. Although no winner emerged, Yang Haoyu had visibly suffered a slight loss. Longhaochen had a slight smile. Senior's star domain really expanded this junior's horizons. That's really the most powerful domain I have ever encountered, indeed unaffected by the restrictions of the light god's laws. But you forgot something. Starlight is light as well, and even if the star's power accumulated inside was even more massive, its core contains a large amount of light. Just like your ability uses light as its core, my light god domain harmonizes very well with all light. So I just made use of the light inside your domain to transform my power into a state able to contend with your domain, to barely resist. In some sense, I have partly been making use of your own power to contend against you. Yang Haoyu displayed a look of surprise, slowly nodding. What a strong light god domain. In terms of quality, it looks that your domain is really miles above my star domain. When the time comes and it gets strengthened enough, the demon god emperor's black hell will have met quite a match. But this match is just getting started. Your domain should have materialized quite recently, right? You will need to display far more to contend with my star domain. My star domain is not my power alone, but the power emerging from the fusion between my starry sky mythological beast and myself. Therefore, my domain is essentially a mutated domain, equivalent to the fusion of two domains. My full power is close to the starry sky, but what you have been facing just before was merely the most fundamental power of the star domain. I am going to increase the pressure right now, take care. Yang Haoyu completely had the attitude of a senior giving guidance to a junior, and Longhaochen also had an increasingly deferential look on his face. Indeed, his cultivation had already increased to a considerable level, but the day he reached the 9th step was still quite recent, so he had far from enough experience of the abilities of a powerhouse of the 9th step, as well as practical experience. Of course, he could easily respond to an opponent of lower cultivation than him, but an opponent stronger than him would be somewhat hard to cope with. If Yang Haoyu had used his strongest attack from the beginning, Longhaochen was afraid he'd be helpless in front of it. But him gradually increasing the level of pressure brought Longhaochen an extremely precious practical experience against domains, as well as extremely good benefits to his future cultivation due to the high level of pressure. Please guide me, senior. Longhaochen knocked lightly the aria of the goddess of light on his shoulder as a salute. Yang Haoyu returned the salute, raising the heavy sword in his right hand and holding it up in the air, declaring in a deep voice, I will start to display my own domain technique next, which I created using the abilities of my starry star mythological beast alongside my own, called Starry Sky Explosion. Take care, and show me how much light your light god domain can strip from mine under these circumstances. Saying that, Yang Haoyu pointed the heavy sword in his right hand at a star, and immediately that star lit up fully as the other starlights darkened. The star in question even grew a dim golden tail, rushing straight and brazenly toward Longhaochen. Starry Sky Explosion? This was the first time Longhaochen heard this name, but he knew about domain techniques. Yang Haoyu having already told him he was about to use a domain technique, how could Longhaochen respond without taking care? If this ability was added to the contest between domains, his own domain would surely lose. Although Longhaochen's domain was only obtained recently, he was absolutely unwilling to let his domain lose out, otherwise his future attitude in times of cultivation would surely get greatly affected. Drawing the aria of the goddess of light ahead, countless halos gathered onto the aria of the goddess of light, as the multicolored gold light emitted by the divine unicorn glowed more and more intensely. Through the heart of eternity, Longhaochen managed to control his domain to some extent, but the light god domain was really a supreme existence among all extant domains. To achieve control over a domain of such a level surely would require an astronomical spiritual energy. Longhaochen obligatorily required the amplification of the divine unicorn to achieve complete control of the domain. Of course, as his understanding of the light god domain would deepen, this situation would change to some extent, until he would manage, upon completely integrating the light god domain, to fuse it into a part of his body, while also becoming part of the light god domain itself. That point could be called to achieve perfect control of his own domain, just what Yang Haoyu managed to do with his own domain. The gathered domain light revolved around the aria of the goddess of light, as a halo lit Longhaochen's body, and he pointed the aria of the goddess of light forward. Distributing the previously condensed halo ahead, it enveloped the incoming star. That star's flying speed increased continuously, and when it looked about to enter the light god domain, the halo guided by the aria of the goddess of light came to meet it, immediately stopping its advance. An unimaginable situation occurred. That slowed-down star suddenly froze, expelling all the light in it, but without leaving Longhaochen's light god domain the slightest chance to absorb its light. That instant, that star suddenly blew up. The violent explosion reverberated not only throughout the whole Alliance's great stadium, but even shook the whole holy city. The instant it was triggered, the barrier in the Alliance's great stadium shook severely, and large expanses of cracks formed on every corner of the barrier, looking close to shattering at any time. Right at this time, a solemn sound rang, as a golden ball suddenly appeared on top of the barrier, following with countless brilliant lights shrouding the barrier in the 7 colors of the rainbow, then turned into 8 colors. This finally stabilized its state and stopped the barrier from shattering. Spiritual pellet. That golden ball was really Chen Zidian's spiritual pellet. He wouldn't easily display the use of his domain for fear of affecting the other people in the stadium, so he could only make use of his spiritual pellet to stabilize the defense of the stadium. Inside the stadium, Longhaochen and the divine unicorn immediately got expelled by the effects of that star's explosion. Floating in midair, Longhaochen let out a splurt of blood. His light god domain narrowly shattered in a violent shaking. This explosive force is really so terrifying. Is that the power of a domain technique? Longhaochen's internal spiritual energy totaled 290,000, adding to that the amplification from his golden foundation armor and the divine unicorn, his total available spiritual energy was already over 400,000. Although he hadn't reached the 4th rank of 9th step, the spiritual energy he could bring into play was no less. But, in front of these explosions, his 7 apertures felt as if sealed, causing the terrible feeling of having his senses stripped. Not only his body but even his soul experienced the large shaking. Was Starry Sky explosion such a terrible thing? The current Longhaochen was full of deep shock. Never did he expect Yang Haoyu's domain to actually reach such a terrible level of power. Because he was unfamiliar with the opponent, and because Yang Hao was also a powerhouse of the Night Temple, so far Longhaochen had maintained a probing attitude in this battle. This was also why he chose to take the first blow of the star domain with the divine snail shield instead of meeting it with his domain's power. And, right now, he got a true view of the terrible level of strength a domain ability could reach. The actual terror of a domain ability's destructive power was far above a forbidden spell. If the barrier specially prepared for defending Alliance's great stadium wasn't there earlier, they could be afraid a calamity would have befallen the whole holy city. However, Longhaochen was not discouraged so simply. Quite the opposite, something seemed to awaken in his body in front of this massive pressure. Taking a deep breath and stabilizing his body and staring at Yang Haoyu, Longhaochen did not wipe the blood on the corners of his mouth, and his look became even more calm than before. The light god domain once again retracting to an area of 10 meters diameter around him, Longhaochen took a deep breath, seemingly drawing all the light into his body. The 2 swords in his hand were slowly brought together above his head, and when the 2 divine swords flowed into each other, a terrible flash of white light surged out from them. Immediately, that white light turned multicolored, before turning into an incandescent white. The two swords' harmonious bond drew in a power that had initially even caused the demon god emperor to sigh in admiration. But this harmonious use of the two swords seemed to be only aiming at controlling his light god domain. A fantastic white luster surged out from the two swords that had been made one with the light god domain. At that time, Yang Haoyu had a look of shock for the first time, seeing the bearing of Longhaochen's light god domain change. Every domain had its own bearing. For instance, Yang Haoyu's star domain had a mysterious and inexhaustible bearing. But Longhaochen's light god domain's original bearing seemed boundless, a boundless light, purity, and gentleness. But right now, a fantastic change occurred on the light god domain's bearing. It turned white from a golden color, an incandescent color that returned to gentleness after an initial surge of brutal power, a vast aura of familiarity. That was life and creation. Right, when Longhaochen relied on the two swords' harmonious bond, it triggered a kind of evolution of his light god domain. The white domain was beaming with feelings of life and creation. This was the powerful aura of life and creation coming from the fusion between light and water, raising the natural qualities of the light DoD domain by 100-fold, and its bearing by 1,000-fold at once. Life and creation, a new mystery behind light god domain. Longhaochen's eyes similarly turned into an incandescent color. As he held the sword of life and creation in his hand, the light god domain extending once again immediately. Where it passed, the star domain was unable to resist, making a losing retreat little by little. With a wave of Yang Haoyu's right hand, this time two stars came flying at Longhaochen. If these two stars were to detonate, the resulting might was bound to increase by several-fold. White light circulated freely, as Longhaochen's light god domain suddenly slowed its spiraling speed. Surges after surges of light extended, immediately forming two bands in front of the two concentrations of starlight, slowly making way inside the two stars. Then Yang Haoyu immediately found out that he had lost control of his own domain. The starry sky explosion technique would immediately blow up upon contact with an opposing force, blowing at the core spot of the opponent's force. Triggering the explosion ahead of time was impossible, as at that time, the star was still located in its star domain, that would be akin to attacking himself. But when the star made contact with Longhaochen's light god domain, he unexpectedly lost control, becoming unable to explode it. In other words, Longhaochen had neutralized his starry sky explosion technique. This instant, Yang Haoyu's eyes were full of shock. He did not expect at all that Longhaochen's evolved domain would actually neutralize his domain technique like that. Longhaochen had a different cultivating orientation than Kai'er. Her method was more inclined to developing her domain technique, because what she inherited was the power of purification of the death god. Hence her domain technique would to a large extent increase her offensive strength. After Longhaochen fused with Eluxa's constitution as a scion of light, his whole being was turned into a part of the light element. The mysteries of light did not relate to slaughters and battle, but with the creation and life brought by light. Because of finding out its true essence, Longhaochen chose this path for himself, the path leading to his domain's evolution. Right now, he was making use of the second form of the light god domain, its evolved form. Life and creations were inevitable and incidental concepts involved in everything. The fantastic changes and connection between these inevitable and incidental things caused the rise of a new ability exceeding the scope of light. The starry sky explosion was certainly powerful and impossible for Longhaochen to block, but through his evolved light god domain, he had the ability to break off this power, and even cause the star domain to fall apart under the effects of the laws of life and creation. Yang Haoyu knew that he had been underestimating this youngster. The latter's understanding of his own domain was perhaps not deep enough yet, but that was still an earth-shattering talent, whose knowledge of light vastly surpassed his own. And right now, this knowledge integrated his domain, thus causing it to complete an evolution. Yang Haoyu's eyes were filled with admiration. He understood that given enough time, this youngster would surely come to surpass him. What a power of life and creation! Then let me show you the last struggle of my domain. Speaking so, Yang Haoyu slowly lifted his right arm, pointing it to the sky. For the first time, his star domain shrank, but kept dispersing stars in the whole process. Longhaochen's light god domain consequently expanded immediately to a great extent. Because even mere dispersed stars could still inflict massive damage to him, his only option was to slowly neutralize these stars' power. From the shrinking domains, a lot of stars gathered on Yang Haoyu. His golden armor was originally very gorgeous, but after the stars were inlaid on it one after another, it gained an incomparable brightness. Self-incarnating domain. Li Jingji lost his voice in alarm, full of shock, followed by a decrepit look on his face. He knew that a hardly closable gap still existed between Yang Haoyu and him. Li Jingji put his greatest hopes on this temple's great gathering, because he had just broken through the 4th rank of the 9th step of cultivation, his internal spiritual energy exceeding 400,000. Not only that, but he had furthermore 2 powerful domain techniques. But after seeing the ability Yang Haoyu displayed, he knew that the unsurpassable gap separating him from this legendary starry sky holy knight was still present. Self-incarnating domain, that was a characteristic ability of the 5th rank from the 9th step, representative of the upgrade to a high-class powerhouse of the 9th step. At this moment, the domain was Yang Haoyu himself, and Yang Haoyu was also his own domain, the domain and its wielder becoming a single entity. This was already a boundary of immortality. Of course, this was not a real immortality, but upon reaching the realm of self-incarnating domain, a human powerhouse's life expectancy would expand to over 500 years. Qin Zidian didn't manage to accomplish this feat, yet Yang Haoyu just did. Longhaochen's light god domain gradually covered Yang Haoyu in its scope, and Yang Haoyu displayed a thin smile on his face. His domain having completely merged with him, this had become a fight inside Longhaochen's light god domain. Waving his swords, Yang Haoyu immediately took the path in front of him. Even the already evolved light god domain was split in front of his swords, which had gained transparency, flickered with starlight just like his armor, embodying the endless night sky. A bizarre crossed starlight sword's strike lacerated the way toward Longhaochen, totally unstoppable by the light god domain. The starlight cross sword strike traveled at very slow speed, but its huge pressure caused Longhaochen's golden foundation armor to issue a series of crackling sounds, with countless cracks starting to show up on the golden foundation armor. This armor of epic tier was actually completely unable to bear such a level of might. The divine unicorn extended its wings, revealing a pained look. Under that huge pressure, its head was lowered forcefully, and the sacred light dispersed from its horn became far weaker. This divine unicorn was, of course, Star King, who evolved along with the rise of Longhaochen's cultivation. It still did not have its own domain, and its uses had been minimized due to the star domain's suppression. Yang Haoyu's strike already made use of most of his domain, compressed to be used in the shape of a technique. This crossed swords strike could be said to accumulate the power of multitudinous starry sky explosion techniques. Even the light god domain evolved to the boundary of life, and creation couldn't possibly dispel such a highly concentrated domain's power. This was the gap in the two parties' cultivation, already going beyond the gap in the two domains' qualities. With light tingling sounds, Longhaochen instantly chose to discard his own golden foundation armor, turning it back into a golden foundation box dropping down, otherwise it would sustain irreparable damage. Without the armor's protection, Longhaochen's situation of crisis became even more pronounced. The huge might made him unable to even let go of the sword of life and creation in his hands. This was the true might of the starry sky knight. One could say that the process of the previous course of the battle was simply Yang Haoyu giving direction to Longhaochen for the sake of increasing his experience of resisting powerhouses. Yang Haoyu's starlight cross-strike was faster than anything else, striking straight at Longhaochen, but the attack speed was voluntarily lowered rapidly as the pressure was increased. With the increase in pressure, the rebound would get just as much stronger. With Longhaochen's cultivation, bearing such a pressure would hardly be possible. Yang Haoyu was trying to force out breakthroughs from Longhaochen with the most of his own strength. Such a practical experience would yield indescribable benefits for his future. Longhaochen's body was shivering slightly in the air in front of this devastating pressure, as the harmonious sword of life and creation dispersed dragon-like chants that only kept getting more and more high-pitched. The starlight cross-strike was getting nearer and nearer to Longhaochen, and he was still unable to come out with an effective response, much less any shift of movement. Yang Haoyu sighed secretly, thinking to himself, maybe I just held overly high expectations on this child. He is not even 30, yet he already managed to evolve his domain once. What more is there to insist for him to display? The huge pressure started to cause Longhaochen's mouth and nose to splurt blood. If this kept going on, his life would soon get endangered. Right as Yang Haoyu was thinking about terminating his attack, he suddenly caught sight of Longhaochen's eyes. These eyes were just as limpid, with the same peaceful look even under such desperate straits, with even a look of persistence coupled to this gentle expression. He hasn't given up. This was Yang Haoyu's first reaction, and right at this time, he saw a purple glint in his eyes. As a purplish golden luster emanated from within his eyes, 9 purple lines showed up noiselessly on his forehead. Just like torrential waves, purplish golden halations gushed out from Longhaochen's back, instantly turning the white light god domain a purplish golden color. The aura of life and creation disappeared, to be replaced by an incomparable might and inexhaustible destructive intent. That instant, Longhaochen's aura metamorphosed, the only thing remaining the same being his soft and peaceful look. A huge illusory figure appeared behind him. That was not the goddess of light, as after absorbing Eluxa's special qualities as scion of light, he was not able to make use of God's descent any longer. That was because his spiritual energy reached the quality of a light god, an existence able to contend with the goddess of light. This huge illusory image was purple-colored, letting out resplendent purple, its 6 immense heads lifted high and with 2 huge bulges on the extreme sides of the 6 heads, already close to the shape of the other 6 heads. The illusory look of that stature gradually gained in substance, its huge wings unfolding and causing the addition of an incomparable nobility and might to Longhaochen's purplish god-light god domain. Right, his blood vessels had called him out in front of the high-pressure and life-threatening crisis confronting longhaochen. Roa! An overwhelming roar resounded behind longhaochen. The deep traces of purple intent flared up, turning into a purple halation blowing at Yang Haoyu. Astonishingly, everywhere the purple light passed, longhaochen's surroundings sterned purplish-golden color, and that starlight cross strike came to a stop in midair. One could shockingly see that purplish light extend on the path taken by Yang Haoyu, annihilating an innumerable starlight on its way. Yang Haoyu's swords changed stance, its starlight interweaving into a magnificent star atlas. But all this starlight seemed completely useless in front of that purplish-golden halation when dispersed directly. When that purplish light made contact with Yang Haoyu, his body shivered violently, and an illusory golden cloud separated from him, fluttering toward the opposite direction. The sword of life and creation in longhaochen's hands finally landed, greatly reducing the might of the starlight sword crossstrike, and in the midst of resonating clinging sounds, the crossed swords were split. Longhaochen took advantage of the great momentum to flash forward, the massive image on his back merging with him to turn into a magnificent purplish-golden armor. But this purplish-gold color was far too overbearing. At the time it stuck onto longhaochen's body, the divine unicorn was actually expelled far away. How strange to see the divine unicorn not show the slightest resistance at such a time. The multicolored hexagram traced under its feet disappeared quietly, and if one paid careful attention, he would find out that at the time that massive purple figure appeared, even the top-tier divine unicorn looked filled with terror. To the opposite of longhaochen's magnificent purplish-golden armor, Yang Haoyu's starry sky armor and dual swords actually both disappeared. That previous sound of roaring accompanied with the release of a purple halation actually forcefully cut his contact with the starry sky mythological beast. Yang Haoyu was completely filled with shock right now. A second evolution. That was actually a second evolution that took place in his domain. This was impossible. Even a powerhouse of the 9th step, 5th rank such as himself couldn't accomplish this feat. Only at the 6th or even 7th rank could that possibly be done. He also felt the sense of his companion. That purple halation unexpectedly aroused fear in the starry sky mythological beast, known to be the #1 mythological beast of the starry sky type. Ever since he made a pact with the starry sky mythological beast, it was a first for this to happen to Yang Haoyu. From the start of this battle, longhaochen was constantly under pressure. The pressure being abruptly lightened, he reflexively took advantage of the momentum to launch an attack. Right now, the light god domain was in an extraordinary state, but that was actually not a second evolution. Just like the armor materialized on longhaochen's body that came from Haoyue's power. That 6-headed purple figure was no one else but Haoyue, who had nearly died alongside longhaochen, and had gone into hiding for over 5 years. That deep purple halation was Haoyue's bloodline power. Just like longhaochen's cultivation rose to the 2nd rank of the 9th step, Haoyue also made considerable progress, greatly gaining in volume to now be over 30 meters long. All his scales were like glistening amethysts, but actually, his cultivation only reached the peak of the 8th step. But assessing Haoyue could naturally not be done with such simple factors alone. Those 2 huge bulges seemed to possibly be about to form heads at any time. The 6-headed Haoyue already reaching the peak of the 8th step, if he were to grow 2 more heads to gain 8 heads, just what level would he reach? Even longhaochen himself did not dare imagine. Also, because Haoyue's latent capabilities only kept growing stronger and stronger, Longhaochen's curiosity regarding his origins only kept growing. Assimilating Haoyue's blood force, Longhaochen also felt a spurt of the power coming from Haoyue's blood force into his own body too. The light god domain, which was ordinarily gentle, gained nobility and might. To life and creations were added ounces of devastation and destruction. These two extremes coming out from Haoyue's powerful blood vessels integrated the whole perfectly. Haoyue was certainly not as powerful as Longhaochen right now, but the level reached by his blood vessel's power was not even bearable for the starry sky mythological beast, which separated itself from Yang Haoyu's body, causing Yang Haoyu's star domain to lose balance immediately. In the midst of this disturbance, Longhaochen's attack raised to its strongest degree of strength. The heart of eternity pulsed vigorously, and the purplish gold-colored divine swords released an unprecedented luster, filled with domineering sword intent and also carrying a purplish golden glint while elevated high. This instant, his sword's soul and sword intent made one, and caused Longhaochen to instantly arise to his peak state. However, Yang Haoyu did deserve his reputation after all. The starry sky mythological beast separated from him only for a split second before returning to cover his body. But the star domain was weakened slightly, while Longhaochen's agile attack carried an earth-shattering power. With a shout, the swords in his hand traced an abstruse arc, gathering myriad starlights as one to clash with Longhaochen's powerful strike. This clash looked unimportant, but in the Night Temple's lounge it caused great changes in the expression on Chen Zidian's face. His figure flashed to reach the top of the defensive barrier, and he shouted loudly, "Full power to support the barrier, everyone!" Those two's blows sprang up to the barrier. This clash contained the full power of the two of them, already exceeding the level of normal domains. They seemed to have actually forgotten that this was a match taking place in the temple's great gathering. A clash reaching their level was already beyond what the divine tool-level defensive barrier could sustain. And, in case it shattered, perhaps the whole holy city would get affected, especially the numerous crowd standing outside. A real blast out would really turn this match into an unprecedented calamity. Chen Zidian did not stop them all this time because he was very familiar with Yang Haoyu, hence fully aware of the height of his cultivation, knowing that he's a really proper person. But who could guess that Longhaochen would suddenly summon another magical beast, before uniting with him, and actually severing the link between Yang Haoyu and the starry sky mythological beast. This inflamed Yang Haoyu's competitiveness, resulting in this clash of maximal power. If it were let to burst out, even among the higher-ups from the 6 great temples, perhaps only a few of those inferior to the 9th step would remain. Being the chief referee, how could he let such a situation take place? His first reaction was to immediately asking for help, as the defensive barrier was their only means to unite their strengths at once. Hearing Chen Zidian's large shout, the higher-ups from the 6 great temples almost all set into action with no hesitation. Li Jingji was the first one to react, pressing both his hands onto the barrier to pour his spiritual energy inside. This barrier was extremely mystical. Aside from pouring spiritual energy inside through the magic array, it was also possible to pour it inside directly. However, it would just not have the same amplifying effects as through the array. The temple's great gathering was a contest between the greatest powerhouses of the temple alliances, where all kinds of accidents had already occurred. Such a defensive barrier strengthening had been formerly employed in earlier temples' great gathering. For instance, the scion of samsara of the past had narrowly caused it to get totally torn to shreds. Although the defensive barrier of the temple's great stadium covered a very large area, the manpower to sustain it was also enormous. Right now, the collaboration of all powerhouses from the Six Great Temple instantly strengthened it to an enormous degree. An earthquake-like shaking immediately broke out. The area within was already filled with a myriad of flowing lights of every color. Longhaochen and Yang Haoyu's figures were completely submerged in that magnificent light, and the massive shaking was already implicating the whole holy city, just like a real earthquake. The defensive barrier could sustain severe blows because the ones sustaining it had come flying from all the lounges, reaching at least the 8th step of cultivation. Yet they were sent flying one after another by the huge shock. The whole barrier flickered in multicolored light. Everyone could sense a terrifying might surging inside the barrier. Letting it burst out would cause devastating damage to spread. The defensive barrier could resist the shocks from spiritual energy, but no one was able to cover the surface underneath it, so right now, it started to split from below, causing the whole temple's great stadium to sway violently, some cracks starting to form on its floor. Right this time, a multicolored golden light instantly came in midair. As that golden light gained in scale, it covered the whole floor of the Alliance's great stadium before slowly spreading downwards to start to cover the whole great stadium. The shaking of Holy City stopped at last, but because of the substantial damage caused by this light, the roof disappeared totally. That was a pagoda, flickering in golden light spilling all over the air. On this pagoda were countless golden inscriptions, letting out lustres of various colors. That 7-floored pagoda seemed just large enough to cover the surface of the Alliance's great stadium, as well as the whole defensive barrier. The instant it landed onto the ground, the earthquake-like shocks were finally contained. Everyone outside of the Alliance's great stadium was already in a great panic. Every broadcasting magical crystal had been broken into pieces, and the masses were filled with shocking terror. Fortunately, that terrifying earth-shaking as if a mighty dragon rolled over disappeared after only continuing for a very short time. Seeing the immense tower that had risen up in the midst of that split Alliance's great stadium, gasped shouts arose immediately from the people. Kair calmly remained afloat, stretching her right hand in front of her with her palms spread out. This crushing presence in the midst of the stadium was with no doubt the Tower of Eternity. The current Tower of Eternity was completely different from before. It seemed much less mystical, appearing closer to a genuine divine tool. Although it didn't reach the level of a superdivine tool, it had a space-shuttling ability and, moreover, an exceeding defensive power. Before the holy necromancer Elux got purified, it had already acknowledged Kair as a master, acting right now as an attacker and defender with a spatial teleporting ability at Kair's disposal. The Tower of Eternity issued light chirping sounds which lasted for a long time before gradually calming down. A bright light flashed out from Kair's chest, as her right hand was waved at the Tower of Eternity. The Tower of Eternity flew 20 meters upwards before shrinking rapidly, landing back in Kair's hands, to finally turn into an intricate golden jewel 25 centimeters long returning to her palm. Kair lifted her wrist, the eternal melody flashing on her waist, as the Tower of Eternity disappeared without traces into the shape of countless strands of light, and her gaze shifted impatiently back to the direction of the stadium. Right now, the stadium had already recovered its calm. No damage was sustained by the barrier in the end, and the higher-ups from the Six Great Temple with the duty of maintaining the barrier gathered back one by one, with a lot of people looking at Kair. Without the previous suppression by the Tower of Eternity, although it wouldn't have gone to the extent of Holy City getting really endangered, that situation like a dragon attack would certainly have caused a massive disorder to arise in Holy City. The ground of the stadium seemed plowed. The whole ground was dug up with Longhaochen and Yonghaoyu standing on the only two intact pieces of land. Longhaochen fell onto the ground, using his two heavy swords to support his body, looking quite pale, and having traces of blood flow in the corner of his mouth. But one could clearly see a powerful bright light shining on his chest, indicator of the pulse of the heart of eternity, recuperating a large amount of light essence. Although Yonghaoyu was still floating, he looked quite wretched, his hair being in complete disorder and the starry sky armor on him having already disappeared. Chen Zidian was gasping for breath. For the sake of maintaining the defensive barrier, he had just expended too much. The two of them couldn't help but gasp in silence when looking at the same direction. "I have lost." Longhaochen and Yonghaoyu looked at each other, declaring this stance almost simultaneously. "Ha!" Chen Zidian had a questioning look. Without leaving the time for Longhaochen to explain himself, Yonghaoyu declared, "I had a slight advantage in the previous clash, but your spiritual energy recovery speed is far greater than mine, and you can moreover summon the divine unicorn back to support you for the rest of the battle. The probabilities of you winning are far greater. No need to say more, I am conceding." After saying this, his figure flashed out as he took the leave to walk out through the defensive barrier. Longhaochen looked full of appreciation. He knew that Yonghaoyu was acting on purpose. He was actually the losing side. His latent capabilities were completely squeezed out by Yonghaoyu. If Yonghaoyu had been attacking with all his power from the start, he would have lost long ago. Even the last clashes were actually at Yonghaoyu's advantage. Even if he were to really attempt killing the opponent, Longhaochen would still only be at most able to inflict him some serious wounds. Thanks to the Heart of Eternity, Longhaochen recovered his spiritual energy at an even faster speed than Yonghaoyu. But what use was there in that if Yonghaoyu were to not let him have the time to recover? The gap in strength between Longhaochen and Yonghaoyu was still considerable. However, this battle brought him especially huge benefits. In particular, he was given an important lesson regarding a domain's uses. Yonghaoyu had conceded for the sake of helping him carry out his plan. Very obviously, Long Tianying had already informed him, this #1 powerhouse of the Night Temple, about Longhaochen's plan. Chen Zidian's look was filled with gratification and pleasant surprise, as he nodded to Longhaochen. Then, Longhaochen is victorious and advances to the 4th round. Since the stadium has sustained a massive destruction, today's matches are to be paused for the field to immediately be restored, and the competition will resume tomorrow in the morning. If Longhaochen's battle with Qiu Yonghao could be said to make him the focal point of attention, his battle with Yonghaoyu gave him famed accomplishment. That was a match opposing domains, opposing domain evolution with domain technique, and opposing the two magical beast companions. Although no one got to clearly see the last clashes, Longhaochen had already displayed his power to the whole audience. This 25-years-old youngster had convinced them all with his strength. Bright Glimmer of Hope would also be regarded just like the other 6 great temples from that point onward. Walking out from the barrier's scope, Longhaochen caught up with Yonghaoyu using large strides, bowing to him respectfully. "Grandpa Yang, thank you for your help." Yonghaoyu smiled to him. "It is not that I helped you, but you just made it off on your own." My original intention was to cut off your drive on the basis that failure is the mother of success, so that you could look for your own shortcomings after suffering a blatant defeat. But you managed to reverse my thinking by relying on your strength. You are the most talented youngster I have ever seen, yet you are showing a great steadiness and experience unfit to your age. I am leaving the Night Temple, as well as the whole alliance, to you. The old guys such as us will be supporting you on the side so you can be at ease. I can really see humanity's emergence by looking at you, and the possibility of overcoming this dark age. If you have nothing else to do, come with me. I have some things to discuss with you. Yes, Grandpa Yang. Longhaochen accepted hastily, Long Tianying patting his shoulders as he performed another standard night salute to Yang Haoyu. Although the alliance's great gathering had been interrupted in great chaos, it had more than enough manpower involved to take care of the exterior damage, while numerous artisans of the alliance were assigned to the repairs in shifts. Yang Haoyu quietly led Longhaochen out from the stadium. With their cultivation, remaining unnoticed couldn't be easier. Without proceeding to the alliance's headquarters, Yang Haoyu brought Longhaochen to a familiar place, the Demon Hunt Squad's pagoda tower. Due to the temple's great gathering, this place was completely empty. Recognizing Yang Haoyu, the staff did not even utter a question and left him to proceed to the top floor of the tower. Under Yang Haoyu's lead, Longhaochen proceeded with him to the 7th floor of the tower, somewhere he hadn't ever gone before. The 6th floor was used for the Demon Hunt Squad's mission announcements, and this 7th floor was a place only titled Demon Hunt Squads were qualified to access for taking missions. Although Longhaochen was already the captain of a titled Demon Hunt Squad, it was the first time he had come here. Upon arriving, he discovered with great surprise another person waiting for them in this 7th floor. Senior Chen, you are here too? Longhaochen asked him, pleasantly surprised to see the legendary chief referee of the temple's great gathering, Chen Zidian. Chen Zidian let out a laugh. Old pal Yang has been throwing flirtatious winks at me before leaving. How could I not come? Yang Haoyu replied unhappily. How could you be so lacking of dignity when you are already so old, old Chen? Pay attention to your words in front of a youngster. Chen Zidian laughed. What do you want me to pay attention to? I am just like that. Or, based on that, you should call me great ancestor in terms of seniority. Wow, Haochen. Your performance gave me a whole new level of respect for you today. Longhaochen's face flushed. Actually, I have lost. Grandpa Yang just let me win on purpose. There's still a great gap between Grandpa Yang and me. Chen Zidian shook his head. Don't be tense because of the gap. It's okay as long as you have the potential. You are really an unprecedented case in history. Old Yang, you agree with me? Yang Haoyu nodded. I have never encountered such a genius as this child. I am even feeling jealous of him. Chen Zidian responded. Seeing your battle, I couldn't help but think back about 10 years ago. Do you know, old pal Yang, it was 10 years ago that I met this guy Haochen for the first time. He was only about 15, but I found out about his gifts at that time. I told him that they should give their best to take over my legacy, to inherit the title of the Demon God Slayers. Yang Haoyu couldn't help but feel submerged with emotions as well. Good eyesight. Chen Zidian chuckled. I have always believed that we Demon God Slayers were rather famous, but do you know how this guy replied to me? Yang Haoyu had a puzzled look. Could it be that he refused? Chen Zidian continued with a laughing face. Of course he refused. He told me that if they could really one day become a titled demon hunt squad, they did not want to get called demon godslayers, but bright glimmer of hope. I have lived for over 300 years, but never expected to one day be shocked by a 15-years-old kid. I was brimming with shock that day, and the same went for my comrades. Glimmer of hope, what a well-found game. To bring humanity a glimpse of hope in the midst of darkness. I haven't seen any of what they experienced in those 10 years, but I can see that all of it has borne fruit. At first, our lives should have come to their end 5 years ago, as a human cannot go against his fate. But with the start of that holy war, we were left with no choice but to keep ourselves alive through secret means, and after 5 more years passed, I can finally see hope. Qualified successors, truly qualified successors. In fact, Chen Zidian had been following Longhaochen's group's return from demon territory. Speaking of which, it was truly the terrible will of heaven that they had initially fallen for the trap of the demon god emperor. The demon god slayer's demon hunt squad had been concealed in Modu Core City all along. And that year, Longhaochen's group having pulled such a large move in Core City, if the demon god slayers were present, they would surely have immediately come to their rescue. But when Longhaochen's group was coming in, the demon god slayers had happened to be running into the end of their lives, so the team provisionally had to withdraw from Modu to look for a secret underground to use the secret means to prolong their lives. Chen Zidian's group had already been living for over 300 years, having spent an even greater part of their lives in demon territory compared to the Temple Alliance. They actually had nothing much keeping them alive since long ago, but during that holy war they couldn't bear to leave like that. If nothing was left to restrict the demon god emperor, humankind was bound to encounter a massive calamity. After Longhaochen's group terminated their seclusion in the Tower of Eternity, Longhaochen had been looking for Yi thinking of getting news from her, but her residence in the Moon Demon clan was already empty, devoid of any traces of living. Afterwards, Longhaochen used the contact signal of Demon Hunt Squad in Modu Core City, not expecting to get hold of Chen Zidian, leader of the Demon Godslayers. And there, Longhaochen learnt about the many changes that occurred on the continent during these past years, as well as obtaining news about the temple's great gathering on the verge of being convened. Chen Zidian had followed Longhaochen's group back, and had given advice for Longhaochen to decide after discussion that they should directly participate in the temple's great gathering with only one goal: to put an end to the current scattered state of the Temple Alliance. Hearing Chen Zidian speak about nearing the end of his life, Longhaochen's expression darkened unconsciously, lowering his head in silence. Yang Haoyu responded smilingly, "No need to feel that way, Haochen. If you can show the hope of breaking out from the dark era before old Chen departs, I believe that he will be able to leave with a smile." Chen Zidian nodded with a beaming look. "Exactly. Old Yang, you must have called out this youngster here for some purpose. Speak straight." Yang Haoyu replied. Originally, when Tianying mentioned about having him take over the lead of the Temple Alliance and that the time had come to establish a whole new alliance, I was still skeptical. But in today's match, he persuaded me with strength, and I have decided to support him wholeheartedly. The alliance had been dispersed for far too long, but with the end of the Holy War finally came the best turning point. I believed that all other temples clearly witnessed today's match. Old Chen, do you think we should end the temple's great gathering ahead of time to avoid wasting more time? Chen Zidian shook his head. It won't do. The temple's great gathering is no trifling matter. And to these youngsters, it's also a significant experience. Let's rather keep the competition going. Or could it be that you don't believe in Haochen? Even if he cannot defeat Li Jingji in a 1 versus 1, I am very confident in their results in the next team competitions. Yang Haoyu declared, in that case, let's keep it going. Haochen, I have actually called you here today to warn you about another matter. Please do tell. Longhaochen replied respectfully. Yang Haoyu declared, establishing a new alliance is a must, and our objective this time is to establish an alliance with a highly centralized state power. You may even call it a nation. Your current strength is already sufficient, but you are still lacking an important thing: a divine throne. Hearing about divine throne, Longhaochen couldn't refrain from shaking. He still remembered vividly the first time he witnessed in shock the use of a divine throne by his father. The divine throne of doom and slaughter had left him a just too deep impression, giving him at that time a longing for becoming a divine knight one day. When are you planning on taking the divine throne's trial? Yang Haoyu asked solemnly. Longhaochen replied, the first thing I plan on doing after the temple's great gathering terminates is to return back to our night temple to take on the trial of the divine thrones. But it's not only me, Han Yu and Zhang Fangfang will also come along. As they have already broken through the 9th step, they should have this qualification. Yang Haoyu nodded. You are indeed all qualified. I have called you over today in the hope that you can prepare yourself. If your objective is the divine throne of eternity and creation, you have to give it a deep consideration from today onwards. Longhaochen was shaken. He knew that Yang Haoyu should be the only living powerhouse of the Night Temple to have formerly attempted to gain the approval of the divine throne of eternity and creation. Although he had failed, that experience was certainly the most precious thing that came out. Yang Haoyu asked, do you know why I have finally not become a divine knight? Longhaochen tried to answer. Is that because you have been wholeheartedly focused on obtaining the approval of the divine throne of eternity and creation? Yang Haoyu showed a bitter smile. Speaking of which, this is a matter regarding Starry Sky. When I was young, after climbing over the temple's great gathering, I had not managed to find a magical beast fitting me. Therefore, just like you, I went to look for one through the summoning array. Your multiple-headed magical beast should be from there. Speaking of which, we were both really lucky. I also gained the approval of Starry Sky there. The Starry Sky mythological beast's true power is fusion. It doesn't have any attached offensive and defensive abilities, but can draw out power from the Starry Sky to help me train and battle. Also, as my cultivation grows, its ability also grows gradually. This gave it the reputation of the #1 star-manipulating mythological beast. In some ways, although the divine thrones are the signboard of our night temple, the other 5 divine thrones alone will all bring me benefits far below Starry Sky. Starry Sky is not only a divine tool-like existence to me, but an exceptional companion helping me in cultivating. My talent is actually far below Old Shen, but it is Starry Sky's assistance that enabled my current attainments. But Starry Sky didn't give me the choice. It told me that it won't attach itself to any divine tool of lower quality than itself, so I could only challenge the approval of the divine throne of eternity and creation, only to end up failing. Longhaochen came to a sudden realization. So Yang Haoyu turned out to have such a story. Yang Haoyue replied, what amazed me today was not your cultivation, but the gap between Starry Sky and your multiple-headed magical beast. When you called out that multi-headed beast at the critical juncture, it caused Starry Sky to flee provisionally with just a roar. It's the first time I have had such an encounter ever since concluding my contract with Starry Sky. Do you know what thoughts Starry Sky spread to me at that time? Longhaochen shook his head. Starry Sky was terribly afraid. As far as I remember, Starry Sky has always been proud, even when becoming my contracted companion. But that was the first time I saw such a cowardly side of it. After the match ended, I asked it just what happened. After becoming silent for a short while, it told me that, just like it's the number one Starry Sky, your multi-headed companion is the very first demon god that came to be. The two of them are existences of a whole different level, and Starry Sky did not agree to tell me more about it. The first demon god that came to be? Seeing the look of shock on Longhaochen's face, Yang Haoyu couldn't help but show great astonishment. Could it be that you don't know the antecedents of this magical beast of yours either? Longhaochen shook his head. At the time I summoned Haoyue in this world, he had just the looks of a lizard. At that time, he was covered in bruises. Then he went on to rescue Haoyue with his own blood at once, causing his second, light elemental, head to grow, after which Haoyue kept evolving, getting stronger and stronger, and he explained in a simple sentence that he even had the ability to destroy demon god pillars. Hearing Longhaochen's story, Chen Zidian and Yang Haoyu exchanged glances. These two legendary beings appeared filled with shock. They were originally under the belief that Longhaochen had relied on that pure light power as the scion of light to destroy demon god pillars. Only now did they realize that it was actually Haoyue's ability. So it was actually to make use of the blood contract between Haoyue and you to kill Haoyue that the demon god emperor wanted to kill you. Just what could Haoyue be to even cause the demon god emperor to fear him? Chen Zidian had a pondering look. Even with his over 300 years of living, he had no clue on what kind of magical beast Haoyue could be. Yang Haoyue heaved a smile. No need to think on it too deeply, old Chen. Although we don't understand Haoyue's antecedents clearly, we can be sure that he will be of great use. Could it be that you don't understand the binding of a blood contract? He's simply akin to a part of Haochen's body. Hearing this, Chen Zidian finally revealed a look of relief. Since that was the case with the binding of the contract, there was no shortcomings in getting Haoyue as strong as possible. Yang Haoyu told Longhaochen, "It looks that with those two huge bulges on the two sides of this magical beast's neck, he has the possibility of growing even more heads. With 6 heads, he's already at the peak of the 8th step, so once he evolves, wouldn't his strength rise to an unimaginable measure? As long as his cultivation reaches roughly the 3rd rank of the 9th step, he will be certain to possess a domain ability. And then, with him joining with you, I will completely be no opponent for you, making you the real number 1 powerhouse of the alliance at that time. Haochen, try to hurry the matter and help him achieve his breakthrough." Longhaochen nodded. Actually, over this period of over 4 years, Haoyue had not only recovered from all his wounds, but moreover his strength made huge leaps. In those years, a part of the spiritual energy he absorbed from the Tower of Eternity was passed on to Haoyue, who had an incredible accumulation of power. Since his accumulation was sufficient, he could already make a breakthrough at any time. But Haoyue told him by mental transmission that this breakthrough would very possibly draw out the strongest existences of his realm. Those powerhouses had long since taken the greatest measures, knowing that if they couldn't stop Haoyue from evolving this time, they would never possibly restrict Haoyue. So Longhaochen needed to take absolutely safe precautions as this related greatly to Haoyue and his team's life or death. After this temple's great gathering terminates, Longhaochen wanted to strive for acquiring a divine throne's approval before helping Hao Yue make his breakthrough to raise the certainty of managing to help Hao Yue make his breakthrough. Yang Haoyu declared, "Apart from the divine throne of eternity and creation, all 5 of the others can only be called reproductions. Although they all reach the level of divine tool, they are on completely different levels compared to the divine throne of eternity and creation. With your talent and cultivation, you are bound to gain the approval from these 5 divine thrones, making you directly able to become a divine throne. But to really become the owner of the divine throne of eternity and creation, you must undergo its trial. Back then, I failed to pass it." "Trial?" Longhaochen asked curiously. "Grandpa Yang, what is the trial of the divine throne of eternity and creation about?" Yang Haoyu replied, "This is what I wanted to tell you about. The primary reason for my failure of that time was..." Longhaochen, Yang Haoyu and Chen Zidian had a private discussion for over 1 hour before exiting the Demon Hunt Squad's mission pagoda. Yang Haoyu told him about a lot of miraculous aspects of the divine throne of eternity and creation, while enlightening him a lot on the subject of domains, giving him plenty of benefits. The chaos of holy war gradually appeased, and thanks to the hard work of the powerhouses from the 6 great temples, the social state of Holy City returned to normal. The temple's great gathering was in the midst of getting restored. At least 1,000 artisans were involved, but by chance the defensive formation inside didn't suffer any damage, so only outside repairs were needed. Under the joint efforts of so many artisans, it took a day to finish restoring it all. Second day, morning. When Longhaochen led Bright Glimmer of Hope to return to the temple's great gathering, they almost instantly became the focal point of all powerhouses from the 6 great temples. The last 3 matches were rapidly undertaken, and 24 contestants came out of the lot. After the termination of the 3rd round, every winning contestant had gained 4 total points. After these matches went on, the Night Temple only had 5 contestants left, with 6 for the Mage Temple, 3 for the Spiritual Temple, 2 for the Assassin Temple, and only 1 left for the Warrior Temple. Bright Glimmer of Hope was the greatest black horse with a total of 7 people left. After 3 rounds, some variations were seen in the total scores. The Night Temple had 66 points, the Mage Temple 65, Bright Glimmer of Hope 56, the Spiritual Temple 42, the Assassin Temple 34, and the Warrior Temple had 24. With only 10 contestants, Bright Glimmer of Hope had actually risen to the 3rd place after 3 rounds, and although a gap still separated them from the top 2, catching up wasn't feasible. Only a gap of 1 point remained between the Mage Temple and the Night Temple as well. The individual competition was already at its final climax. The 4th round was bound to change the final rankings the most greatly. These matches would enable every contestant to gain a worth of over 8 points. Without a doubt, Bright Glimmer of Hope had already become the hottest topic in vogue. Up to 7 of the 12 matches would involve them. Chin Zidian's dignified voice reverberated once again. 4th rounds of the individual competition start. 2 lights of selections came, producing swishing sounds. After traveling through the air, one of them directly fell on the lounge of the Night Temple. This was the most probable, as, after all, the Night Temple had 5 people left for this 4th round, while Bright Glimmer of Hope had 7 of them, making for over half of the contestants left from the 3rd round. In a flicker of light, a knight from the Night Temple was picked alongside a powerhouse from the Mage Temple. The 4th stage of the competition started with intense clashes. After that great battle opposing Longhaochen and Yang Haoyu yesterday, today's Li Jingji looked extremely calm, seated on the first row of the Mage Temple's contestant booth. Like he ordinarily did, he carried a faint smile on his face, as if bright glimmer of hope's outstanding performance had nothing to do with him. In the fourth rounds, the ones left seemed to be only powerhouses of the 9th steps, and only excellent figures at that. The competition thus became increasingly heated. After 1 hour passed, a half of the 12 matches went by. 3 of bright glimmer of hope's ranks had appeared. Wang Yuan and Lin Xian passed the ordeal, while Zhang Fengfeng lost to Li Jingji. For the 7th match, when the light of selection illuminated Longhaochen's body, the whole audience became quiet. Longhaochen did not look any different from yesterday, still carrying a light smile on his face and dispersing a gentle aura. But now no one underestimated this captain of bright glimmer of hope anymore. Yang Haoyu was not very well known before his match against Longhaochen, but after the clashes of domains, Yang Haoyu's identity rapidly spread ear by ear. The #1 powerhouse of the Night Temple. The ones that really came to this realization during this match were still after all very few, and all the great majority knew was that Longhaochen was the final victor of this match. For such a young titled Demon Hunt Squad captain to defeat in succession the #1 powerhouses from the Warrior Temple and Night Temple, Longhaochen and Bright Glimmer of Hope had already become the main target of attention. The splendor of the 6 great temples was already outshined by their strong performances. For the 4th match, Longhaochen entered the stage once again. But, amazingly, it had to be wondered whether this could be called the will of heavens or really terrible luck, as he had this time to confront another domain wielder, as well as one of the most well-known powerhouses of the Temple Alliance, the head of the spiritual temple and wielder of the Beast Emperor domain, Chen Hongyu. Seeing that he had drawn Longhaochen as his opponent, Chen Hongyu couldn't help but shiver lightly. The one he was the most unwilling to face off against was actually Longhaochen. In the battle between Longhaochen and Yang Haoyu, he had already understood that there was quite a gap between Yang Haoyu's cultivation and his own. Although Longhaochen could be said to have had a modest victory against Yang Haoyu, the fact he had managed to keep up in such a situation was more than ample to prove this youngster's dominant power. In less than 5 years since their last confrontation, he already became a domain-wielding powerhouse. Losing against him would certainly be a great loss of face. But even winning against such a young person would be nothing glorious. So when Chen Hongyu came out from the spiritual temple's side, his complexion was quite unsightly. Longhaochen was no Chen Inger, so as the head of the spiritual temple, he naturally couldn't just concede, much less just throw the game. Longhaochen took the lead to walk into the stadium, paying his respects to Chen Hongyu, performing a standard knight salute in front of him. "Greetings, Temple Head Chen." Chen Hongyu only nodded. "Let's start." He was unwilling to speak more. This match could only be an all-out effort. After all, Longhaochen couldn't bring out offensive weapons such as in the previous match. Naturally, he was able to tell that if he hadn't had the Sword of Life and Creation formed with those 2 divine swords, Longhaochen couldn't possibly cause those 2 evolutions of his domain. Winning against Longhaochen was not impossible for him. Putting the rest aside, he's a powerhouse reaching the 3rd rank of the 9th step, and Longhaochen should not yet have attained the 3rd rank. However, Chen Hongyu really had a bad affinity with Longhaochen. Back then, his face-off against Bright Glimmer of Hope should originally be a totally one-sided match for him, But who could imagine that the instant Longhaochen's six-headed beast came out, his four-headed chimera immediately lost all fighting strength, and up to now, Chen Hongyu had yet to understand what kind of magical beast Longhaochen's mount could be. Thinking about how his summoned beast would certainly be suppressed, he did not feel good at all. However, in this match, after all, he didn't have Qin Inger to suppress his domain, so his Beast Emperor domain was able to display its full power. But whether it would hold water was hard to say. In the past years, Chen Hongyu's cultivation also increased significantly, be it in his control over his domain or his control over his summoned beast and his quality of summons. Lifting his hands, milky white radiances appeared in Chen Hongyu's palms, turning in a blink of an eye into a milky white ball of light floating in front of him. No equipment could be used, so one could only make an imitation made of spiritual energy. A gate of light instantly took shape behind Chen Hongyu, and his figure flashed, directly disappearing after passing through the gate. The divine unicorn reappeared in front of Longhaochen. It wasn't that he found that sufficient, but Hao Yue's abilities were just overly overbearing and likely to cause injuries. As this was the temple's great gathering and not a battle against demons, he wouldn't lightly let him come out unless absolutely necessary. With the rise of his cultivation, Hao Yue's tyrannical and destructive aspects rose at extreme speed, and Longhaochen sometimes had difficulty to control well his emotions. The divine unicorn was not the same. Star King had followed Longhaochen since the time he was just a starlight unicorn and couldn't have evolved without him. Therefore, although there was no binding pact between Longhaochen and him, he had extremely deep feelings toward Haochen. And moreover, following a light god body owner such a Longhaochen was extremely beneficial for his cultivation. Unicorns were innately close to light, so who else than Longhaochen could get as intimate to him? Still, Star King had his own issues. Having evolved into a divine unicorn recently, he was still in the midst of adapting, and unable to use a lot of a divine unicorn's abilities. Otherwise, the boost he had provided in yesterday's match to Longhaochen would in no way have been so simple. One of Longhaochen's hopes was to stir up Star King's potential through continuous battles, to genuinely make him a divine unicorn. A terrifying roar shook up the whole stage as a huge figure came out from Chen Hongyu's summoning gate. This huge figure was a whole 15 meters tall, standing as imposingly as a mountain, and its whole body covered with white hairs flickering in metallic lusters. Standing vertically, it pounded his pair of huge fists onto its own chest, issuing loud dam sounds. Longhaochen had never seen such a huge orangutan before. Amongst magical beasts, orangutan were all powerhouses, not only possessing unyielding capabilities, but, moreover, a much higher intelligence than ordinary magical beasts. His powerful physical capabilities, nimble speed, and very dangerous attacks made them one of the favorite targets of summoners. When Longhaochen's group faced off Chen Hongyu 5 years ago, he had not seen this magical beast, be it because Chen Hongyu intentionally did not call it out back then or did not have it yet. From the fluctuations it released, one could determine that it was certainly one of Chen Hongyu's 9 possible packed magical beasts, and not an ordinary summon. And, to Longhaochen's shock, Chen Hongyu's presence totally disappeared after he stepped into this light gate. None of his mental inspections actually managed to find traces of his presence. Just what summoner ability could that be? That huge orangutan roared and immediately rushed toward Longhaochen at frantic speed, accelerating all the way. In only 2 dashes and 1 leap, it was already in front of Longhaochen. Abruptly raising its two hands, it immediately punched straight into Longhaochen's face. Before its palm arrived, a terrifying gale was already whizzing through, and more terrifyingly, a terrible cold air enveloped both Haochen and the divine unicorn at the time the orangutan punched out. An ice element magical beast of the 10th rank, equivalent to a human powerhouse of the 9th step. This punch alone was sufficient for Longhaochen to sense its great power. Against a summoner, the greatest priority was to stop the opponent from calling out all his summoned beasts. The piercing chill was not only highly invasive but moreover caused their speeds to drop down. Longhaochen didn't avoid such an attack, crossing his hands to form a parrying posture. With a sound of bang, a lot of people unconsciously believed that Longhaochen would get pushed away by this punch, but the final result was the complete opposite. Upon contact of that domineering fist with Longhaochen's completely contrasting hands, the orangutan's figure visibly froze, his body being ejected the next instant. It smashed all the way towards the light gate. The divine unicorn flapped its wings and brought Longhaochen to chase all the way. A huge golden sword appeared in midair. Carrying some similarities with Qiu Yonghao's sword intent domain, that huge light sword's domineering sword intent instantly locked onto the orangutan, chopping down. To say nothing about Longhaochen's heart of eternity, his internal spiritual energy reached 290,000, so even if his cultivation was a bit weaker, the divine unicorn he rode should not be forgotten. The divine unicorn's boost of his spiritual energy was at least of 100,000, totaling over 150,000 if sacred light was to be added up. Otherwise, Longhaochen couldn't be a match in yesterday's domain clash. This ice orangutan was a powerful magical beast of the 10th rank, but only equivalent to an initial stage powerhouse of the 9th step. In a direct clash, its ice attribute was no match for Longhaochen's light, and neither was its spiritual energy a match, naturally causing it to be ruthlessly sent flying. The temple's great gathering did not allow one to wound or kill the enemy, but summoned beasts were exceptions. Seeing Longhaochen, his sword strike looked about to take the ice orangutan's life. Only when facing it for real could one truly realize the extent reached by his sword intent. Reaching the level of materializing the sword's soul, the eruption of his sword intent reached a quite higher level of power than Qiu Yonghao. That ice orangutan had an indescribable sense of terror, and was instantly pressured to a great extent, and locked into an inescapable state. All it could do was to shout grudgingly, crossing its hands to block the attack. But everyone could tell that the sword strike overflowing with might that came down was really not something he could block. All of this took place just too fast. In Chen Hongyu's view, Longhaochen was in the end Chen Yinger's captain, and wouldn't in the end go immediately for the kill. This ice orangutan he sent actually didn't have much utility except from hopefully delaying Haochen. But Longhaochen's sudden burst of power not only showed him Haochen's great strength, but moreover caused him to get panicky and hastily accelerate the completion of his spell, totally wrecking his rhythm. But Chen Hongyu was indignant at Longhaochen's really too fast burst of power, making him already too late for the rescue. This ice orangutan being one of his packed magical beast, in case Longhaochen was to kill it, his strength would get seriously affected. Moreover, a summoner has great emotions towards his packed magical beast. For a moment, Chen Hongyu couldn't help but become greatly furious, great surges of emotions rising into him. Split in two in a sword strike? Of course not. Longhaochen was the scion of light, not a scion of slaughter. And moreover, he was facing one of his allies from the Temple Alliance, not a demon. When that huge sword looked about to split the ice orangutan, the sword blade was suddenly reversed, the attack turning into using the flat part, beating the ice orangutan's arms. In yesterday's battle against longhaochen was completely suppressed cultivation-wise, but the opposite happened today with this ice orangutan, whose spiritual energy was completely suppressed by its opponent. Bang! The ice orangutan's body smashed the stiff ground, fragments of ice splattering on his chest, the defensive magic attached to him getting completely pierced through. Its head took a direct fall, and from the looks, it had completely lost its fighting strength. And that was Longhaochen showing mercy. After breaking the orangutan's arms, his massive sword intent shot up above its head, causing it to lose consciousness. If he really wanted, he had at least 10 means to kill this magical beast of the 10th rank without much effort. With a wave of his hand, an intense bright light gushed out all around Longhaochen, shrouding the whole field in a flash. A sweet-sounding echo came. The light god domain. Right now he gave off the feeling of going all out, not showing any reserves nor probing. After that huge light sword defeated the ice orangutan, the amplification of the light god domain could be sensed, instantly gaining in substance. Longhaochen waved his right hand, and immediately shot a projectile directly at that light gate. This aside, both Longhaochen's hands were crossed in front of his body, and after the heart of eternity pulsed thrice, another white-colored blade flew up, chasing after that huge light sword and directly causing it to turn into an incandescent color. The terrible sword intent even caused cracks to appear on the defensive barrier opposite. The light god domain was not only about domain domination and elemental domination. It caused all Longhaochen's light attribute abilities to gain a terrifying boost. This blow fused sword soul and sword intent in one. Looking at Longhaochen's displayed move from the booths of the warrior temple, Qiu Yonghao finally understood that Longhaochen had been lenient on him that day. Being able to utilize sword soul was not as simple as only owning it. Of course, this was accomplished with the help of the light god domain. After discussing with Yang Haoyu and Chen Zidian, Longhaochen had already returned to train in seclusion for the rest of the previous day, and until the matches of today. In just a day, he had gained a whole new understanding of his domain's capabilities. Naturally, his cultivation developed accordingly. His newest comprehension, acquired through battle, was naturally showing the greatest effects. After his resurrection, Longhaochen's greatest regret was Yiting's disappearance. As his heart was smashed into pieces, the spiritual stove fused with her disappeared then, and even the ability of the saint's spiritual stove left along with it. In the process of thinking back about Yiting, Longhaochen gained a deeper level of understanding toward sword intent, which is how he gained sword soul. At the time he had first made use of sword soul, he faintly became aware that Yiting was not dead for real. She seemed to still be existing in a part of his body but just couldn't be vividly sensed. He believed that as long as his sword soul could grow stronger, there would come a day that he would be able to awaken Yiting from her slumbering area. Sword soul, as the name implies, consists of bestowing a soul to one's sword. A sword intent with no sword soul wouldn't last for too long. As a result, an attack from sword intent would frequently be lacking in adaptability. But with a soul in the sword, sword intent gains myriads of variations, making it inevitably far more powerful. In the past, when the holy sword wielder Yi Wushang had attained this realm, he had become the #1 talent in the warrior temple. And now, Longhaochen clearly also attained it. On the Night Temple's lounge, Yang Haohan couldn't help but nod secretly to Longhaochen. the match they had yesterday was mostly a contest of domains. If at that time Longhaochen had used his sword intent fused sword soul along with the light god domain, that would be a great threat against him. Only, because the two of them were immersed in a clash of domains, Longhaochen just did not use it. A thunderous roar rang out, and immediately, a four-colored luster came out from that light gate, colliding with Longhaochen's huge sword. Speaking of which, that four-colored radiance were really bizarre. Upon clashing with Longhaochen's huge sword fused with sword intent and sword soul, it not only stopped the advance of the huge sword, but also condensed into four spherical projectiles of different colors. Longhaochen urged out his sword intent, and abruptly the light god domain shrank, gathering its amplifying effects. And that instant those four projectiles blowed up. A terrifying blasting force instantly caused massive pressure onto the defensive barrier outside, to the extent of forcing Qin Zidian to once again intervene personally. Longhaochen's immense light sword was smashed to thin pieces, as he was pushed 100 meters away alongside the divine unicorn in a deep shock. The light gate enlarging, a massive figure rushed out from within. That was nothing else but Chen Hongyu's contracted beast, the four-headed chimera. Seeing that four-headed chimera, Longhaochen almost had the unconscious urge of summoning Haoyue. In front of Haoyue's blood suppression, this four-headed chimera should not be of any use. But very rapidly Longhaochen dispelled these thoughts because he sensed that this four-headed chimera seemed to have grown to a whole different level from before. The first change was relevant to Longhaochen's previous attack, which already exerted all his strength. Even a powerhouse of the third or fourth rank of the ninth step would find it strenuous to respond. That was an attack mixing both sword intent and sword soul, but it was simply received like that by the four-headed chimera. It was far from being as powerful previously, and the difference was really very wide. The other change was that in the eyes of this four-headed chimera, Longhaochen could see a great wrath and extremely fierce human nature. That's... Without leaving Longhaochen the time to ponder over the issue, the four-headed chimera launched a powerful attack, all four heads spitting breaths simultaneously, not aimed directly at Longhaochen, but gathering in midair to turned into a four-colored ball shot sharply at Longhaochen. In the meantime, a four-colored radiance of blue, red, yellow, and green instantly spread out from the four-headed chimera. That was actually a four-elemental domain. Qin Inger was in great alarm seeing this scene, murmuring, "Wow, Grandpa! To actually have achieved contracted fusion, he really has already broken through the third rank of the ninth step." Lin Xian asked curiously, "What is a contracted fusion?" Chen Inger replied, "That's the fusion between a summoner and his contracted beast. Grandpa's current strength has made one with the four-headed chimera xuanhuan. But the downside is that he cannot utilize any more summoning magic that way. However, xuanhuan's strength has been greatly upgraded and is now fully under Grandpa's control. Her abilities have risen to a next level. Haven't you seen the domain xuanhuan has just unleashed?" "Pooh-hoo." Lin Xian suddenly laughed. Chen Inger asked in puzzlement, "What are you laughing about, has drugs bro?" Lin Xian laughingly replied, "Oh, I suddenly realized that if you rise to the third rank of the ninth step, you will have this contracted fusion ability. Won't that turn you into a pig? Waha, so funny. You!" Chen Inger erupted in fury, fiercely pinching Lin Xian's waist. The others already couldn't help but burst out in laughter as well. That's actually exactly the case. McDull being just a little pig. If Chen Ying'er undergoes contracted fusion with it, that will really turn her into a pig. In the stadium, Longhaochen was able to sense abnormalities in the four-headed chimera, but hadn't guessed that this was a contracted fusion between Chen Hongyu and Xuanhuan. 4 Elemental chaotic magic. Although that was just a simple spit, the authenticity of its might was already proved. Longhaochen didn't dare tarry. Raising his right hand, a bright white glow came out instantly in the empty space, bombarding that 4-elemental cage. Instant cast, Light of Trial. At the time this Light of Trial burst out, it emitted a clear and all-around spreading sound. All around it, series of angels were faintly seen revolving. In the midst of a loud explosion, the 4-elemental cage ruptured, and although its massive blasting force engulfed the Light of Trial, it didn't come flying toward Longhaochen's side until the end.